morning, everybody. Welcome back to Mallor-E Park for our Sunday action for round number 4 of this season. We're very excited to get the bikes out on track for 42 races of action. But just before we do that, we have chat with some of the drivers and some of the riders after our day 1 action. One Mallor-E Park action and an epoch from the electric motocross circuit has completed, and we've got plenty of people to speak to about today's action. Has been absolutely fantastic the whole way along. The first person that we would like to speak to, we know that sometimes we like to speak to the people who have these things happen. Well, here with Dom Johnson and Son Limited. Do you want to just tell us a little bit more about yourself and why you're here, and also your involvement in the championship as well?
Like you did, mate. It's all about the kids, isn't it? It's all about kids, yeah. Make it go. Absolutely make it. Just do more of it, so yeah. Bring it on.
Yeah. We've always got to fill out championships with drivers, and or riders even, and it's not necessarily like you'll be at the back forever. The experience they're getting early surely is going to help them later on in their motorbike career.
Definitely, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's all experience, life experiences. Good.
Exactly. In worst case scenario, even if they are at the back, they learn how to lose, don't they? So it's useful as well, and then you know how good winning feels. So it's going to be one of those. So.
Haven't we? So you have to just try and chill a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then we've had, of course, one day of action so far where you've been one of the bigger supporters. Do you want to just tell us a little bit more about yourselves?
We're just a small family business. Probably been going 50 years. Dad set it up many moons ago, and I just followed it through. And then SJ's is a little spin-off from that. I set up a little bike workshop about 16 years ago, thinking I'll tinker with a few bikes, and it just went absolutely mental. So yeah, 2 little family businesses, only 45 minutes away. Yeah, keep everyone on the road. So yeah, it's all nuts and bolts, hence why he rides bikes. So yeah, it's all good.
So, it's those little nuts and bolts. It's the passion that keeps us going.
Yeah, it's a man thing. Although there are plenty of girls, actually, some fast girls as well. Yeah, it's good. It's for everybody. Yeah.
Mallor-E Park is for everybody, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first.
All right, then, we're here at Mallor-E Park. The first day of action has come to an end, and we're here continuing that trend of talking to sponsors, and we're here with Jamie from Hampton Electrical. First of all, Jamie, can you just tell us a bit about yourself and how you got your brand and company into helping out and sponsoring this wonderful championship?
Yeah, cool. So it started with Grayson, so he's racing. He started on a Revy 16. We came down here just on like an open day, never knew anything about it, and then it's just kind of escalated from there. He's now got an E2, and he'll probably be progressing next year onto a bigger bike. And it's just nice to get involved and try and offer a bit of support to these guys, because they offer us so much back. And if we can help them with a bit of sponsorship, finances and stuff like that, why not?
Yeah, exactly. It's great to have the paddock atmosphere crawling on with your help as well. And one thing I want to mention as well is how communal the whole paddock is. And I can imagine that helped help you make your decision into supporting such an amazing championship. And also, what year did you come to join the Mallor-E Park?
So we came the back end of last year for an open day, and that was it. Then it kind of took off from there, and then, so we've jumped on the sponsorship this year. Going back to your point about the atmosphere and everything, we came in here completely novices. We didn't know anything about kids racing or bikes or anything, and everyone has welcomed us and supported us and tried to help with Grayson. Sometimes it can be quite difficult to get him on the track and get him going, but everyone just kind of clubs together and just helps everybody else's kids out when they need to.
Yeah, it's that family and all quite tightly knit together paddock. It's really nice to be a part of it. It was great to talk to you, and of course your company helping out this championship. It does a lot for not only the riders but for us as well. It keeps the racing going, keeps us entertained, commentators or viewers. So thank you very much for your efforts, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
We're here with Carter Anderson's granddad, who he's obviously had a fantastic first day of action on the Mallor-E Park circuit. Just, I mean, how is it from your perspective? Because we obviously watch all of the races, but we don't have as much of an investment as you do.
It's scary at times, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, he's gone well today. So he normally does quite well, but yeah, he's gone very, very well today. So he's had a good day, I think. Hopefully the same tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly seemed to be quick, but he also certainly seems to, even when he's ahead, he seems to want to find that extra little bit.
He's pretty much flat out all day, every day, unfortunately. Yeah, we do try and calm him down a little bit, but yeah, he does tend to do his own thing, unfortunately. But yeah, stays on most of the time, but yeah, we have a few offs. But yeah, he's going well, to be fair. Proud of him.
In life or in bikes, just in general, 100%?
Totally in general, but yeah, on his bike, yeah, definitely. So we've had a year of this one now, so he's doing well. Maybe a new one for next year, we don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. See how the money situation is. It's not a cheap job.
No, I can't imagine it is. And I mean, it's. Are you hoping you're going to see out the season? Do you think? I know that the championship isn't something that you focus on really, but
well,
is that something?
Fair,
that...
No, he did the Revies last year and won that. So we progressed to the E3s, which was expecting a slow progress, but it's actually gone really well. To be fair, obviously 1 or 2 have gone up a group, and so he's up there with them. So we've tried the big tracks as well. So see what next year brings, but I've run out of things to say.
That's fine. Well, I mean, it's been a good day for Carter Anderson today. We'll see if he's challenged a little more tomorrow or whether he can keep the win streak going.
It'll be the same tomorrow and it'll be less stressful. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And now we move on to the riders, the stars of the show. And I'm here with Seth Johnson, championship leader, you said, in the 20-inch class. First of all, how's your weekend gone so far? It's lovely and hot. And how's it going with your first 3 races? How did you do?
Yeah, it is pretty good. I've just not been doing this well like this weekend. Like I've been coming like 2 nights and like 5th and stuff like that. So I haven't been doing too good this weekend.
Well, that's all right. Sometimes you need to get those results to win a championship, I guess. Consistency, points are all important. It's better than crashing and not finishing in any points, I suppose. So I suppose it's not the worst, but I imagine you'll be looking to improve on Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess I'll try and get like in the top 3, but I don't think I'll come on podium this weekend though.
Yeah, it's mature realism, but at the same time, I suppose you've got to build that confidence and things like that. So let's ask you this. What's your favourite corner on the track?
Like corner
Jump, whatever you want.
or the straight at the back.
Yeah, that's a really good choice, to be fair. The whoops, a clear favourite, and you see a lot of drama there as well. Well, thank you for talking to us. Good luck tomorrow especially, and we hope you'll be able to do well for the rest of the season as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving on. Obviously, Seth is in the biggest class of the balance bikes, but what's your name and which class do you race in?
I'm called Arthur Belshard and I race in the E556.
There we go then. Well, of course, the electric bikes. So we've moved on from the balance bikes. How has your Saturday gone so far, do you think?
It's been quite good because I've got a third and fourth.
A 3rd and a 4th. And what happened in the other race? Don't remember?
I didn't fall off or anything.
Okay. Good. That's good. Well, how do you think you're going to do tomorrow? What's your target?
To probably beat 4.
To beat 4th. So to be on the podium, exactly. And then, obviously, the most important part at the end of the day, you'll get the medals. Do you reckon you'll be able to win tomorrow? Out of 10, how confident are you?
Probably 9.
Good. I like that. High five. Well done. Right. Thank you very much.
Continuing on the trend once again, we've moved on from the sponsors and now we're talking to more kids down here on the circuit where all the football is going on. We're having some fun down here in the sun on Saturday evening. Jimmy, I'm here down here with you. How's your weekend been going so far?
Pretty good. I've come first in 20, and then third, and
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We are here once again for our day 2 action. You've just joined us for our little pre-show before we get ourselves going. And now we're ready to get ourselves underway for today. And we've got our first class up here today, which is going to be our 12-inch 3-year-old class. So the smallest of our balance bikes, ready to get underway. 2 12-inch classes. And we'll see how this is going to go. My name is Joseph Black, and today I will be joined by Riley Davis for all of your motocross action. And they've just been gridded up. We're ready to go racing. Racing in this one here today, or at least the riders that raced in yesterday's action. 28, Santiago Baker. 89, Archie Pitt. The 24 of Jesse Ellis. The number 9 of Albie Murphy. The number 2 of Maya Cunningham. The number 99 of Micah Hoffmeister. The number 42 of Madison Pilgrim. The number 2 of Sadie Jenkins. The number 313 of Oakley Hancock. Then the 1 of Colton Wood. The 146 of River Moulton. And the 31 of Lamel Goodison as well. So we're going to be seeing all of these riders out there on the circuit in just a couple of moments' time. And, well, we will watch as they get themselves underway. Everybody has woken up nice and early for this start after what was a very late end last time out. And, well, we'll see what will happen. As I said, I'm Joseph Black. I'm joined by Riley Davis. Riley, are we looking forward to this one?
Yeah, we really are. It's going to be a really great day's racing. We've seen a lot of action yesterday. It has been stacked full of passes and plenty of fast lap times, and this small class here is always brought a bit of drama. There's been quite a lot of people battling at the front, and as I said yesterday, it's quite a mixture because things can change quite quickly.
Yeah, they absolutely can change really quickly indeed, I think. And, well, we'll see what these riders are capable of doing here today. I mean, we had a watch of all of these riders yesterday. And, well, it was, as we get ourselves underway, never mind, we're not going to talk about the history. We can talk about the here and now when we're watching these riders head down towards the first corner of this racetrack. It's the 89 and the 31 who are going to be side by side. What a start that is for one of the riders further back in the order. Might be in the lead by the time they head down to turn number 2. But they will continue their action. They will continue their racing onwards. And we do have a leader. I think that may well be. Well, we saw Archie Pitt get off to a good start. We saw a good start equally for Lamel Goodison as well. And I think they might be the ones duking it out at the top of the field just like they did yesterday. Who going to have gotten that whole shot? Lamel Goodison is in the lead of this race.
Yeah, we've been seeing that one all weekend long. 3 races this class had yesterday, as all the other classes did. And Lamel Goodison has been the top man. And he is doing a fantastic job to get out there well. Closely followed, though, by the number 99. That is Micah Hoffmeister even. Doing a great job currently trying to chase him down for the race lead at this point in time, as a few people just get a little bit stacked up there into the hairpin on the Mallor-E Mountain. I think we're looking at a closer battle for the lead, to be honest, because there was a bit bigger of a gap for Lamel Goodison in the lead yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see how this race plays out as we see everyone making their way down Mallor-E Mountain. Of course, they're just waking up, really, as the parents are also. We're all waking up here at Mallor-E Park, and we hope we're waking you up to the lovely, lovely action here on Sunday morning. It's going to be some good racing, and we're starting off with just the little ones, the 3-year-olds out there having some fun and learning their craft in their career of motocross, as they now make their way, skipping past the Suron summit because they struggle to get up that hill, those kids. So it's usually not somewhere that they go around. So there, they cut past it, and then they go round this series of left and right handers before going on to the whoops where the line is. And now Lamel Goodison looking like he's pulling out in the lead.
Oh, he is. He's got a great start, has Lamel Goodison, and he looks to continue it onwards throughout the course of this race and throughout the course of this weekend as well. Of course, in race 1 yesterday and race 2 and race 3, he showed some very, very strong pace indeed. He took the victory in race 1 and in race 2 he ran it close, but it was Archie Pitt who took the win there before Lamel Goodison was right back on top in race number 3, and he hopes to do exactly the same thing here today in races 4, 5 and 6. Don't forget, we've got 3 races across the course of today in each of the different classes. Lamel Goodison at the moment leads Micah Hoffmeister by 7.2 seconds. Archie Pitt 2 seconds off the back of the 99, who seems to have had a really big improvement over last bit of the weekend. Of course, he took race 1 to get into it a little more, but Micah Hoffmeister in race 2 was very good, was very up there, and then in race 2 he's managed to jump his way in there as well. Goodison, though, still the pace of Micah Hoffmeister on the last lap. There's only about 9 tenths between them. That could be the fight to watch.
Yeah, it definitely will be. There's always been a battle for that 2nd and 3rd position that we've seen across all the classes so far this weekend. While there's been dominance at the front, there's actually quite consistently always been a battle for those last spots on the podium. So we've definitely not been short of any action, that's for sure.
Yeah, we certainly haven't. And, well, of course, all of the classes have provided us action. Don't forget that we've got a whole plethora of classes racing here today. We've got we've got 14 bringing us the action, which means we've got plenty of different riders as well. And, well, it's fantastic to see everybody who is getting going right now. Lamel Goodison is going to come around the final few corners, and I think he's going to go and take us on to what will be the last lap of the first race of our Sunday.
Yeah, not only that, but a fastest lap as well of a 1:31.4, really putting the lap times in now on this early stage and getting awake, you have to say, quicker than the rest of the kids, possibly just being a bit better at getting out there and getting going quite quickly. So yeah, there's a few people just slowly breaking in some quicker lap times. Archie Pitt into the 34s and Mika Hoffmeister into the 36s as well, sorry, 37s. So yeah, some really good lap times being put down in the early morning here at Mallor-E Park, because all the experience from yesterday's race has certainly served them well.
Yeah, it certainly has. The more practice they get, the better they'll get it. It's as simple as that. And I mean, it's round 4 of the season out of 6, so I'm sure by the 6th race of the season they'll be keeping it up there with the quickest of the class, and the 31 will continue to just try to keep that pace up right now. And we will see what will happen with all of these riders as they head through the rest of this racing. But the 31 now heading up Mallor-E Mountain for the final time here in race number 1. We will see what he'll be capable of doing. Of course, though, it doesn't feel as though there'll be any mistakes from him, because he has been so fantastic throughout the course of today and of yesterday as well. And I say today, he is a third of the way through it as he heads around the final couple of corners to finish off the first race of today. Lamel Goodison has a gap of about 10 seconds. It was last time around, although Archie Pitt did set the fastest lap, so there might be fighting between the 31 and the 89 here today later on in the day. But it was a good start from the 31, and he's going to come around the final corner then, and he will go on to take the victory. The last lap flag is being waved for those riders just ahead of him. He's only lapped 4 of them, but that's still an impressive achievement, and he's going to come across the line to take the victory in race 1 of the day. Lamel Goodison is victorious. He's taken 3 out of 4 in the 12-inch 12-inch 3-year-old class, and he will continue to keep that momentum up. The next race that we will have is the 12-inch 4 to 5-year-olds. We're going to get a bit more powerful now with the number 10, Jensen James, the number 13, Rome Knight, the number 12, Roman Gay, the number 81, Axel Coley, the number 202, Teddy Bo Cooper, and the number 74, Jack Haynes as well. Those are going to be the riders in our next class. And don't forget, we've got plenty of riders out there on the circuit, and we've got plenty of partners that allow this racing to happen. We've got Hampton Electrical, we've got TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, SJs, and Tom Johnson and Son Motor Repairs. We spoke to both Tom Johnson and his son earlier on today. We spoke to him in the pre-show, which you would have seen earlier on today. We spoke to him yesterday. Fletcher's Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, with their Hyper-B Cup, which we'll be seeing later on in the day, and then our new partners for this weekend, which, you know, it's always fantastic to be able to bring you some more beautiful, just some great people who are helping us go racing. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, and Majestic RV. We're ready to get going for our second race of the day, as we've just got one of our riders coming to the line now, being wheeled to it, so maybe a problem with the bike. Hopefully they'll be able to get going again, but it's the 4 to 5s up next.
Yes, it is, and the power increases from 170 watts to 250. And of course, we thank you all our sponsors that helps produce this young talent in the Mallor-E Park Motocross Youth Championship. Of course, so many of them supporting us, and a great thank you. We spoke to a few of them, of course, as you mentioned, Joe, yesterday, and you would have seen that in the pre-show. It was lovely to speak with them and hear the stories about how they came into the championship, whether that's from their own child and bringing them to race, or just being part of the atmosphere in the paddock and getting involved in helping produce young talents like the ones we're seeing here.
Yeah, and they are real talents, aren't they, out there on the circuit, and we are very much looking forward to seeing them competing today and, well, competing throughout the rest of the season and potentially the rest of their careers. Jack's going to get ready to take us to racing. He'll stand on the pedal in just a couple of moments' time and drop the gate for our second race of the day. There's the thumb up, and there are we going to go. The action's underway here in our second race of the day, and it's going to be a good start for 3 of our riders. Who is going to take the whole shot down towards turn number 1? Well, we'll wait to see, as that is a very good start for the top 3 side by side. For 4th place right now, it's Axel Coley on the inside, and he's been able to make his way through. Who's going to get that whole shot then? We're going to see who that is as they get the jump over the crest, and we'll see who has got a very good start. It was 3 wide at the very start of this race, and then we are going to be having a look as they head up Mallor-E Mountain for the first time. Of course, the first 2 classes will not have that Surrey Summit to traverse, but at the very start of this race, it is going to be the number 10 of Jensen James, our dominant rider so far in this class, who's taking the lead once again.
Yeah, a brilliant start for Jensen. He's just got away well, and now he's got some traffic to contend with on the back of him, though. So I think we're going to see a bit more of a exciting race in this situation here, because people have come back and learned about what Jensen James did so well yesterday. So I believe we might actually see a good battle here between him and the rest of the riders. He was, as you said, the dominant force yesterday, but I don't think it's going to be the same story here today, and it echoes across the rest of the classes. Let's hope for some great battling and great racing, as it looks like we're about to get one right here. Jensen James leading ahead of Jack Haynes down to turn 1. Oh, a bit of a wobble on there for the number 74 as they head down to this hairpin corner. This is where things get tight, and tight it gets as Jack Haynes goes through alongside it, trying to run it round the outside. Doesn't quite make the move because these small little bikes, they're quite difficult to power around the outside. It's sort of when you get to the middle classes that becomes the easier task on the balance bikes. But now we come up to the tabletop. Looks like Jensen James pulled out a little bit of a gap now, but I think Jack Haynes is not done yet.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as though he's done yet at all. He did fantastically yesterday with the pace to keep himself up there, and he's chasing for that race win as it stands. And, well, he will continue on as Axel Coley has an issue down towards turn 3, and he's just going to get himself going once again. Hopefully all is okay, and he seems to be absolutely okay, and that is the most important part at the end of the day. Jack Haynes is right on the back of Jensen James now, and he wants to make his way through. Is it going to be on the inside line of the penultimate corner? Not quite yet. They're going to sit. He is going to wait. When is he going to find that opportunity? It feels as though it is going to brew.
Yeah, exactly that. It is going to go right down to the last lap, and I think right now we're seeing a bit of a tactical gameplay here from Jack Haynes, just trying to find the best way through, because these bikes, with how small and slow they are, they're the overtaking task is a lot more difficult, because the parents almost, they struggle to instruct the kids on how to best do it, because everyone's all over the track. There's no dedicated line that these kids are taking as of yet, because they're so young that they're still not quite understanding completely the best of lines to take. So the overtakes we see in these smaller classes are definitely a lot different from what we'll see in the bigger ones, and it's definitely a lot more unexpected at places.
Yeah, because there could be small mistakes. Of course, they are young riders, so they are going to be making mistakes early on, which is why we have this learning experience. And, the more mistakes they make in a low-pressure environment and a comfortable environment like Mallor-E Park, the better they can do later on in their career. So that is exactly why we almost want to be seeing those mistakes so they can get them out of the way. But now we're heading down. We were heading down towards the final couple of corners on this track, and you can see the development of it from yesterday to today. We just continue to watch these riders as they head on to what will be the final lap. Jensen James has built up a bit of a gap on that previous tour on Jack Haynes. And that gap, as they cross the beam and as they cross the timing board, will be 1.1 seconds. That was 5/10 bigger than it was on the previous lap time. And that's because Jensen James set the fastest lap of the race. Jack Haynes in that second place couldn't quite get close enough. But is this the opportunity? He got close through turn 1. He's challenging through turn 2 as well. This is really, really good from these two riders. James is just soaking up that pressure. Haynes is applying it as much as he can.
Yeah, we hear a lot in motorsport that it's way easier to chase than it is to lead. And even for these little kids, they're feeling the pressure. They know their parents standing on the side. You can hear them shouting at them, begging them to go for it and win this race. And you can definitely tell the passion is being put in, the family putting all their love into these young riders' careers to progress them across the classes here at Mallor-E Park. And Jack Haynes will be thinking that. He'll have that in his mind right now. He'll be wanting to do the business and take victory here on Sunday morning. He didn't take a victory yesterday in terms of a battle with Jensen James. So I think we're going to see a much different story here. But unfortunately, maybe not, as they now come to the checkered flag. It's going to be Jensen James over the whoops, who handles the pressure perfectly and holds back Jack Haynes to take victory in the second race of today. The 12-inch 4 to 5-year-old race ends up in Jensen James' favour, and the fastest lap on that last lap by him, a 20.3. What a great lap time from him.
Oh, it was very good. Jack Haynes as well, getting close, and he was in fact not quite close to James in the end, but he wasn't too far off the back. The next class that we're going to be having up is going to be the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class. And don't forget all of our partners that help our racing happen. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Minicabs, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motorverde Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson & Sons, Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, and of course the Soren. The Soren team that help us bring the Hyper-B Cup, that will be on later, but our next class that will be racing will be the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-olds. Same amount of power, but it's going to be a slightly bigger bike. Louis Gosney in the 17, Alfie Lovett in the 75, Lawrence Gackle in the 13, Maddox Jackson in the 29, and then we've got William LeConte in the number 4, Shelby Coates in the 176, and Leo Dugmore on the 21. That will be our riders for this class. That means we'll have 7 of them here today, and that means that we will have hopefully at least 7, because hopefully they're all making their way over. Of course, they might not have woken up after the World Cup match yesterday because that went late into the early morning as it was, and we know that everybody here has football fever. When we spoke to everybody for our pre-show yesterday, you could see the plethora of England shirts in the background, and now we can see all of the riders suited and booted, not for football anymore, but they're suited and booted for motocross.
Yes, hopefully football is coming home, but also these riders looking to take home victory today in this race. The first one for them of 3, all classes, 3 races for each one, and this allows for them to progress as the day goes on. So mistakes will probably be seen a little bit more, be it just struggling to get the pace out, but that will, as I said, progress as the day goes on. It's definitely not as warm today. We expected it to be really hot, but thankfully in these early hours of the day, not too warm at the moment.
But as you can hear with our camera, it is going to be quite windy. Of course, we're on top of the hill up by turn 1 with this camera shot, and it is quite windy. So all of these riders may well be affected by that. Yesterday, it was all about the riders potentially being affected by the heat and by the fact that it's so hot on those bikes. Today, though, it's all about the wind. Who's going to be able to blow themselves to victory? We will see as they get themselves underway. It's a very good start for Leo Dugmore, who's really trying to push himself on, but it will be the 75 and Dugmore who actually challenge into the first corner. Dugmore will get the whole shot, and it'll be Alfie Lovett right in behind then. It'll be 3 wide for that position right in behind, but Leo Dugmore with that start is going to take the lead, and as they head up the crest too, the first time, he will be challenged by Alfie Lovett.
Yes, the start of dreams for Leo Dugmore. We were saying yesterday that he was desperate to get into that podium battle, and now he's gone better than that and now taken the lead. That's fantastic for the number 21, who will now try and maintain the lead up to Mallor-E Mountain and back down again. It's about managing managing the pressure from the riders behind you who have that experience winning, who have that experience on the podium. Leo Dugmore won't believe his start, but now he has to get his head down and go for it.
He certainly will do. He will try to push himself on. This is the 29 of Maddox Jackson, who we've seen do so very well yesterday, and he's not quite up there with the top riders here today. I'd say he's in about 4th place at the moment, as Lawrence Gackle may well be fighting with the number 4. Is this going to be a move that William Leconte would have been looking for? Not quite yet. He's not quite going to be able to close in enough as we exit the first lap, and we will get the timing up. So Leo Dugmore just over a second ahead of Alfie Lovett in 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Lawrence Gackle. He's going to be about 1.3 seconds ahead of William Leconte. Then there's going to be 0.6 of a second between Leconte and Blake Coates, which has come down to nothing as they head down to the first corner. Coates has backed out. Not quite close enough for Shelby Coates, in fact, to make their way through. And they just sit and wait in behind for now. Those riders, though, will continue to scrap it out. Shelby Coates to the inside line takes the position.
Yeah, we said so many times at the start, it's really important in these classes because the riders can get to the front, they get confident, and they go out there and, as I said, get their head down. That's exactly what Leo Dugmore has done and is doing right now, getting the Moto Verde Whole Shot Award and then going further for that, trying to get the trophy at the end of the race. Currently running a second ahead of Alfie Lovett in 2nd, so I think we're going to see him start to pull away as the confidence builds.
Yeah, that's certainly what they're going to want to do as around the final corner. Lovett's got enough to pull alongside. Has he got enough to pull ahead? He'll be on the inside of the first corner, but Dugmore's just about going to squeeze ahead. And you're absolutely right. The Moto Verde Whole Shot Award available for one of these riders here today. And it'll be Cleaning Solution, which they might not appreciate, but their parents very much will. The 75 all over the back right now and having a look at Leo Dugmore for the lead of the race. Is he able to make his way through? He's certainly keeping close, but no cigar just yet.
Yeah, a pace that has just blown out of nowhere for Alfie Lovett. It's an incredible launch from him to start that second lap with such incredible pace, with a 1:13.4 on that last lap, half a second quicker than Leo Dugmore, bringing that gap down to a much smaller margin than it was after the first lap. So I think we've got a battle on our hands here, Joe. And yeah, as you said, winning the Cleaning Solution, the parents will definitely be interested in that. But there's a big moment there for one of the riders, the number 75, just managing to stay on. That was Alfie Lovett, who's getting in the groove now, getting in the rhythm, and just interrupted that rhythm a little bit with that moment, but thankfully has stayed on it and continued pushing on for this race victory.
They certainly are. The last lap flag is being waved for Leo Dugmore, and he will take it with Alfie Lovett in 2nd place. Dugmore has really pushed himself on throughout the course of this race. He's basically pushing that bike along at every available opportunity. You can see that foot comes off the bike because it's going on the ground to give him any extra speed. Then they head down towards the braking zones, and he puts those feet back on the bike just to get himself balanced and rotated. The balance bike definition is going to be, of course, he is going to want to balance it. And at the moment, that is really what he is going to try to do. Just really challenging Alfie Lovett here to take what would be a very good victory, but he's slow up the top of the crest. And this might open the door for Alfie Lovett around the outside. Dugmore using everything to stay ahead. And at the moment, he's been successful.
Yeah, exactly that. Alfie Lovett doing everything he can to try and keep on the back of Leo Dugmore and then go one more and go past him at this point in time. And this is why the battles in this class are so good, because as I said earlier, it's so unexpected. You never know when a move can be made. You never know when someone can take the corner way faster than the rider ahead of them. But for now, at this point in time, he just set the fastest lap. He responded to Alfie Lovett on the previous lap with a 1:11.6 and responds to his challenge with the race victory. A great ride from Leo Dugmore, who wins after a run of 4th places yesterday ahead of Alfie Lovett on the number 75, who did you have to say, a fantastic job to stay on the bike and stay competitive in that battle for victory. And then Lawrence Gackle was going to come to the line in 3rd place. Another good ride for the number 13, who takes the final spots on the podium in the 16-inch 3 to 4 years class.
Yes, they certainly do. And heading up to the next race, they're going to get a little bit older and a little bit more powerful, as well as we've got our riders out there on the circuit. The number 119 of Luke Lucas, the number 19 of Finley Gibbons, the number 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 22 of Joey Plass, the 719 of Blake Coates, the 21 of Henry Bedford, the 14 of Miles Powell, the 5 of Chase Tragus, the 917 of Archie Harper, the 4 of Boyce Clements, and I believe actually he's using the 7 this weekend, and then the 27 of Albert Reeves as well. Thank you, of course, to all of our partners that are revolving under your wonderful riders, and you can keep your eyes on them as they head through, and they can help you in any way that you would like. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, and Surren, as we get ourselves underway for today's race. And who is going to be taking the whole shot into the first corner? It looks like it's going to be 2x2 for it. Who is going to get that lead? We've got a clear leader, in fact, out of turn number 1, and it remains to be seen who that is going to be, as we've still got a little bit of fighting further back. That's a very good exit out of turn 2 for one of our riders, who's going to move their way up to 5th place. But the whole shot was taken by Ethan Rudd.
Yep, that confidence has been reborn. We saw pace like this on Saturday morning, and it unfortunately went away from him after a small error came his way. But now he's built it back up, and he's back out there ready to take victory, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's got away well, the start that's ever so important on these bikes, and now can pull away and try and make a gap.
Yeah, they're going to try to pull away and make that gap, as you say, and I think those top 2 have the capability to do so. I think a lot of these riders, if they're on it, they can be really on it. But if they, if they don't quite find their way into the race just yet, they can find it a bit difficult to get going. Ethan Rudd is going to lead the way, and Blake Coates with 2 seconds of a gap to our race leader, Albert Reeves, in P3, and Archie Harper's going to be about 5 seconds off in P4. It's going to be potentially side by side into the first corner between these 2 riders. Is that Archie Harper and Boyce Clements? I believe so, and I believe that's going to be Boyce ahead of Harper for now, with the number 4 swapping with the 917. That will be a fight for 4th place, and they will keep duking it out as they head through this one. And, we've got a rider just in behind as well, Miles Powell, ready to challenge with them. And, the 917, in fact, is behind the 14. So Miles Powell was able to get the jump on Archie Harper as well.
Yeah, we're seeing now the grid start to spread out a slight bit behind Ethan Rudd, but I think the podium battle once again might just get a bit tighter as the race goes on. You never know what may happen, because when Leo Dugmore in the previous race took a massive lead off the line, we then saw Alfie Lovett start to dig in and find that time in the second half of the race and got really close to a race-winning move. Just couldn't quite find the way through on his rival. But now we're looking at Ethan Rudd trying to pull the gap out. 2.5 is the gap from him, a fastest lap of a 59.3, and then Blake Coates behind him with a 59.8. So strong lap times to start off, but already Blake Coates looking like he might be thinking about the riders behind him and stopping them from challenging that second place.
Well, at the moment, he's definitely the second best rider in this race. That is for sure. Ethan Rudd with a 59.3, Blake Coates with a 59.8. That's about what we expect after that first lap as well. And those two somehow getting into the 59s on these bikes. That's impressive stuff. Albert Reeves, the third quickest rider with a 103.9, just behind him in third place. A few moves further up and down the order as we saw Boyce Clements and Miles Powell. They made their way through on Archie Harper, Henry Bedford, Bedford and Finley Gibbons and Jace Tragus as well, all swapping places, and we'll see what they're able to do as they go through on lap number 2. But this is our race leader, the 25 of Ethan Rudd. He will continue his route on, and he's had a fantastic start to today. You can tell there's no fatigue at all for the 25, or at least not yet, because he's just doing a fantastic job at the moment. It might be a case of he's settled himself so well, he's so used to the circuit that he can do it with his eyes shut.
Or it might be the case if he was the only one that didn't stay up last night for the England football match, because I bet there is a lot of tired kids even. I know they've got infinite energy, but sometimes, I mean, that is a late night for some of those kids, and I imagine some of them went to bed a little bit earlier before the game ended. But nonetheless, Ethan Rudd putting in the pace, but Blake Coates on that last lap closed in just a little bit, 1.7 the gap now, but it looks like as he comes to the line that it won't be enough. Despite the gap closed, Ethan Rudd comes back to the top step here in the 16-inch 5 to 7 class, that controlling that 350 watts of power underneath them to take home a podium. Blake Coates in second place, and it looks like Albert Reeves now coming to the line for the final spot on the podium.
Yes, he certainly will do that. With third place for Albert Reeves in the 27, just taking a little bit of time to get up there with those top 2 today, but I have no doubt that he will continue to just plug away. But the third place, not too bad, all things considered. Boyce Clements and Miles Powell, 4th and 5th, and then we head down the order with the rest of the riders. That's halfway through. Then it'll be likely Harper, Bedford, Gibbons, Lucas, and Tragus rounding out our order as, Luke Lucas managing to make his way off of up until into 9th place as it stands. We head on to our 18-inch 5 to 8-year-olds, so we're going to get a little bit more powerful, and we're going to get a little bit bigger in terms of the grid size as well. The number 3, Blake Ford. The number 8, Olivia Colquitt. The number 25 of Ethan Rudd, who's got to go nice and quick. The number 536 of Cooper Mathers. The number 28 of Louis Gilbert. The 148 of Tommy Cotter. The 28 of Ben Ferries. The 67 of Kanan Wright. The 9 of Franklin Cherniak. The 100 of Milo Cooper. The 15 of Harry Haig. The 21 of Mabel Breeze. The 18 of Isla Ray Rowland. The 100 of Spencer Ram. And the 24 of Mason Pilgrim will compete it out in this race. And of course, as always, thank you very much to those of us who help this racing happen and help these grids get as big as they do, as we've got plenty of partners. But before we talk about that, we're going to get ready for these riders to get going, and Jack is going to get us going in just a couple of moments' time. Not wearing his high vis here today, but he's wearing his regular Mallor-E Park shirt that is going to be, I'd say that's a pretty decent shade of green nonetheless. He's just waiting for the final riders to get themselves ready, and we will get ourselves underway very shortly as well. You can see Revy, one of our partners, along the bottom of the screen as we're seeing them compete for that screen space down at the bottom as we see the riders competing for the race. The thumb's going to go up, and we are going to get the action underway now. Who will get the whole shot down towards the first corner? We will wait and we will see. We will watch these riders as they head down towards the first corner, and it will be 3, almost 4 wide for those first 2 spots, for filtered out 2 by 2. Isla Ray Rowland in that second place, but it looks like our whole shot has been taken, and it's not going to be her right up in that top spot. She did challenge for that place, but as we head up to the crest for the first time, our lead is going to be taken by what is going to be, what's happened here? Why are we stopping? There's going to be yellow flags, but I think it's been converted to a red flag. It was going to be the 148 who got the whole shot of Tommy Cotter, but it looks as though we're going to be giving it a go to get going once again.
Yeah, I'm sure they will get going once again. That was an odd stop. I didn't see any offs or after that first corner, but we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe in a false start, I don't know. We'll have to maybe check things over. Well, of course we won't. That's not our job. We're here to talk about it, and we'll get the information delivered to us. But everyone making their way nice and safely now back to the grid. But yeah, it's good that everyone's all right and no one's in any pain or anything. Everyone's still on their bikes as far as we could see. So I think we're going to get this one back underway.
We've got one of the riders in the mid-pack there. They were being wheeled off on their bike, so I don't know if they're the one that are going to get the talking to. as they head through. I think some of these riders were even talking to each other. We could hear young voices as they headed up the hill. That would be quite impressive, because I certainly wouldn't be able to hear anybody if I was wearing that helmet. But in fact, I spoke to a couple of the riders yesterday while they were still wearing their helmets, and I could make it out. So maybe they have that multitasking ability to just do that. And, well, we will see what will happen with these riders as they get themselves underway for this race once again. Whether they will get themselves underway or not, we will wait to see. Of course, we are a little bit ahead of schedule today, which is really good to see, and that allows us the opportunity if they do, and it looks as though we are going to be parking ourselves back up on the starting grid. Just a reminder then of everybody that helps us bring our action to your screens. PJ's Garage, Hampton Electrical. Should I try and keep pace with the logos down the bottom? I'm not sure whether I'd be able to do that because we've got so many people who help us bring the racing to you. Revy, there's another one as we get ourselves ready to go racing for this one once again. We've got also Mayflower Travel, we've got Majestic RV, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJs, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, Soren and Revy, of course, as we saw on Moto 25 have a little setup thing going this weekend, which is really good for spare parts in case anybody is in the need for them. I haven't quite fully checked it out because I'm not riding a motorbike this weekend, but I'm sure that all of the riders have taken a gander at it. Jack getting ready to go once again, hoping that nothing is going to go wrong this time, and then we can get ourselves ready to go racing with one of our bigger classes.
Yeah, we are ready to go. These ones are on a massive grid here, and it means that we are going to see plenty of battles between the many riders that are on the grid. And yeah, just going back to what you said there about them talking to each other. I mean, you talk a lot to yourself when you're on a motorbike, even if it's just on the road. But racing, especially, is a big different story. You talk to yourself a lot, and quite critiquing of yourself at times, and especially when you're on these electric bikes. While you're in a last lap battle, you could probably look over to your side and start talking to the person you're racing against.
You could, and you could tell, you could almost communicate with them about where you're going to be on the racetrack, which could be quite useful for these riders as they compete out, and they can go, right, I'm going to go to the outside, you're going to go to the inside. That as well. So it could all be tactical. Thumb up at the front of the grid, and we're going to get ourselves underway, and we're going to see what these riders are able to do the second time around. Who's going to get the whole shot into the first corner? It looks as though we might have a different rider at the front, and they will continue their way through. Who has gotten that whole shot into that first corner? Is that going to be Isla Ray Rowland this time around? I certainly saw a 1 on the front of one of the bikes at the front, but we're not going to be able to see until we get those numbers on the bikes. Of course, the fantastic bikes all looking out here as there we go. Who is that going to be getting that whole shot? It will be the 28. That will be Louis Gilbert.
Yeah, it will be Louis Gilbert getting away really well at this point in time. Sometimes, a bit of a moment there for, I think that was Isla Ray Rowland. Some riders, after a restart, just struggling to get back into that headspace and that mind to just push it once again and go for it. But Louis Gilbert seeming like he is the strongest in that sector because he got away so well and now leads this race ahead of the many riders sacked up behind him, especially with that moment for Isla Ray Rowland. Now it's going to create two little groups of perhaps 6 riders each.
It certainly will. Well, I mean, we've got 2:28, so we may well be calling Louis Gilbert to the lead, but it may well be Ben Ferries as well. We'll see as they cross the line for the first time, and it is, in fact, Louis Gilbert who is at the top of that group. He holds it, and second place for Cooper Mathers, but Tommy Cotter's going to put alongside, and I believe ahead of that position as, we've lost a couple of riders who have gone further down the order. They're not out of the race just yet. Every single person is still in this one, but we've seen a couple of riders drop down. But yeah, Louis Gilbert is going to be about 6/10 ahead of Cooper Mathers. Tommy Cotter is about 7/10 off the back of him. Harry Haig, even in the 15, has done a fantastic job to jump up to 4th and potentially be in podium contention.
Yeah, podium contention is going to be the word of mouth here in this class because there's so many riders fighting for it. Isla Ray Rowland, one of them, as she makes it a bit clean, more clean this time around, and is trying to get back into that podium fight. It was one that was quite action-packed yesterday. Many riders battling for the final spot on the podium, currently occupied by Tommy Cotter, who dominated so many different races yesterday and now looking to replicate that same performance. At the moment, 1.3 off the leader, he is Louis Gilbert. Now, when they come across the line, we'll wait and see what the lap times look like on that lap. Louis Gilbert did a 109.6, but it's quickly beaten by Cooper Mathers behind him with a 109.5. That gap is slowly coming down, but he's got company behind him, not too far behind at this point, so he could be in trouble here, and they have to work together to catch Louis Gilbert, but they're already running out of time.
Side by side between a couple of the riders in this mid-pack. That was for 6th place, I believe, as they just continue to fight it out. Olivia Colcat actually has managed to pull ahead and hold on to that 4th place, which means Harry Haig and Isla Ray Rowland are fighting, and Mason Pilgrim, Ethan Rudd and Blake Ford are duking it out for those lower down spots in the top 10. And this is the 15 on the inside. This is going to be Ethan Rudd, who's had a great fight back in this race on the outside. Can the 15 defend? For now, the answer is yes. And that opens the door to the 24. Mason Pilgrim around the outside of Ethan Rudd and will be able to sweep across and take that position. So just, they saw the door and then they went straight through it. A very good move from Mason Pilgrim.
The best way to find the way through in a pack like this is waiting for someone else to make the mistake for you. They dive up the inside, send each other wide, and you go on and collect it like it's a free coupon on the floor or something like that, because at this point in time, Ethan Rudd now needs something like that to happen. It's exactly what happened to him, but he was unfortunately on the receiving end of the dive bomb. As they now head on to the last lap, it's about this battle here for the final spots in the top 6, because the 2 girls ahead, Olivia Colcott and Isla Ray Rowland, have pulled away in 4th and 5th, and now they are going to be duking out for 6th. We're now watching a battle commence for 2nd place between Tommy Cotter and Cooper Mathers as they go side by side over the tabletop and along the Mallor-E mountain, and going the long way around there is Tommy Cotter trying to get the exit down the mountain. Not quite enough to make it work so far, but if there's anything we know about Tommy, is that he's got that late race pace. Let's see if he can convert that into some racecraft to send a dive up the inside in these last few moments.
Yes, and they're heading down Surrey Summit for the final time in this race. But Louis Gilbert he took the whole shot, and from there, he was able to just break away sensationally. The number 28 has some really talented, really quick riders behind him, but he has managed to keep that pressure up. He has risen to the occasion. Louis Gilbert takes the victory here in race 1. Cooper Mathers and Tommy Cotter will come home, and they will come home in that order, with Olivia Colcutt in 4th place, just ahead of Isla Ray Rowland in 5th. Then you got the likes of Harry Haig, Mason Pilgrim. This was a fight that we watched throughout the entire race, and they have come to the line now. Colcutt just ahead of Rowland. Haig just ahead of Rudd, Mason Pilgrim, Blake Ford and Ben Ferries rounding out the top 10. George Milligan able to get past Odd Franklin Cherniak on the last lap, and Spencer Ram, Milo Cooper, and then here comes Mabel Breeze, our final finisher for this race. Race number 1 of that class, and that will be the checkered flag for the first of 3 times for the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-olds. We're going to get a bit older and potentially a little bit bigger as well, although they still have the 18-inch option. 18 to 20 inches at 9 to 14 years old and up to 850 watts of power. We've got a very good grid for this one as well. Peyton Lascelles in the 20, Joshua James Bones in the 82, Lamaya Murphy in the 8, Jack Ferries in the 89, the 94 of Regan Pearson, the 87 of Charlie Hubble, the 29 of Colby Fletcher, and the 7 of Seth Johnson, the 536 of Olivia Mason. We've got the 15 of Freddie Jacklin, the 317 of Charlie Cargill, the 28 of Jasper Davis, the 55 of Joey Clapson, the 75 of Jimmy Briggs, and the 29 of Caden Waldock, as we're ready to get ourselves racing for today's action. And we, of course, would not be able to go racing without the help of our partners. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson & Sons, Motor Repairs, Fletcher's Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, Suron, and with Revy as well. Those are all the people helping us get going, as well as all the wonderful people out there on the circuits, just the marshals and even the riders as well as Jack, who works incredibly hard out there to just get the racing going. And he's about to get the racing going right here, right now. He's just waiting for the final checks before we can get our 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 14 year old 850 watt bikes underway. And a couple of them have jumped the gun. They're going a little bit too early. Don't get excited, because the time to get excited is when that gate drops. The thumb goes up once again and the action gets underway. This is going to be a very hotly contested group of riders, and that's going to be rapid into the first quarter for quite a few of them as the bikes get bigger and they get more powerful. Who will lead out of the first couple of corners? It will be side by side for third and fourth, and actually a move for second place is going to be on as well. Maybe even a move for third, as the whole shot was taken, but then they dropped down from first almost down to fourth. But it will be the 29 of Colby Fletcher to take the lead in the early stages of this race, and what a move that will be indeed. And down the inside goes one of the riders, unfortunately down for the 75 of Jimmy Briggs, but he's up on the bike, he's all okay, and he's ready to get going again.
Yep, perfectly done there. Get straight back up, get straight back on it, and keep going for that podium place. And he's still got a chance of doing it. His pace yesterday was truly amazing, and it can definitely be replicated here on Sunday morning. Let's see what he's got then, but let's see what the rest of the grid has got, as we see a few riders jumping over the exit of the banking there, trying to get a better inside line for the next corner. We're seeing many riders stack up now for this race behind the number 29. There's a little bit of a group forming as Caden Waldock has got that Moto Verde whole shot and pulled away ahead of Olivia Mason and Reagan Pearson. But yeah, stacking up behind, I think Jasper Davis is this little group we're seeing here, but I think we're going to see that group start to spread out.
Whenever we see a number 29 at the top of the field, we assume that it's Colby Fletcher. But, I mean, Caden Waldock has had a fantastic weekend so far, and he took that lead early on. And, I mean, maybe we should start thinking about Waldock as being that 29 of the lead that leads this group. Of course, the other 29 not even in this race anymore, so he's decided not to race here on Sunday, and so he will compete on. Olivia Mason 5.2 seconds back, Regan Pearson in that third place, and Jack Ferries in fourth as well. And Pearson is going to be looking for the move at some point soon on the back of the 5.36. Will there be an opportunity within the next couple of laps to make his way through and jump up into second place? Well, we will wait and see. As around the outside of the first quarter he looks, and that's an unfortunate incident for Jimmy Briggs. He's back up once again. He's doing really well to keep going, and he will be, I think, he's going to be a little bit battered and bruised at the end of this race, but you can tell that he's worked hard as there's a move for Regan Pearson. He's past Olivia Mason.
Yeah, this podium battle now getting really, really heated between these three at this point, and Caden Waldock just pulling away all the time as these lot battle for the second and third spots. As you said, yeah, there's Regan Pearson, Olivia Mason in the battle, and Jack Ferries not too far behind as well there in fourth place. Jimmy Briggs, though, will try and did remount, of course, and will now try and catch back up to this group. That's 2 crashes already for him, but not to worry. He's straight back out there. He's okay. He's not hurt, and he's ready and motivated to continue his charge in the top 5.
Yeah, ready and motivated is absolutely right, and they are all ready and motivated to get going. Caden Waldock 3 seconds faster than Olivia Mason last time around. Olivia Mason was a 107.7. Regan Pearson was a 107.3, so it's unsurprising that he's made his way through as we head on to the final lap. And Jack Ferries actually was quicker on that first time lap than Mason, so it might be a fight for third place. That time around, though, it was quicker again from Jack Ferries. So Olivia Mason was rapid on the first lap, hasn't quite found that same pace that she's had, and she's going to hope that she can do so she can stay on that podium. And what a fantastic achievement it would be for the 5.36 and Regan Pearson as well to share the podium with Caden Waldock, who's been absolutely fantastic throughout the course of this race. Just took the start, and ever since then the 29 has just burst away and has just stayed ahead. He's done fantastic, and there's a little bit of showboating for good measure as well. A little bit of a wheelie as he heads up the hill, difficult to do as you go up a hill, so it's even more impressive there. Regan Pearson, Olivia Mason and Jack Ferry scrapping it out, as well as Seth Johnson and Charlie Hubble for the final spot on the podium. But the top spot of the podium will only go one way, and it's going to go the way of the 29. Caden Waldock takes the win in race 1 here today. Race 4 of the weekend. And what a race it was for him. Just at a canter, that victory was. Second place will come home for Regan Pearson. Colby Fletcher came out there and apparently set a 27.5. Don't know how true that is, but Regan Pearson second, Olivia Mason in third, and then Jack Ferries will come home in fourth, just ahead of Charlie Hubble. Seth Johnson in sixth place, with Joshua James Bones in sixth. And then all of those riders just coming to the line. Next class up will be swapping over from the balance bikes and heading over to the e-bikes. The E2s, the 3 to 4-year-olds, will be out there on the circuit in just a couple of moments' time, as it looks as though, unfortunately, Mallor-E is having problems. We hope that she is all okay, and we hope that she'll be happy to go again for race 5 and race 6 of this weekend. But the E2 3 to 4 class will be getting ready to get going, and it's the 75 of Alfie Lovett, the 20 of Olivia Greener, the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, the number 29 of Maddox Jackson, the 26 of AJ Garwood, the 113 of Albie Clark, the 4 of Hunter Houghton, the 5 of Ralph Sagar, the 198 of Rowan Turner, the 10 of George Chapadza, and the 101 of Chester Ram will be competing it out in this race, which is brought to you by all of our fantastic partners who will they will keep supporting us hopefully throughout the rest of this season, as hopefully we're going to get the chance to bring you every single round of our 6-round season here at Mallor-E Park. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, and Motor 25, Soren and Revy, all helping us. And there is Lamaya Murphy. She is all okay and has made it to the end of the race. So that is great news for Lamaya out there. And, well, one thing, though, I wanted to note from the previous race, we'll see how the actual grid stacks up. But if it's as it is on the timing, Colby Fletcher set a 27.5 on that last lap, which would be 37 seconds quicker than anybody else. So, I mean, he's fantastic, but he's not quite that fantastic. And, well, we will see him, I'm sure, for race number 5, as maybe he just had problems with the bike and couldn't get going for the start of the race, but he will get going for the end. Jack having a chat with one of the riders before we get ourselves underway for the first electric bike action of the day.
Yeah, and one thing for the viewers, whether you're watching on Motorsport Radio or the Mallor-E Park YouTube channel, especially if you watch yesterday's coverage, you're going to be sick to death of hearing us talk about how important the starts are. And it's something that we can't stress enough, how important it is as the bikes get bigger as well, how important it is to get that whole shot, the Moto Verde whole shot, not only to get some cleaning products for yourself after the race, but also to just get out there, get in your own rhythm. You haven't got to worry about anyone else around you apart from the people behind you. You haven't got to think about an overtake and how you do it. You've got to think about getting in your own rhythm, getting in your own speed and going for it and trying to pull away as everyone dukes it out behind you.
Yeah, certainly so. And well, something that's also important is the fact that, well, you can join this championship because at the end of the day, it will be the riders that are the most important part of the crux of our series. And, well, you can get yourself involved. You can have a look at all of the Mallor-E Park with an E channels on various different social medias, and you can have a chat. Jet replies the same day. We put the thumb up and we get our action underway for the majority of our riders, 1 or 2 non-starters. But into the first corner, we are going to get a clear couple of leaders. It was at the start of the race going to be a very, very good start indeed for Albie Clark. And Riley Hickenbottom not quite got the whole shot that he was so used to getting yesterday, but he continues to try and make his way through. And it looks like he might be just up to 3rd place. Not quite yet. Wasn't able to pull alongside. Didn't quite have the confidence over the whoops just yet. And so Albie Clark takes the lead.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from today and yesterday is that Riley Hickenbottom gets better as the day goes on. He was really fast in the first race yesterday, but he was a lot more troubled by Albie Clark. Albie Clark was on point, chasing him down for the victory on the last couple laps, and then got more and more dominant as the day went on. So perhaps just struggling to get into his rhythm, because usually the starts is where we saw him fly away.
It certainly is. We see him fly away at the start, but Albie Clark has taken that opportunity, and Riley Hickenbottom has a different situation to deal with than he has done the rest of the weekend, where he finds himself slightly further down in the order of the first lap. Not too far down the order, just down in 3rd place, but that could be still a difficult gap to bridge. Is he going to go around the outside here of 2nd place to AJ Garwood into the first corner? Not yet, but is that going to be something he will set up soon? I'm sure it will be. Is it the inside into 2? Not quite yet, but he is really having a look. He might be on the exit, starting to get closer as he builds that confidence around the outside of AJ Garwood once again. Who will get the confidence over the whoops? It will be Garwood, who stays ahead for the time being, but Hickenbottom tries to do the up and under, not quite able to do so just yet. In the meantime, Ralph Sagar watching these two go at it and hoping he can just get himself involved in the battle for the podium. Albie Clark will be loving this, seeing that gap open up, because he knows that as soon as Riley Hickenbottom might get through, he could be in trouble. AJ Garwood, though, doing a good job at the moment to keep the pace up.
Yeah, exactly. Really good job from those 2 in that podium battle. Soon to be 3, as you said, Joe. Ralph Sagar trying to get his name in that hat. Chester Ram also not too far behind this group as well. But not only just thanks to this battling, but before that as well, Albie Clark has been rolling out some incredible lap times from the start of this race. He's put out the gap to over 5 seconds and has now come across the line with a 109.0. And you can imagine that these guys behind are going to be slightly slower, having had those multiple moments trying to push each other out the way, get the move up the inside. And now that gap goes up to 8 seconds. So Albie Clark putting in the work in this early stage to open the gap and now really force his will upon this race, because they're going to start panicking behind him. AJ Garwood, Riley Hickenbottom, they're not going to be thinking about the race win anymore. Albie Clark is gone. So unfortunately for Riley, his chances of taking all the wins this weekend is gone unless something happens to Albie Clark. But now, as we get to the later stages of the race, that group of 2 is now becoming a group of 4, and we're going to see it all of the gloves come off of these riders to go for this final 2 spots on the podium.
We certainly are. Here they go then, fighting it out right now. And, well, the 26 has managed to hold on a very good defensive performance from the 26. And that's one of the underrated skills in motorbike racing because, of course, you don't have the width of a car. You have just the bike for yourself. So just knowing where to put it is important, as Riley Hickenbottom had a look to the inside. But AJ Garwood was already turning into the corner, so a slight bit of miscommunication as they head onto the final lap. And he's got a bit more breathing room. Alfie Lovett has managed to make his way past Ralph Sagar and Chester Ram and is ready to go fighting for these top 3 spots. Only 6 tenths off of the back of Hickenbottom as they crossed the line last time around. But Albie Clark with the fastest lap once again. He looks as though he's going to make the most of the start.
Yeah, really impressive lap times. Quite a stretch away from what we were seeing yesterday. We were seeing Riley Hickenbottom in the 107s. So I think that's just proving that he gets stronger as the day goes on. And perhaps the track condition is just a little bit different at this point. Perhaps a little bit more grainy because of how warm it was last night. Boy, do we know it. But I think, yeah, these different conditions are going to make a difference. As it gets more dusty, I think maybe Riley Hickenbottom is able to do a little bit better. But taking advantage of all of this at the moment, Albie Clark, from start to finish, puts in the shift of a lifetime. He wins the race here in this class. What an amazing performance, again, from start to finish. Got the start, he checked all the boxes, defended well, didn't come off, and made everything sure. He closed every single window of opportunity for anyone else to challenge him.
Yeah, closed every single chance. Albie Clark 10.9 seconds ahead of Riley Hickenbottom and AJ Garwood at the end. Alfie Lovett couldn't quite keep it with those 2 at the end of the race. Chester Ram came home in 5th. And Sagar, Houghton, Turner, Greener, Jackson and Japadza in that order. Then we head on to our E2 4-6s. So we're going to get a bit older and a bit smaller in terms of the grid size, but no less action. The number 528 of Archer Safe, the 4 of Lando Love, the 275 of Eddie Hempstock, the 121 of Tommy Brown, the 25 of Grayson Knight, and the 21 of Leo Dugmore, as well as the 23 of Harrison Thomas, are going to be out there ready to go racing. And they can go racing thanks to our fantastic partners: PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, at Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Motor 25, Sauron and Revy. As the bikes are just getting ready, it looks as though we've got 5 out there, so we might not have a full complement of riders for this class, as some parents may not be up just yet. Of course, it's coming home, but it was very late into the night when that was confirmed, or the fact that they still had the chance was confirmed. So you understand a little bit the parents that found it a little bit difficult to wake up this morning, but as soon as they see these bikes, I'm sure they'll be ready to go. And it's not like they can be woken up by the loud petrol engines, because we have electric racing here on the Mallor-E Park circuit. And, well, like it or not, electric is the future of racing. And so it's always good to see these young riders involved in electric racing early on, so they can get a head start on their petrol friends, and we can get ourselves racing for this race, which is a little bit later on, a little bit bigger than the E2 class in terms of the age, but they are still, of course, the E2 class for the 4 to 6 year olds. He's ready to step on the pedal. The thumb goes up, and The action gets underway now. A good launch initially from the 23, but there was a little bit of wheel spin that means that there is going to be a new leader into the first corner. Side by side for second place between Lando Love and Leo Dugmore, and they will keep duking it out. It looks as though they will be actually jumping up. A good start as well for Eddie Hempstock, who finds himself in third place, and we've got a pretty decent split of riders as we've got side by side for second place. And right now it will be the 1-2-1, Tommy Brown in the lead.
It is certainly Tommy Brown in the lead, a name that we've seen in the lead many a time so far this weekend. The number 121 on board the Gas, the Austrian manufacturer bike. Of course, all these bikes, electric machines. And as you also said, Joe, electric, the future, the perfect future for motocross, for raising kids on these bikes. They're easy to maintain and they're great to carry around, and they're easy for the kids to learn on. And then they progress to the more extreme and professional routes on engine bikes. We'll wait and see how their careers progress, because right now we're at the grassroots, seeing how these kids learn their craft, and that craft is here made at Mallor-E Park. Get your kids out here if you want them to come racing and go through all the classes. It's never too late to start your kids on motorbikes, and regardless of how old they are, as long as of course they're not over the age limits, it should be enough to get them on the grid and get them having fun. And it's a great family weekend here at Mallor-E Park. Of course, if you watched our pre-race show earlier on, you would have seen all the football and fun going on down on the actual Mallor-E Park circuit. So yeah, there's always some fun to be had, whether it's on the bikes or not. There's always a good time in this paddock. But nonetheless, the good time at the moment is what we're seeing on track. But Tommy Brown putting in the good lap times at the moment. 3 seconds is his lead over Lando Love, who you may have heard yesterday we were saying was showing some amazing strengths in his defensive skills, and now we're going to see that put to the test here by Leo Dugmore.
Lando Love, something we saw a lot at the British Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. But the number 4, just a good racer in his own right, and I'm sure the number 4 is taking inspiration. The 275 was all over the back of Leo Dugmore last time around through the last few corners. But Dugmore was better in the final segments of the track, so he was able to stay ahead. The 275 just in behind Archer Safe, trying to follow through and follow suit. Is this a really good exit from Hempstock, the one that he needs? Not quite yet, because it was so good that he found himself out of position and where he didn't want to be on that outside line of the corner. The 275 all over the back of the 21, wanting to make that move. Archer Safe just watching and waiting in the background. He feels as though there's going to be a move on at some point very soon. Brown and Love have a gap at the top of the field. Brown has a gap of 7.4 over Love, and Dugmore is about 2.5 seconds back on Lando Love. Not able to make the move just yet. The 275 trying to find any single opportunity, and Archer Safe, he's just playing it safe right now. He's watching, he's learning, and he's waiting.
Yeah, exactly that. Eddie Hempstock has played a vital role in the podium battles in this class across the weekend, and looks to continue that across the rest of the weekend. Of course, including this one. 3 more races left for this class, and plenty more action where that came from. Tommy Brown putting in the actions of fast lap times, 108.5 on that last lap for him. Really putting the speed down as they now go on to the last lap. It's a lead of 10 seconds for Tommy Brown, but now a group that has been split by less than a second is this group of the second place, the third place, and the fourth. Lando Love, Leo Dugmore, Eddie Hempstock, all locked together in combat and trying to end up on the top of that group at the moment. But yeah, as we're watching now, Tommy Brown come down the Mallor-E mountain. It's been another sublime performance from him, but we're waiting to get a look back at that podium battle, see what's going on. Will Lando Love continue that amazing defense, or will there be riders like Leo Dugmore and Eddie Hempstock making issues for him and taking that second place with a daring move down the inside? Only time will tell. But I'll tell you what the times tell is the amazing pace Tommy Brown put down from the start to the finish. And here he comes then to the finish, over the whoops, to the line rather peacefully, because he wins by a quarter mile here at Mallor-E Park. And we'll have to wait and see how this podium battle ends and whose favour it ends in as they now come to the line. Over the whoops, it will be Lando Love in second place. A brilliant ride from him, as I think dropping back slightly was that battle for third, but it's going to go right to the line between the number 21 and the number 275, ending in Leo Dugmore's favour. Close battle at the end there between Hempstock and Dugmore. Really great to see the action.
Certainly was very good. The gap at the end of the race was 2 seconds, and we will see where they end up as we head through to the next race. The next race then will be our E3 class, the 4 to 5 year olds. And we're going to be heading on to our next class of riders, of course, some of which we've seen already. The number 44 of William Leconte, the number 28 of Archie Leacock, the number 22, Joey Plass, the 31 of Freddie Hamilton, the 36 of Owen Everall, the 14 of Miles Powell, the 903 of Noah Wewell, the 19 of Finley Gibbons, the 4 of Reggie Doyle, the 294 of Henry Chamley, the 421 of George Milligan, the 227 of Jensen Summers, the 19 of Adonis Martin, and the 747 of Zach Kay. And, of course, yesterday we called Reggie Doyle. Well, we didn't call Reggie Doyle to the win. That was the problem, because he did take the victory, but we called William Leconte by mistake. So we're just hoping that he gets on the top step so we can give him the plaudits that he so deserved after the racing that he put in yesterday. It was a fantastic job that he did indeed. And Jack wandering over now, ready to get us underway for our racing action. And don't forget, well, we've got plenty of people helping us to get the action underway. We've got the likes of Revy, Surren, Moto 25, Tars, Fletcher Scaffolding, Tom Johnson and Sons, SJ, Spooks, Motorverde, Whittam Grange Glamping, TLB Projects, Hampton Electrical, Majestic RV, Mayflower Travel with their minicabs, and also PJ's Garage. So plenty of partners, plenty of help getting ourselves underway. And if you want to help as well, I'm sure you can contact Jack and, well, you can sort something out. I'm sure he will be absolutely over the moon to have your help. Any help, it matters, especially in grassroots racing. And that's why, I mean, all the parents are fantastically helpful. We've got the per engineers, of course, that are behind the riders. They turn into marshals as we get the race going, and they can just help sort out the riders in case there are any problems out there. And it's just a fantastic spirit here around Mallor-E Park Circuit. I recommend you get involved. And let's get in amongst it for the next race of the day. Who will get the whole shot down towards the first corner? It will be 3 riders duking it out heading into turn 1. As you can see, the dust plumes really flying up now as the circuit gets more rubbered in, gets more worn in, and they get themselves continuing on. We will get lots of side-by-side, almost sideways for one of the riders further up. But it is going to be Joey Plass who is going to take that lead, take that whole shot, and try to continue that momentum.
Yes, taking the banking rather aggressively off the start as well is Joey Plass, clearly getting into that strong rhythm we saw him in earlier on yesterday. And now, he did end up not on the top step, despite his magnificent pace. Someone going down there at the hairpin on the top of the Mallor-E Mountain. That's a real shame for that young man, but he is going to get straight back up and back on the bike, as it does everyone here at Mallor-E Park Motocross. They get straight back up and get back going again. They never ever stop, and thankfully not injured there at all. Now we're going to see this battle start to tighten up at the front, because Joey Plass is under pressure from Reggie Doyle and Noah Wewell.
Yeah, he is at the moment. This is for, of course, that first place. And side by side here for Miles Powell and for one of the riders as well, which is, of course, Freddie Hamilton. They are duking it out for position right now. We've seen a driver that has copied the style of one of our riders earlier on. Of course, we see all the time lots of riders adding things to their bikes, say, for example, Santiago Baker's Bluey, or as I'm referencing here, Riley Hickenbottom's hair. We've got another hairy rider out there, the 421 of George Milligan, as he continues to go racing at the moment, holds himself in pretty decent stead in this race, all things considered, and will continue to try and build his way up side by side potentially for the lead of the race, as Reggie Doyle is looking for the outside, might switch to the inside. He will look for it as they head down towards the first corner. The 22 will hold that outside line into 1, and Reggie Doyle will just tuck in behind. They've got to be careful as well. Noah Wewell, with the fastest lap of the race, is just about to pounce.
Yeah, but he's starting to run out of time already. We might only be a handful of laps in, but they're quite short, these races, So he's got to find his way through on Reggie Doyle as quick as he can, as Freddie Hamilton has now done the fastest lap with the 102.5. He certainly delivered us some incredible action yesterday. He was making some amazing moves, getting some incredible starts, and doing some amazing lines as well. So we'll have to wait and see how this progresses. You feel like Freddie Hamilton is a little bit too far back to challenge for the win, but you never know what might happen, because George Milligan has now put in the fastest lap of the race in 6th place. But at this point in time, Joey Plass continued to lead going down the hill. His Husqvarna quickly followed by the KTM of Reggie Doyle in 2nd. Now, how can Reggie Doyle respond? In here it is, up the inside, can't quite find the way through, but I'll tell you what, lap traffic makes the difference quite a lot here in this class, and now we may see a move here into turn 1.
We may well do. It looks like the inside line for one of our riders as they try to take the lead, but Joey Plass continues on in it, and he will just blow up a decent amount of smoke as he heads towards the first corner. There's a move. There's our race lead swap. Reggie Doyle is going to look at taking that lead, and I think he has done just exactly that. Hard to see with the plumes of smoke and also with all of the lap traffic as well getting in the way. We're going to watch as they head up the hill, and actually Reggie Doyle didn't quite get ahead of Jensen Summers, who is coming through and lapping. Is he lapping Jensen Summers? No, he's not. He's on the same lap. So it's all a bit carnage. It's all kicking off here in the E3 class, and they're just going to be going at it hammer and tongs throughout the rest of the race. This is Joey Plass. He is trying to challenge for the top, but I think after all of that, our race leader is the 227 of Jensen Summers, chased by the number 4 this day of Reggie Doyle, and he's going to try to challenge for that race lead. I think that's right as we head on to what will be the next lap of the race. No, in fact, Noah Wewell has that lead, and he has that gap as well with a sensational lap time of a 101.
Yeah, I was about to mention it there. Noah Wewell taking the lead, only a lap on from me saying that he's running out of time and has to get going now if he wants to win this race, and it's certainly what he did. They all got quite stacked up and stuck behind a few riders and holding each other up almost through that hairpin at the start of the lap. And swerving around the outside was Noah Wewell. It was an incredible manoeuvre to go right round the outside and take all of them in one corner. A brilliant job from him to make what has to be so far the move of the weekend, and now is about to come to the line with an amazing pace to boot. He's put in a really good lap on that last one, a 101.8 one lap ago, but this time doesn't need to worry about a fast lap because he's miles in the lead as he comes to the line. Noah Wewell takes victory ahead of Jensen Summers in 2nd, and now we wait for the rest of the podium battle to come to the line, and we'll see who ended up fighting for those spaces and claiming them.
Yes, so it was Wewell to Summers. Was it Reggie Doyle in P3? Of course it was, with Joey Plass in 4th, Freddie Hamilton in 5th. And that was a very close battle indeed for all of those riders. Milligan, Powell, Gibbons and Everett all expected to be in that order. Then Leacock to round out the top 10. Martin, Chamley, Kay, LeConte. And we were joined today in that class by Jensen James, who, of course, is going to continue to try to grow his portfolio a little bit more from just the 12 inches. So he's got an E3 for today, and he has joined that class, which is fantastic to see right now. But that means that we're going to move on to our next class, the E3 5 to 7 year olds. And for that class, we are going to be having Isaac Colcutt in the 3, Billy Carroll in the 4, Carter Anderson in the 20, Reggie Herring in the 32, Ruben Scrivens in the 110, Boyce Clements in the 4, and Eddie Hempstock in the 275, expected in the E3 class. And just a reminder that we are only able to get this racing underway because of all of our help from our partners. We've got TLB Projects, Hampton Electrical, Majestic RV, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, PJ's Garage, Whittam Grange Glamping, Spooks, Motor Verde, SJ's, and Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs. We spoke to them yesterday. They are two companies that help each other out. Fletcher Scaffolding Tars, Surin, who will be bringing their Hyper-B Cup not too long away now, and the Moto 25, who help out all of the riders as they are out there on the circuit right now. We are ready to get ourselves underway for racing action here for race 4 of the weekend, race 1 of the day for our E3 5 to 7 class.
Yeah, the riders now just getting ready to go, and you can feel the tension just building for these young kids. They're doing all they can to get themselves pumped up and ready to go. You can see Carter Anderson there, whose granddad we spoke to, who was very, very proud of his efforts, and telling us that not just on bikes, in all aspects of life, it can't be stopped. He's a bit of a wild card in the way he lives, Carter Anderson. As we now get away racing, let's see if Carter Anderson can put that to the test, and now takes the lead down into turn one. A brilliant start from Carter Anderson, who gets the whole shot brilliantly at that and sparks out a gap to the riders behind him. Now, will he be able to lay down that pace we've seen all weekend so far? I'll tell you what we also have seen, though, is a lot of mistakes from him. But he got straight back up, he got straight going again, and then put in an even quicker lap the next time round. Echoes of ones who watch MotoGP, you'll know Marc Marquez is very similar in that sense. Pushes to the limit, finds the limit by crashing, and then adjusts to suit that limit. And this time, Carter Anderson looking like he's away well and maintaining that lead. But behind him, a few riders starting to spread out as well as they try and get into their race pace. But let's see how they manage the rest of the race coming forward, because we've only a lap in now, and Carter Anderson has already pulled out a gap.
We've seen some very mature race management from a few of these riders so far this weekend, and they will look to carry it on as we head to the end of the first lap. And the gap between Carter Anderson and Reggie Herring is 4.6. The gap between Clements and Carroll is nothing, and it looks as though Clements has been able to get through. He will continue to duke it out. He is on the inside of turn number 2 and then turn number 3, but in the end that's actually worked against him, because that means he's dropped down, and through goes Boyce Clements into that position. Or through goes Billy Carroll even. Boyce Clements drops back down. And so, unfortunately for that rider, he's not quite going to be up there in the position that he was hoping to be, which is a shame. But either way, he is going to continue to try to duke it out on the circuit. Of course, Boyce Clements enter with the number 4, racing with the number 7, racing with the GoPro on his head. They will be having a look later on at all of that footage, and well, I'm sure they'll be analysing to see what he can do at the next round. Boyce Clements, a fantastic rider, and he's trying to catch up to Billy Carroll at the moment for that 3rd place. Reggie Herring and Carter Anderson at the top of the field, and the gap this time around, as Carter Anderson sets a 104.5, the gap this time around for Reggie Herring will be smaller than it was last time around, because he set the fastest lap.
Half a second quicker than Carter Anderson at that, so really great lap times coming through for the rest of the field. And better yet, Billy Carroll in 3rd, throwing down a 102.9 on that last lap. Really, really quick. But again, the start proving pivotal and the ultimate decider of these races, because you feel a 6-second gap is what it is now between Billy Carroll and Carter Anderson is a really big gap, and one that you can't really close in such a short race. We'll have to wait and see, though, what can happen, because if we go by what we saw yesterday, Carter Anderson might just be wanting to respond and get a little bit too greedy, but I think perhaps he'll be looking to change that this time round.
I'm sure he will be looking to change that. All of these riders will be looking for improvements. And Billy Carroll on the last time around set the fastest lap. These two ready to go for it, the 110 and the 7, as Ruben Scrivens has closed down on the back of Boyce Clements. Billy Carroll just proving to be a little bit too quick for Clements at this point. But, of course, he will just be looking to close in throughout the rest of the weekend and throughout the rest of the season as well. We are on round 4 of our Mallor-E Park season, which means we've got 2 rounds to go in the season. We've, of course, got these 6, and hopefully we can bring all of the action to you. Hopefully you can get yourselves involved in the action in any way as well. Excuse me, as it would be fantastic to see you on August the 8th to the 9th and September the 12th to the 13th, and potentially, if one of those days gets rained off, we will see the riders there on October the 3rd to October the 4th. As through goes Boyce Clements, just trying to go through and lap a couple of riders, I believe that to be. And actually, no, he's fighting with Isaac Colcutt, so he has dropped back. He is fighting with Colcutt, and he's fighting with Scrivens in the 110.
Yeah, another trio pack that we're seeing develop here in the later stages of this race. And that tends to be the story here at Mallor-E Park. It seems to be that we always see a trio form, but maybe for the battle for 3rd or 4th or 5th. But in this case, starting to spread out and become a duo at the moment. But Carter Anderson responding to those fastest laps set by Billy Carroll and Reggie Herring, going a mile further with a 101.485. Wow, what a lap time. But once again, we'll have to wait and see how far on the limit he is, but he looks to me like he's not going too hard at the moment, but maybe managing for these last couple laps. Doesn't want to crash this time round because he's definitely not got the gap that he had over the other riders yesterday. 6 seconds is the gap, and that's one that can easily disappear if a mistake is made. But for now, he's on a run of form with mistakes disappearing.
He is at the moment on a run of form, and he wants to keep that form up as the checkered flag is waved and Anderson takes the victory. What a win then from our live wire in the class. Herring will come home in that second place, and Billy Carroll will come home in third. And, Isaac Colcutt not quite able to stay with Carroll, nor was Boyce Clements. That will be fourth, fifth, and then sixth for Ruben Scrivens. But actually, we don't know if they're going to finish in that order because of the way they were fighting it out earlier on. And we will see them coming to the line. Around the final quarter then will come Isaac Colcutt. He will take that fourth place and has built that bit of a gap ahead of now the next couple of riders who come around the final corner. I think that's Scrivens in the end who's managed to get ahead of Boyce Clements for fifth and sixth place. And, that is going to be it for our first action in the E3 5 to 7-year-old class here today. And we are going to step up in a minute. But just a word on the people that help us bring the class to us. And, we have the E3 4 to 5 class that's helped by TARS to bring it all to you for all of your aggregate needs. You can go right there. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, of course, as I just mentioned, and then Motor 25 Surren, Surren and Revy are all the rest who've helped us throughout the weekend. TARS, of course, contributing to all of the classes as well as we step up to the E5 5 to 6-year-old class. We've got Ralphie Matthews, Arthur Brailsford, Olivia Templeman, Freddie Oakes, George Breeze, Theo Hancock and Dexter Mellor-Hallworth.
Yeah, a packed grid once again, showing that we'll have some amazing battles among the pack. Now we will see, I think, again, a couple groups splitting off in this one, maybe because of turn one it gets quite packed in there and you see many riders clear off from the rest of them. So yeah, I think it's a situation of trios, especially with these bikes, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see if I'm proven wrong. Hopefully we'll get a really, really good battle between the whole field right to the end, as we've just seen someone there, the number 313, just getting a hand to get back going again. And it looks like they're all on the grid, ready to go, lined up and ready to roll here for their first race of the day. Let's see what this action brings us. Of course, Mallor-E Park underneath some lovely weather at the moment, not a cloud in sky for now, touch wood, of course, but let's hope that it continues on this strong trajectory so we can continue this fantastic racing we've had all weekend long. It's been an honour to be here commentating alongside you, Joe, but we've still got some racing to come and a lot of it yet left today.
Yeah, we certainly do. And don't say that too early. I could offend you between now and the last two races, because we've got plenty of racing still to come here today as we're going to get ourselves underway for race number 4 of the weekend for this class, who will get the whole shot down towards turn 1 and, of course, compete themselves for the Motor Verde Whole Shot Award, where we're going to see as they head through the dust and the plumes just blowing up for all of these riders who will get that whole shot. It looks as though that will be under contention. The lead, at least, will be under contention, and that will be Freddie Brooksbanks and no George Breeze, in fact, and the 313 of Theo Hancock, who duke it out. Theo having a look at trying to take that lead and trying to take that victory, as we're going to get very close racing between the 32 and the 67. The 67 just seeing the 32 move across, and I think just getting a bit unbalanced looking behind at the end of this first lap. It's the 46 leading the 313.
Yeah, it was great awareness there to still stay on the bike and keep both of them on the bike. So these kids clearly showing what they've learned coming through the classes here at Mallor-E Park. But now we're going to see, we saw awareness one moment ago, now we're going to see racecraft, strategy and raw pace between these two as Theo Hancock darts to the inside. There's no move available, definitely not into there. The door has been shut by George Breeze, and now it's all in the hands of Theo Hancock to find a way through. He's got plenty of time left though, because he's made a good start. He's got on the back of him and left himself plenty of time to find a way.
look at that over the jump. That was fantastic to see both of those riders getting so much airtime as the 22 and the 33 are going to go at it as well further back. So that will be interesting to watch. Certainly Dexter Mallor-Hallworth trying to pick up that position, and a few of the riders just waiting in the wings for these two to scrap it out and trying to make their way back up in the order and up into these positions that they hold right now. And they will continue their way through, I am sure, as we head through this race. And as we see all of these riders, Arthur Brailsford, of course, ahead of Dexter Mallor-Hallworth, Ralphie Matthews and Olivia Templeman waiting in the wings, and then Freddie Oakes and Reggie Herring, those two who had issues earlier on, and will be going once again as we're going to get our last couple of laps underway. George Breeze and Theo Hancock, fastest laps for each other on the last lap, but crucially, Breeze 0.3 faster.
Yeah, the laps now getting put down and the pace is coming through after a dramatic first lap between them being so locked together. Now, one more lap later, we're seeing the lap times come to the floor. 59, from George Breeze. That was 0.3 of a second quicker than Theo Hancock, and that's going to allow for him to just break away and try and break the spirits of Theo Hancock, who now has to work a lot harder to catch back up. It's really difficult to overtake here at Mallor-E Park, not only on the big bikes, but the small bikes as well. So it's the best of the best who can get the moves done, especially when the pressure builds on the later laps.
Yeah, they're going to want to make sure they protect themselves as the later laps come up and all of these riders continue their way through, as we're seeing a fight for the lead. Theo Hancock around the outside can't quite get the move done, and he continues his way on through this second lap, and he continues his way on, just trying to fight with George Breeze at the moment, looking to the outside. Can he make his way through? Not quite yet. Is it going to be an opportunity as they head up Mallor-E Mountain? Not quite yet once again, as there was a bit more airtime, but the gambled line taken for Breeze, and it has paid off. Is this going to be the chance for Theo Hancock, though? This is very tight racing, great racing respect and racing room for both of these riders, and in the end, George Breeze holds on to it, but for how much longer as Theo Hancock follows in, heading down Surrey Summit.
Wow, that was brave there from Theo Hancock, trying to find every inch he can get to make a move as the rear goes round, struggling to get the exit on George Breeze. One more try, no more homework left to do, and this time it's worked. Theo Hancock takes the wider line and cuts along the outside. What an amazingly thought-out manoeuvre from Theo to wait till the very last moments to put the pressure on George Breeze, who has now got only half a lap to make a move work. And if we've been seeing Theo wait all race to find a way through, I don't know if it's going to be as easy for George.
Amazing temperament from Theo Hancock to be able to spot his opportunity and take it when he can. And the 3:13 looks to be taking home this victory. The fastest lap on the previous lap time was 0.8 quicker than George Breeze, showing that he did have that pace advantage. Is he going to be able to stay ahead, or is that lap traffic becoming an issue for him? Out of the way goes Freddie Oakes, and George Breeze will hopefully breeze past Hancock, or breeze past Oakes very soon, and then he can fight with Hancock. The final couple of corners beckon, though, for the 3:13, and he will come around the final corner. What a measured drive. What a win from Theo Hancock at the top of the order. The victory taken by the 3:13. George Breeze came home in second, and the fastest lap for Hancock on the last lap as well, a 56.7. Unbelievable stuff. But Theo Hancock at the end, he found that extra level that Breeze could not quite cope with. Third place for Arthur Brailsford. He will be happy with that one. Dexter Mallor-Hallworth coming home in fourth, then expecting Templeman, Matthews, Herring and Oakes in that order. But a fantastic race at the top of the field, and I don't think it's going to stop any time soon. We've got next up our E5 6 to 8 year old classes, a little bit older, and a couple of notable names. Noah Comstock in the 296, Colby Fletcher in the 29, Richard Mason in the 537, Hunter Feely in the 22, Freddie Brooksbanks in the 46, Stan Grimshaw in the 177, and then Blake Coates in the 719. Ready to go racing for all of these riders. It's going to be fantastic to see them duking it out there. And we're going to see them in just a couple of moments' time. And we're going to see all 42 races throughout the course of the day. And, well, we get to bring you those 42 races, or we get to bring you all of the races that are left at the 32 that we have to go, as now we head to the next one with the help of PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Project, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, Tars, Moto 25, Soren and Revy. Jack just having his last chat with some of the per-engineers out there before he gets the action underway.
Yeah, these kids are a little bit older, so we might see some much stronger racecraft. And I'll tell you what, in the previous race, that racecraft was the best thing about it. And now we're going to see how it can play in this race as they get underway for the E5 6 to 8 years class. They are going daring down into turn one, hard on the brakes, getting the rear rotated round rather than going for the wider line to get the run through. And that is exactly what we're going to see here. Wider lines being taken to find a move. But I'll tell you what, getting away amazingly and on the pace is Colby Fletcher. That is someone who you probably won't be expecting to be contending with moves up his inside, because he's already broken away and put in the lap time to find a good gap to the riders behind him.
Yeah, a good start definitely for Colby Fletcher, and a good start for both of these riders, in fact, as they continue to duke it out at the top of the field. This is going to be the 537 and the 296. Those are, of course, going to be our competitors of Noah Comstock and Richard Mason, ready to go racing. Comstock just ahead of Mason for now as they head around the final corner for the first time. And they just continue to try to fight it out for what will be that second and third place. Blake Coates taking the lead at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, here we're seeing Blake Coates taking the lead rather than Colby Fletcher, which I said that is my mistake. But nonetheless, Blake Coates
Might be a transponder problem.
Making no mistake whatsoever to get out there to the lead. At least that's what the timing is telling us. But yeah, Noah Comstock as well in second place. Someone who was, there we go. Yeah, as I was predicting, it was Colby Fletcher in the lead, as we now see him pop to the top of the timesheets. Might have been why we saw him doing a 27-second lap earlier. So possibly, yeah, as you said, a transponder issue, but definitely no issue for his pace. Colby Fletcher now leads 4.8 seconds ahead of Blake Coates. How do they respond to the ever-improving lap times of Colby Fletcher? I'll tell you what, to be honest, at this rate, they don't. They fight for the podium and they make sure that the battle stays consistent. They don't have too many dive bombs up the inside of them and make sure that the rider stays behind and break their spirits.
No, at the moment they are just continuing to duke it out for now, and these two very close to each other. They have been for a few laps' time. Noah Comstock and Richard Mason are going to be split by just 1.7 seconds, so there is a little bit more of a buffer for Comstock this lap around than there was previously. Richard Mason following in behind, and then Hunter Feely and Stan Grimshaw 5th and 6th place, and they are going to just try to find their way up the order. There's only about 3 seconds between them as well, so they could fight it late on in this race. Colby Fletcher with the fastest lap last time around of a 56. He's the only rider of this group just yet to get into the 56s with a 56 flat, and Blake Coates is with a 1 minute 02.6 for himself at the moment, trying to break free from Noah Comstock and Mason, and both of those riders behind fighting it out for the final spot on the podium. But Coates holding on to second place for now, and this rider just looking fantastic. Of course, we know how good Colby Fletcher can be, and once again, he is proving it out here. He's swapped out that plate with the number on the front with slow down, but he's certainly not heeding his own warning.
Yeah, exactly that. He's putting in the times at an amazing rate at this point in the race. 16 seconds ahead of Blake Coates in second. Richard Mason, though, is trying to get onto the back of Noah Comstock for the final spot on the podium. 2 seconds off he is at the moment, but that can quickly change in a few laps' time. Mistakes can be made, and of course, riders can get into their rhythm, and a rhythm like this would be something to behold for the rest of the field. Here is Colby Fletcher then going on to the last lap as he goes on by and laps some of the riders toward the back of the field. That was Stan Grimshaw he passed, I believe, as the battle for P5 between himself and Hunter Feely begins to stretch out. So he now makes it past the number 22. Oh, and nearly goes down there. That was close. Lost the rear, trying to get he got a little bit too excited there on the throttle, but nonetheless stays on and keeps on going. He is ripping that thing all the way around here at Mallor-E Park, putting it through the washing machine almost, because he is pushing so hard. He's really enjoying it out there and showing us this pace is almost an easy thing to do as he does another wheelie down the Surin summit.
Yeah, he's just showing off here as Colby Fletcher. Took a bit of time to get into it this weekend because, I mean, we didn't see as much showboating as we're used to with Colby Fletcher last time around. And he's going to come to the checkered flag. He's going to celebrate that win. And what a win it was. Look at that gap back to, that's actually Hunter Feely. So he's managed to lap 2 of the riders in this 6-rider field. And then Blake Coates will come home in second place. Noah Comstock and Richard Mason fought it out for third and fourth. And it looks as though that fight is still going on between these 2 riders. Noah Comstock has that track position, and so Richard Mason is running out of opportunities. Will there be one as they head up the hill towards Surren Summit? Not quite yet, so he will wait in behind, and we'll mention Surren in just a couple of moments' time as well, as these 2 riders just come to the final couple of corners. And I think Mason has run out of opportunities. He's not quite able to get as close as he would like, as Comstock just taking the liberties of going all the way around the penultimate corner, going through the crest and just taking himself to the line ahead. So that is third, that is fourth, and Feely and Grimshaw fifth and sixth will be our checkered flag. Then next up in this race, we will have our first of the Surren Cup. It's going to be the Surren Small Wheels.
Yeah, exactly that. The Surren Small Wheels coming your way now, of course. We thank you, Surren, for your support in this class. That is an amazing bike, the Surrens. They really create some power to those electric motocross bikes. The Surren Small Wheel class is coming your way now, and a lot of riders making their way down into turn 1 right now as the race gets underway. Let's see who makes their way down into turn 1 in the lead. Looks to me like the one with the bright red helmet. Looks like Tommy Cotter. That's a familiar helmet design that we are quite used to seeing getting the Moto Verde whole shot down into turn 1, but already away really well. And you can see there as well, Ethan Rudd getting away in fine fashion as well, making some moves around the outside. But already we can see Tommy Cotter on the 148 making a push for the lead. And behind him, a bit of a group there stacking up for 4th, 5th and 6th, with Ethan Rudd pushing his way down the hill to get in between it.
Yeah, at the moment, just trying to get his way into it in the Surren Hyper-B Cup, and we've got some riders duking it out there on the circuit. We've got yellow flags as one of our riders has gone down at the top of Surren Summit. Unfortunately, we hope that they are all okay. This is Ethan Rudd leading a pack of 3 riders. And just to remind you of our entries for the Surren Small Wheel, the number 3 of Blake Ford, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 148 of Tommy Cotter, the 5 of Jay Stragus, the 917 of Archie Harper, the 110 of Ruben Scrivens, the 28 of Madison Parsons, and the 92 of Lando Parsons. And at the moment, it's Cotter to Scrivens to Rudd, then Ford in 4th, and Harper in 5th as it stands. Those are your top 5. We've got a rider down, unfortunately, at the first corner.
Yeah, but thankfully straight back up again, as they always do here at Mallor-E Park. But I tell you what, someone who's not down or out of this podium battle yet. Oh, goodness me, that's a crash for Ethan Rudd. I am so terribly sorry. That is the commentator's curse in action right there. But right now, that podium battle has now separated due to that fall. But I'm sure Ethan Rudd will be back up and getting going again in a few moments' time, trying to find his way back into the top 5. But at this moment now, Tommy Cotter pulling that gap out to nearly 10 seconds to Ruben Scrivens in 2nd place. The man on screen right now, it was a 57.9 there from Tommy Cotter. So we'll have to wait and see how the others compare and how that can affect the podium battle.
We will for now. That is certainly true, as well, to the line is going to come on this next lap of this race. We're going to be having a look at a couple of our riders as they come across the line. Now, Ruben in 2nd place, 17.5 seconds off of the back of Tommy Cotter at the front of this field. 3rd place was Ethan Rudd, but unfortunately a little bit of contact between Rudd and Scrivens last time round means that he drops down a position. Hands the 3rd place to the number 3 of Blake Ford. Archie Harper in 4th, moving up a place as well, of course, because Ethan Rudd is going to try to get back into contention. Then 6th place will either go the way of Rudd or Madison Parsons. It will be Parsons, then it'll be Rudd right in behind. So a good fight between the 28 and the 25 at the moment, and then the 92 in that 7th place, waiting and watching. I hope that we're going to be able to get to see those riders duking it out. Parsons in the 28 and Rudd in the 25. It looks like a very good fight out there on the circuit. Tommy Cotter with the fastest lap of the race last time around, the 57.2. Ruben Scrivens in second place, not quite able to stay in contention, and that is going to be a move, as that is going to be at the top of the hill. Archie Harper struggling to get going, and well, he's going to be back on his bike. Thankfully, Tommy Cotter looks like he's going to come through in lap, so Archie Harper has lost a decent amount of time. Ethan Rudd on that last lap, losing a position to Madison Parsons. Of course, we'll see whether he's going to be able to have made it back up, as through on the lap traffic, through on the 917 is going to go the 148, and through on Lando Parsons as well, which means that the next riders up are going to be Ethan Rudd in the 25 and Madison Parsons in the 28. There is Ethan Rudd just keeping on going as we head on to what will be the final lap of this race. And in fact, that was Madison Parsons going through. Tommy Cotter showing off, heading down to turn 1.
Yeah, it was a great ride from Tommy Cotter, but it's still not over yet, as he's got one more lap to contend with. Let's see if he can make it all the way here in the Suron Small Wheel Cup class. And I think he might just, of course, showboating a little bit, enjoying his time out there on the Surons. And now looks to take yet another victory this weekend. His first of the day, if this stays like this at the moment. He has a big gap behind him to Blake Ford in second of 35 seconds. So he's got plenty of time to play with, and now he's going to be very careful just to use that time and, you know, just almost, I wouldn't say dilly-dally, but be as careful as he can as he comes onto the line. Here he comes, and over the whoops, giving it a big jump, a big send, ignoring my claim, and taking victory in the Suron Small Wheel Cup, the first race of the day, as we're about to come to an end of the first third here on Sunday. The first race still yet to come for the Suron Big Wheel races, so we continue on the trend for the Suron bikes, but we still have the podium to take you through. It was Tommy Cotter who took the win with a 57.2 fastest lap ahead of Blake Ford in second. Ruben Scrivens came home in third place, and Ethan Rudd remounted to take home a fourth spot. A great ride from Ethan to manage that result after what was quite a fast fall, but he beat Alfie Brown in fifth place, who is then ahead of Madison Parsons, Archie Harper, Lando Parsons, and Jace Tragust in ninth place. But now we go from the small wheels to the big wheels.
Yeah, we're going from the small wheel Suron Cup to the big wheels here for these riders. And a big thank you to Suron for allowing us to bring your Hyper-B Cup to life. Brax Johnson on the 18, Jimmy Briggs on the 75, Jack Ferries on the 89, Jack Whitehouse on the 17, Colby Fletcher on the 29, Joey Clapson on the 555, and Frankie Hargreaves on the 175 will be bringing you our Hyper-B action.
Yeah.
And here we go, Jack, just waiting for our riders to get going. And, well, we are just waiting for Jack, in fact, to get our riders going. And the Suron Big Wheel ready to get started very, very soon. Indeed, here comes the man himself, ready to step on that pedal and get the drivers to go for our Suron Hyper-B Cup. Over the gate he goes, and he's just about to step on the gas and get the riders to get going. They're all positioned. He's put the thumb up, and the action will get underway now, as that is a very good start for Colby Fletcher, an even better one for the 75 on the outside line of Jimmy Briggs, and he will try to take the whole shot, but it will be Colby Fletcher to lead the way out of turn 1 and then out of turn 2 as well. Briggs settling for second place for now, but we know that he's able to challenge for the first time to Mallor-E Mountain. It will be Colby Fletcher who leads.
Yeah, yet another race where he's taken the lead straight away, but this time closely challenged by the riders stacking up behind him, and they are following quite closely, trying to replicate the pace that we've seen so dominantly put down all weekend long. But he's got some challenge here from what is, I believe, Jimmy Briggs in second place, trying his best to contend with the dominant force that has been Colby Fletcher, and he's doing a great job to stick with him. Let's see how close he can get to a move as we come across the line to start the second lap of action here in the Suron big wheel class. I am correct, it is Jimmy Briggs in second place ahead of Jack Whitehouse in third. The two rivals that have been battling all weekend long for that second place in this class behind Colby Fletcher, but this time looking for a win, because a moment there for Colby Fletcher as he swung the rear around a little bit too violently on that tight hairpin style corner, and it allowed for him to get a poor exit compared to Jimmy Briggs. So that gap that he's worked hard to open up on the first half of the lap quickly undone, and now allows for a bit of a better chance for Jimmy Briggs and Jack Whitehouse.
Look how hard Whitehouse is pushing right now. He is pushing so hard to use the extremities of the track to catch up with Jimmy Briggs. He is just fighting so very hard to stay within contention. Caden Waldock waiting in behind in fourth place as well, as these riders just continue on to what will be the next lap of this race. And the 17, so very close. He's going to be on the outside line, maybe heading into turn number one. He's not quite able to get through just yet, but we will see as they head through to the next part of the lap who will be able to come out on top in that one. Colby Fletcher, fastest lap last time around. Jack Whitehouse only 5,000 slower than Jimmy Briggs. So that pushing at the moment is paying off for the 17.
Yes, exactly that. And we're seeing lots of fastest laps coming in now at this stage. Riders getting into their rhythm. But I'll tell you what, breaking the rhythm was Jack Whitehouse there, getting a bit of a poor exit as he rotated around and caught a little bit too much grip and went right the way round on the banking on the outside. So he's now got a gap back to close if he wants to contend with Jimmy Briggs for second place. But he needs to be careful here, because he doesn't want to be doing that again, losing the rear fully, going fully round on him like a 360, and then unfortunately dropping out of the podium battle. But for now, he is still in it, and he can still beat Jimmy Briggs.
I've seen some riders pushing in my time, but I've not seen anyone pushing as hard as Jack Whitehouse is right now, is off of the bike. Unfortunately, one of our riders further back, that's going to be Frankie Hargreaves, getting back on, hopefully all okay. And he's going to get back on, and he's going to get back going once again. So he appears to be all good. Jimmy Briggs over the crest of the hill, just trying to push his way onwards. But Jack Whitehouse getting a little bit closer to the back, getting close to the outside as well. Will he be able to switch back and make his way through? Not quite yet. He just waits and watches in the wings. And there we go. He really tries to use the outside of the Surin Summit to try to work it into his advantage. I don't think that's where he's gaining time. I think everywhere else on the lap, though, he is quicker than Briggs. So it's about the opportunities into the final corner. He tries to take it tighter, gets briefly ahead, but it will be Briggs to lead us on to the final couple of laps.
Jack Whitehouse is so fast off the exit, sometimes a little bit too fast for his own good. On that case, unfortunately, not being able to take advantage of the inside line there as he got too excited on the throttle to respond to that amazing exit from Jimmy Briggs, unfortunately losing the rear. But still, as I said, in contention to fight for that second place. How hard does he want to push for it? I think by what we're seeing so far, he's all the way. Jimmy Briggs, you could probably say, his closest rival in this class, and across the rest of the classes they race in. You have to say, if he can beat him in this one, it will put him in good stead for the rest of the races.
It certainly would. And I mean, Jimmy Briggs, we know, can compete with Colby Fletcher. Is Jack Whitehouse starting to become a contender as we get on to the final lap of the race? The 29 will take us onto it. And is just looking back to see that there is basically nothing for him to contend against right now, as you can see right in the background, side by side between a couple of the riders further back in the order that was Whitehouse and this time Waldock. So I think a mistake for the 17 has cost him time. We saw yellow flags as Colby Fletcher exited the first corner, but for himself, that was unfortunately, I think, just a problem for Jack Whitehouse. Pushed it a little bit too hard. He was 8 seconds slower on that previous lap time, so that would explain it. But we've seen a fantastic ride once again. Colby Fletcher, he loves these Surin big wheels.
He certainly does. He's having a great load of fun on this bike as he kicks the dust up. It's starting to get dusty now. Earlier on, we were saying how not that dusty. The track just, I guess you could say, being rubbered down. That's what that's an adjective you'd use in actual racing. But enough about the track, because the track owner, you could say, is Colby Fletcher, as he nearly owns all the lap records that you can think of, all the records you could possibly think of here at Mallor-E Park on Sunday, adding another win to his collection, earning himself what you have to think might be the name of GOAT here in Mallor-E Park. winning so much, not only this weekend, but across previous races as well. And it looks to me like Jimmy Briggs will come across the line to take home second place. Jack Whitehouse, we'll have to wait and see if he remounted in time to claim that third. Of course, you did mention that, Joe, that he lost a lot of time on one of the laps, perhaps making a mistake after pushing so hard going into that race and all the way through it, in fact. And as I said, the exits, they were so strong for Jack Whitehouse that unfortunately I think that's probably what happened, maybe losing the rear on one of the tighter corners. It's an easy mistake to make, but it's one he'll learn from.
Yeah, we will see. And, well, we are going to get ready for our race 2s of the day, our race 5s of the weekend. And, well, we're heading on to, of course, well, we reset, we go again. And we're on to our first class of the day once again. We are on to our 12-inch 3-year-old classes, up to 170 watts for Santiago Baker, Archie Pitt, Jesse Ellis, Albie Murphy, Maya Cunningham, all in the 28, the 89, the 24, the 9, and the 2, respectively. Then we've got Micah Hofmeister in the 99, Madison Pilgrim in the 42, Sadie Jenkins in the 2, Oakley Hancock in the 313, Colton Wood in the 1, River Moulton in the 146, and Lamel Goodison in the 31 as well. And we'll see what will happen for these riders as they head towards race 5 of the weekend. Race 4 for this class, well, that went pretty well for Lamel Goodison and Archie Pitt as well. Pitt was arguably the quicker rider. That could be demonstrated by the fastest lap that he took. It was 2 seconds quicker than Goodison, but the consistency for the 31 was what was important to take himself to that victory as well. Moulton and Hancock close to fighting. And, well, we also saw Micah Hofmeister and Jesse Ellis very similar. Thumb up and action underway for these riders as we get going for race 5 of the weekend. Who will get that whole shot into the first corner? Well, it looks as though it's going to be the 313 of Oakley Hancock to lead towards turn 1 and Cotta's Curve. Is he going to be leading as they exit it? I'm not quite sure, you know. I think we might have a new race leader side by side between a couple of the riders further back, as second place was hotly contested very briefly. But unfortunately, I think that rider that was originally in second place as they got the whole shot couldn't quite continue their way onwards. We will watch them head up Mallor-E Mountain. Of course, they'll go up Mallor-E Mountain, but not Surrey Summit. And it will be the 31 of Lamel Goodison in that second spot, hoping to continue his very good weekend. Both of them hoping to continue their very good weekends as well. Then third place goes to the 99, then the 146. So it was the whole shot of Oakley Hancock, but unfortunately dropped down to P5 by now, as he's seen a few riders go through on him. Everybody else heading through. That's the 28 of Santiago Baker, and just a couple more riders as they head up Mallor-E Mountain for the first time. The number 2 is Sadie Jenkins, ready to freewheel it down. And then we are watching on with our number 1 and our number 42. That will be Colton. Nervy to go down the hill. Then the 24 of Jesse Ellis following in behind, ready to go for a move and ready to fight with her at the moment. Just as they headed up to the whoops, there's just a single whoops as they head down that hill. It can be really treacherous for those riders later on, but for these riders right now, it can actually be an obstacle in the way. It's a little bit like a speed bump where you need to be going quick enough, otherwise you may almost come to a stop in that spot. So it's going to be difficult for you to keep that momentum up, keep that pace going, and they're going to really give that one a go as they head through the next couple of laps. But it's Pitt to Goodison to Moulton for the first 3. A second between Pitt and Goodison, actually just under a second between those 2 riders at the top. Moulton in 3rd, Hofmeister and Hancock split by 1.3 seconds. Then Albie Murphy in 6th place, Sadie Jenkins ahead of Santiago Baker, Maya Cunningham in 9th. And that's what we've got on our live timing right now, with Colton Wood in 10th, Jesse Ellis in 11th. And we'll watch these classes continue on. This is Lamel Goodison, and he is in the 31. We're on the 31 right now, which begs the question, where is Archie Pitt in all of this? There was a second between them last time around, but this time Archie Pitt has disappeared. Is it going to be good news for Lamel Goodison? Is it going to be very good news for Archie Pitt? It looks as though for Goodison, he may well have just taken the race lead on the previous lap time and built up that gap. Archie Pitt doesn't appear to be in sight. There he is in the 89 with a skull on his back, and the gap is going to be, for those two riders, 3.9 seconds. So the difference between Goodison and Pitt was huge on that previous lap time. Goodison with a 28.2. I'm pretty sure that's the fastest lap in this class of the weekend. And then Archie Pitt with a 33.2. He knows he can go a little bit quicker than that, but might have had a problem on that previous lap that dropped him down from the race lead. River Moulton in third place will come across the line. Micah Hofmeister has gotten 2.5 seconds closer on that previous time. Oakley Hancock has managed to go quicker than Moulton by a second, but still has some work to do to keep up with the pace of Micah Hofmeister, who's definitely the quickest in that group. Albie Murphy as well could be classified as in that group. He was quicker than Moulton as well. Sadie Jenkins in 7th place has set a 46.1, so is just learning out there on the circuit and isn't too far off the pace of Albie Murphy, and quicker at the moment than Santiago Baker in the 28, who's trying to use his body to keep himself pushing along and keep that momentum up as they all just learn what it's like to be on a bike, learn their way to continue. Goodison with, of course, as we said, the fastest lap of the race, and he's won all but one race this weekend. That was Archie Pitt, who took the victory in race number 2, and he looks to challenge on, as this is going to be, I believe, the first rider that's going to be lapped. Actually, the second rider, because Madison Pilgrim has already been passed this week. Jesse Ellis and Colton Wood, who will be passed. As we head on to the final lap, Goodison down, through goes Archie Pitt, and Jesse Ellis almost wanted to get off and help his friend right there, but he didn't. He continued on, and that hands the lead to Archie Pitt. Unfortunate for Lamel Goodison that he's fallen off, but he should come home because of the pace that he's shown to a good second place. Pitt with the fastest lap last time out as well. He's managed to get to a 27.787 for him. River Moulton is in third right now, but that may well swap with Lamel Goodison, although Goodison actually back up on the bike and all good and in second place. So the work that he did earlier on in the race will help him continue to chase Archie Pitt at the end, even if this is going to be a race that looks to be the way of Archie Pitt, who won race 2 yesterday. Looks like he's going to win race 2 today, which is race 5 of the weekend. And these riders just trying to duke it out for these spots. It's about a race of attrition, really, because when they are young, they are more prone to making those mistakes, of course, because they've had less experience on the bike. And today, that is proof for these riders that that is exactly what is going to happen right there. But right now, it will be Archie Pitt heading around the final few corners. He looks to be taking the victory in this race in the 89. And what a race he has had. I mean, he's tried to keep it close to Lamel Goodison. Goodison did break away, but Pitt with a 27.7 on the last lap is finding places out there on the circuit to gain that time. Checkered flag waved for Archie Pitt, and that is a very good victory. Maya Cunningham as well is going to follow through, and that will be 9th place confirmed, which means that everybody 8th and up is going to stay 8th and up. So Lamel Goodison likely to come home in second place. There is our 31, and River Moulton third as well. So the 146 will come home on that podium spot, and that'll be a good race for him as well. Micah Hofmeister will be in 4th, but this is Jesse Ellis in 11th place. There is River Moulton on the 146. I wonder if Moulton and Ellis are friends. You'd imagine so, with the very similar jerseys that they've got on them. Then the next riders to come to the line will be either Micah Hofmeister or Colton Wood or Madison Pilgrim as well. And it will be to the line for Micah Hofmeister to take the 99 to 4th place. Albie Murphy will come home in 5th place, and Oakley Hancock will be in 6th. Then Jenkins, Baker, Cunningham, Ellis, Wood and Pilgrim round out that 12 bike field. And we head on to our next race of the day. Don't forget that all of our action is brought to us by our fantastic partners who make this all possible, and so we could do a little giving back. We can do a little bit more exposure because hey, all exposure is good exposure for everybody, and especially all the good people that help cultivate this fantastic environment and bring these streams to you, and bring also the racing action to the circuit. We've got Moto 25, Surin, Revy, Tars, Fletcher Scaffolding, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs. Also worked with SJ, Spooks, Motor Verde, Whittam Grange Glamping, TLB Projects, Hampton Electrical, Majestic RV, Mayflower Travel Minicabs and PJ's Garage as well. They help us all bring the action to ourselves and to you at home as well, if you are watching along and supporting somebody in these classes. The next class to go racing will be our 12-inch 4 to 5-year-olds. We've got 250 even watts of power for these riders, and it will be the number 10 of Jensen James, the number 13 of Rome Knight, the number 12 of Roman Gay, and then we also have the 81 of Axel Coley, the 202 of Teddy Bo Cooper, and Jax Haynes in the 74. And Haynes has been really impressive this weekend in the fact that he's been able to challenge with Jensen James, who previously has been that talent in this class, the one to watch out for. And Haynes has gotten very close in race 4, which was earlier on today. He was able to set a time that was 1.2 behind. But we are going to go racing, and we are going to get our action underway. Who will get the whole shot? Will it be Haynes? It will be, as he heads down towards the first corner, and Jensen James just tucks in behind, as it's very wide for James Haynes. So unfortunately for the 74, he's not going to have the lead of the race. Side by side, 4th, 3rd and 4th place, and they're going to have to be very careful as they disappear behind the Moto Verde sign. But in the end, they have all filtered their way out, and they've all filtered their way out in position. Our leader then is going to be Jensen James. No, it's not. It's going to be Jack Haynes, who's managed to pick himself up and get himself back into the race lead. And Jensen James just following in behind. It was the 10 who initially took the lead, but it has been swapped back. And the 74 getting very tetchy on the outside. A little bit nervous in fighting with Jensen James. And we'll see those riders fighting with each other. Roman Gay is going to be in that next spot, followed closely by Axel Coley. Then Teddy Bo Cooper following in 5th place before Rome Knight will follow through in 6th. And we'll hope to close that gap to that 5th place very soon indeed. But we're going to exit the first lap with a new race leader. Jack Haynes will lead us on to it in a little bit of a nervy moment over the whoops, but he will continue to lead the way right now and try to topple Jensen James, who has been almost unbeatable in this class so far this season. Haynes looking to get ready for position and hoping to hold on to that first spot. As well, there has not been an update to the transponder times. There's not been an update to the live timing. There we go. Jensen James 1.4 behind Haynes, and then 20 seconds back to Roman Gay in 3rd place. Axel Coley is in 4th in the 81, and then Teddy Bo Cooper in 5th place, not too far off the back of Coley. Gay not too far ahead of Coley, and then we've got Rome Knight, who's about 4.5 seconds behind Teddy Bo Cooper. So there's still opportunities maybe for those riders to duke it out and have a fight. But they will just continue to fight their way through on this race, and they will think about just this race in particular, knowing that later on in the season this could get very, very interesting indeed, especially for that 3rd spot down. But Haynes and James are really ready to go for a fight for those top 2 spots, and they have done throughout the course of this weekend. And, well, Haynes has gotten closer and closer to James, and now he currently holds that lead. Axel Coley is 4.2 ahead of, or behind even, Roman Gay. He's 3.0, if I can get my words out, ahead of Teddy Bo Cooper at the moment. So 4th place, not too bad for Axel Coley. He wants to challenge for the podium. As fastest lap is going to go in for Jax Haynes, and he's going to get a 1:16.860. That'll be 3 seconds quicker than Jensen James. This is really the best opportunity for Haynes to take a victory in this weekend. It'll be fantastic to see the 74 on the top step of this podium. Roman Gay and Axel Coley will duke it out for the podium as well. Teddy Bo Cooper and Rome Knight likely to duke it out for those final podium spots if those two are able to get close enough. If not, then I can still see a fight going on between the 202 and the 13. But as they head up Mallor-E Mountain for the 3rd time, Haynes is going to continue to lead. James just can't quite find that pace yet to keep up with our race leader, and the number 10 has cracked in this race, which means that Jack Haynes has really gotten into the mind of the number 10. It's a fantastic job he's done so far. Both of them fantastic jobs, but Jensen James has just been usurped, it looks, as we head on to what will be the next lap of this race. Haynes leads the way, and he will continue to lead the way onto the final lap of the race. Race number 3 or race number 5 even of the weekend in class, and for those riders in the 12-inch 4 to 5-year-olds, it looks as though we're going to have a new race victor. Jack Haynes looks as though he's going to come home and take that win. However, there could still be a mistake, and one mistake will be punishable by Jensen James because he knows that he's only 6 seconds off of the back. Roman Gay and Axel Coley a little bit further back, so I think if Haynes drops down, he can just get back up and guarantee himself a P2. But Gay, Coley, Cooper and Knight all ready to go for a fight. But I think at the moment, it looks as though Roman Gay is going to round off that podium. We'll see what the gap is as they all cross the line. But Haynes heads down Mallor-E Mountain for the final time in race number 5. Of course, we've still got one race to go. But this has been a fantastic performance. I mean, we didn't know whether anyone was going to be able to challenge Jensen James. The rider with the best opportunity has been Jack Haynes. And here today, as he heads through the final couple of corners, Haynes has managed to take that final step. Onto that top step. What a ride from our 74, who will come around the final corner and will get the checkered flag waved for himself. What a ride from Jack Haynes. He takes the victory. Jensen James, close, but not close enough. And so Haynes is going to break that streak. And we saw him get closer and closer and closer. And he's finally been usurped. Roman Gay will be in 3rd place, most likely, with Axel Coley in 4th. And we're watching these riders out there who are duking it out right at the end. This is going to be, I said Rome Knight and Teddy Bo Cooper were going to fight. This is going to be the fight that they want. And Rome Knight over the whips is going to have more confidence. He's going to be quicker. He's going to hit them better. And around the outside he goes. Teddy Bo Cooper tucks in behind. Is he going to be able to find anywhere to go as they head up through the final few corners on this racetrack? And they head through to try to fight it out. In fact, they're going to head up to Mallor-E Mountains. They've still got half a lap to go with these riders. Yes, they are very, very quick indeed. And the 13 has stopped on the outside, which gives Teddy Bo Cooper the opportunity he's been waiting for to take that back. And Rome Knight, who worked so hard for that 5th place, is looking like he's just going to hand it back and not get close enough, unfortunately, for Rome Knight to retake P5. So a good fight between these two this weekend. And Rome Knight is going to allow Teddy Bo Cooper to take this one today, although he's getting a bit closer as he heads around the final few corners. It's close between Gay, Coley, Cooper and Knight, and it looks as though Roman Gay has picked up P3 with Axel Coley P4. And, well, where is going to be our P5? Who is it going to go home to? Rome Knight gets in position to try to make it a photo finish, but a little wobble over the whoops, I think, is going to give it to Teddy Bo Cooper. No, it's not. Rome Knight takes it right at the checkered flag, and that is very close indeed. I'm not sure whether they will overturn that one with the stewards and the race control in mind, but that will be it for our 12 inches. For now, we go back up to 6 inches. We've got 250 watts of power in these bikes, and we are back to our 3 to 4 year old classes. Louis Gosney in the 17, Alfie Lovett in the 75, Lawrence Gackle in the 13, Maddox Jackson in the 29, William LeConte in the 4, Shelby Coates in the 176, and Leo Dugmore in the 21 for our 16-inch 3 to 4 year old classes. We're going to get up to 100, up to 200 even, and 50 watts of power, and we will watch these riders get ready to go some point soon. Jack, who has been here for the entire weekend and has been allowing the chance for these riders to get going, is going to do it once again, and he is going to set them off. We go racing here, and who is going to get the whole shot down towards turn number 1 at the moment? The 29 looks in position to do so. Looks very, very strong indeed at the top, and yeah, that will be Maddox Jackson taking that lead, taking that whole shot and picking it up as, oh, whoa. There is a rider down at the back and a little bit of contact with somebody else's wheel. I hope they're all okay. They look to be all okay. They are back and racing once again.
Yes, they are. Straight back up, straight back going again and looking to contend for the top spots as we see them make their way over the tabletop. And now the number 176 makes their way to the lead. We wait for them to come along the Mallor-E Park Mountain and then back down it again to contend with the Suron Summit. Now, we'll see if they go up that or not. They'll either cut across below it or go back up. Now, these balance bikes, a little bit harder to control on the throttle, really, because these kids are a lot younger and a bit more inexperienced as well. So just learning their craft and trying to get more experience out there on track. But there is the number 75 trying to go around the outside of the number 28, but it is Leo Dugmore who leads once again, trying to do the double here today and then make it to a triple later on in race 3, as we're now in the second of 3 segments here on Sunday as everyone gets their 1 race each in each third of the day. Now, we'll see, can Blake Coates challenge Leo Dugmore for this race win? We saw last time out, earlier on in this class, that Alfie Lovett was putting in the pace. He was really, really strong in the later stages and really put Leo Dugmore under some pressure. But now it looks to be Blake Coates putting the lap times in and trying to find a way through. But Alfie Lovett, don't count him out just yet. He's right there in third, and he's close right up onto the back of Blake Coates. A big gap that he has cut in half, more than in half, by about 80% to close into this leading duo. So Alfie Lovett definitely not out of the question yet for the race win. But there's one thing, if there's one thing you'll hear us say, it is how difficult it is to pass here on this track. But that doesn't make it a bad track. It makes it a track made for skilled riders, as the photographer just jumps out the way there of I think that was Blake Coates getting it a little bit wrong over the whoops, but that's fine. Thankfully, everyone okay, including all the photographer and all the staff, as they do a great job making sure all these kids are safe. And a great thank you to all the marshals and all the parents helping out and everyone who makes this racing happen and keeps the kids safe. It's all about fun, but it's all about safety as well. And I'll tell you what's safe is the pace Leo Dugmore is putting down. The 2.3 is the gap for Leo Dugmore ahead of Alfie Lovett, who's now, of course, made his way through on Blake Coates after that unfortunate mistake for the number 719. But it's a fastest lap from Lawrence Gackel, who I think got a bit of a poor start off the line, down in 5th at the moment. But he's just done a 12.1. That's over a second quicker than your race leader, Leo Dugmore, which is now being challenged by Alfie Lovett. That gap will come down. We saw the pace being thrown by Alfie Lovett at Leo Dugmore earlier on today, and that pace was exactly what he needed to try and challenge. But considering he had to spend quite a while contending for the second place position that he eventually got through thanks to that mistake from Blake Coates, he's got a lot of work if he wants to catch Leo Dugmore. He might have the advantage in pace, but it's definitely a big gap to close with 1 lap to go.
Certainly is. 2.1 seconds between those two. Maddox Jackson, 3.2 between himself and Lovett. And then 1.7 between Jackson and Gackel as well. But Gackel, of course, holds that fastest lap, so he could be very, very quick indeed at the late stages of this race. And then Shelby Coates as well, ready to duke it out for these riders and duke it out for these positions in this class. And, of course, don't forget, you can check out the live timing on My Laps. But the one thing that will be different about this class is Blake Coates is not Blake Coates, it's Shelby Coates. But we watch on with Leo Dugmore then in the 21, and he's ready to go racing for the final couple of corners in this race. And he's done a fantastic job to hold on to position. We said that he was going to be one of the challengers for the race lead and for the race victory, and he has done just exactly that for the 21. This is a fantastic performance indeed. And, well, he is really proving to be one of the rising stars of the Mallor-E Park paddock. The final corner beckons for Leo Dugmore, and he is going to take it to the line. And, well, he is going to take that win. What a win for Leo Dugmore. Alfie Lovett is going to end up how far behind. We'll see what the timing is as Dugmore set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. 2.9 between those two. Maddox Jackson looks to come home in third place with Lawrence Gackel. Not too far off the back, but a missed opportunity for the number 13.
Yeah, the progression from yesterday to today for Leo Dugmore has been fantastic. He was struggling to get into the podium battle yesterday, hanging around 3rd, 4th and 5th, maybe just getting caught up in a few dive bombs and things like that, maybe a couple mistakes, but he's turned a new leaf in a matter of a night. Maybe England's win last night motivated him to replicate similar performances, because quite honestly, he has come out the doors swinging. He's doing a really good job. He won the race earlier and he's won this one today, but now we move on to the next class. But just before that, we'll run down the results from that one. It was Alfie Lovett who got second ahead of Maddox Jackson. It was a shame actually that I was saying Blake Coates. I think they share transponders quite clearly, but yeah, Shelby Coates had a good ride there despite that mistake to contend for the podium. But nonetheless, that was an eventful race to say the least in that class. But now we move on to the next race.
We certainly do indeed, and we get our action underway. Who's going to lead into the first corner in what is our next class, our our class of the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-olds. Well, there's going to be somebody off at the back, unfortunately. We hope that they're all okay. We're going to get ourselves going once again. Is it going to be the 119 Luke Lucas, the 25 of Ethan Rudd, the 22 of Joey Plus, the 719 of Blake Coates? Where we got our answer, it is the 25, followed closely by the 719. Then Henry Bedford in the 21, Miles Powell in the 14, Finney Gibbons in the 19, Jace Tragus in the 5, Archie Harper in the 917, Boyce Clements in the 7, and Albert Reeves in the 27 racing here today. But it is going to be Ethan Rudd at the very top of the field to answer the question that I asked a moment ago. And, well, just following in behind him is
to describe the action so far on Sunday. The first third saw many races where riders cleared off and took victories. One of them was Ethan Rudd. Let's see if he can take yet another victory in similar fashion to Leo Dugmore here on Sunday. But he's being questioned by Blake Coates in second place. That is going to be a really interesting battle between those two. We're going to keep an eye on that. But right now, we look back to the third and fourth places. There's Albert Reeves in third, 4 seconds adrift from that battle for victory. Then Archie Harper a further 4 seconds back from Albert Reeves at the moment. So that battle sort of flatlining a little bit, but it will get closer and progress as the race also progresses. But progressing as well is Blake Coates, doing all he can to catch Ethan Rudd. I can see him just at the top of the screen there, going up the Suron summit, doing his best to get all over the back of Ethan Rudd. That grey and yellow lineup that he's got there, the bike, the jersey and the helmet, all perfectly matched up. And Blake Coates trying to chase it down and make sure he's ahead.
Yeah, at the moment, he's going to make sure that he's ahead, and he's about 3/10, or he was about 3/10 off of the back last time around, so he's really helping himself right now. This is the 9-7 following in behind Albert Reeves for third place. Moments he's doing a good job, and we'll be hoping to continue it up. This time around, Blake Coates, 0.359 off the back of Ethan Rudd, and the fastest lap last time around was Ethan Rudd, but only by 0.05 of a second, so it's very... But has lost a bit of time and lost a position on that last lap. 2 miles power side by side between these two. This is going to be the 21. Loses the rear, just using his body, using that brake on the left-hand side to turn his bike, and the front wheel just helping him go through. That's how you... It's one of those things that the more you get in the bike, the more you learn, and then the more you can extract out of it. And one of those things that you can learn, front tyre. Point.
Exactly, that is the perfect way to save a corner that's gone a little bit wrong, or maybe make a dive bomb, because it's the perfect method of defense. If you send it up the inside and then slide the rear out like that, you've got your front end covering the inside and your rear end covering the outside. It's the perfect opportunity to make a move stick as they now move on to the final lap. Ethan Rudd and Blake Coates still locked together on the track and in the times. They're doing all they can to get one over the other, and currently the man in charge of getting one over the other is Blake Coates, doing all he can to get on the back and get through. Can't quite find a move. It's the tail of this track. Can't quite find a move is the sentence you'll hear a lot, but it's definitely possible, especially on these smaller bikes. More possibilities rise as the race goes on and you close into the rider ahead of you. And at this point in time, Blake Coates with the fastest lap of a 59.4. They're coming up to some lap traffic. That might make a difference. I thought it was the last lap, but it wasn't quite. It was the checkered flag and the win for Ethan Rudd, who takes victory ahead of Blake Coates. That was an amazing ride from him to defend from Coates, who got the fastest lap yet again. So putting in some strong pace there and proving that Ethan Rudd might not have the easiest run to dominate as he may have thought after race 1.
Yeah, he was very quick in the race 1, and Blake Coates pushed him close in race 2. That's of the day, race 4 and race 5 of the weekend. So we'll see how they do in the next one. We've got the 18-inch 5 to 8-year-old riders up now, and they've got up to 500 watts worth of power. Blake Ford in the 3, Olivia Kolka on the 8, Ethan Rudd on the 25. He's got to be quick, and we know he can be quick. Cooper Mathers on the 536, Louis Gilbert on the 28, Tommy Cotter on the 148, the Ben Ferries on the 28, Kanan Wright on the 67, Franklin Cherniak on the number 9, and Milo Cooper on the 100. Harry Haig on the 15, Mabel Breeze on the 21, Isla Ray Rowland on the 18, Spencer Ram on the 100, and Mason Pilgrim on the 24 as well will be your grid for the next class, and which is brought to you. All of the classes, in fact, are brought to you by our wonderful partners: Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, TLB Projects, Hampton Electrical, Majestic RV, Mayflower Travel, PJ's Garage, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, Soren and Revy.
Yeah, exactly that. We're very grateful for all their support for these classes that bring the kids from grassroots all the way to the top levels of motocross racing, whether that's the direction they want to take or maybe a different direction into other ventures of motorsport. And anything you learn here in motocross can be transferred into this is real racing, into other racing. Even if it's cars, all these things you learn, like the strategy and things like that, it all plays into one basket, to be honest. Yes, there's differences. There's 2 and 4 wheels, but the mindset is the same. The strategy is the same, and the zone is the same as well. So anything can help anything, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. They're all building careers, building for this race that promises to be an exciting one, with Colby Fletcher, I believe they're lining up on the left-hand side, or at least our left-hand side. As we can see, he's getting ready to go. He's looking aggressive to get off the line, as we can expect from Colby Fletcher. Let's see then if anyone can challenge him this time round. We get racing here at Mallor-E Park for the next race up on the schedule, and up on the schedule is plenty of action into turn 1, as we could have expected, and plenty of dropping and changing as well. We're seeing some riders go through in the mid-pack as well. We're seeing lots of sit-ups at the moment, and that is really going to create an effect on the podium battle. But who would have thought it was Tommy Cotter in the lead once again?
Yeah, well, it's going to be Tommy Cotter who led from the start, and he will continue his race onwards. A fantastic start for him, and he will want to keep that one up on that bike in the 148. It's a very good start indeed, as we're going to get side by side a few of the riders further back in the order. They're going to duke it out for position. Every single position is valuable because, of course, there will be championship points. But at the end of the day, it's all about the racing on track, and the 22 has gone down, unfortunately for them, or the 67, in fact. It's the 22 on the helmet, but that'll be Kanan Wright who has gone down, unfortunately. Not a great start then for his race, but he'll hope to pick himself back up as we exit to the end of the first lap, and we will get confirmation of our gaps, and it will be Tommy Cotter ahead of Isla Ray Rowland by 1.2. Cooper Mathers not too far off the back as well.
Yeah, Isla Ray Rowland showing that she has that pace to get off the line really well and get involved in that podium battle, and really strong consistency that I'm seeing in her, that really up into bigger classes and things like that, where we say the start is even more important than it already is. But we're now seeing Ethan Rudd, I think, trailing what looks to be Colby Fletcher at the moment, towards the middle area of the pack. Of course, we do know that there is a transponder issue for Colby Fletcher that's been plaguing him this weekend. So, of course, there could be a moment where he just pops up on the screen in first place. But I can confirm he's definitely not in first place, because Tommy Cotter is away and looking to get away with it.
Yeah, looking to get away with it indeed. These riders just continuing to duke it out right now, and this is the fight between the 28 and the 25. This is further down in the order, and that will be a fight for what will be 5th and 6th place. Ben Ferries and Ethan Rudd right now ready to go for these moves. George Milligan and Cooper Mathers just ahead of them, ready to fight it out for the podium. Isla Ray Rowland has lost a bit of ground to Tommy Cotter, and what's the gap between Rowland and Mathers? Well, that's going to be 1.8 seconds, so Mathers has that gap. Mathers has not quite been able to close in to Isla Ray Rowland as much as he would have liked to, so maybe George Milligan could be looking at making that overtake soon. Ethan Rudd and Ben Ferries went across the line, split by 0.05 of a second, and so those riders, that is just a demonstration of quite how close they are.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how it always ends up being a massive group battling for the 4th, 5th and 6th spots. We've got a big train here going along and up the Mallor-E Mountain, led by Ben Ferries and Ethan Rudd, and then many riders trailing behind, trying to take advantage of anything that may occur of that pack. Like Jaws music playing as they approach, more and more will join this group as they continue to battle, wheeling themselves up to the Suron summit and back down again, which allows riders like Ethan Rudd, who is much shorter than Ben Ferries, to get a straight line speed advantage thanks to what you have to say. He'd be a lot lighter due to his height, but it's in the corners that is being made up by Ben Ferries, and that's you can tell that there, as you could see how tight he was able to turn it going into this last lap.
Incredibly tight as well, heading on to the last lap. Then we're going to see these riders get very close to each other. The 28 on the outside, the 25 on the inside. Ben Ferries covers him off, holds on to the position for now. Is there going to be any more defence? We will wait and see. But Tommy Cotter, fantastic performance once again. A one of only 4 riders able to get into the 1 minute 09.3s, and he's done it quicker than everybody else every single lap that he's done so. Every single lap he's gotten into the 1 minute 09s. He's getting into the 03s. He's getting into the 04s. The second quickest rider into the 05s. So a fantastic performance from Tommy Cotter. It has been no nonsense out there on the road as there's a yellow flag. Hopefully all is okay further back in the order. But Tommy Cotter, he's not going to care about that. He's just going to care about going on and taking this victory. What a win this would be for Tommy Cotter around the final corner. He will come, and what a win this is going to be for Tommy Cotter. Just a dominant display at the top of the order. Isla-Ray Rowland will come home in second place. She pushed him close, but not quite close enough. Cooper Mathers home in third. Naturally, Isla-Ray Rowland closed in on that last lap. George Milligan home in fourth with Ben Ferries fifth, just ahead of Ethan Rudd, holding on to that position at the end of the day. And then Mason Pilgrim, Olivia Colcutt, very close to each other. And then we have Franklin Cherniak and Louis Gilbert rounding out the top 10 in the class. And, well, we will watch them just duke it out for the remainder of these races. They've got one to go in their class before the end of the day. And the racing action is absolutely flying by. And, well, we will watch them later on competing it out for race 6. But for now, our next race up in this class. Our next race up out here is going to be the last of the balance bikes for race 5. Peyton Lascelles in the 20, Joshua James Bones in the 82, Lamaya Murphy in the 8, Jack Ferries in the 89, Regan Pearson in the 94, Charlie Hubble on the 87, Colby Fletcher on the 29, Seth Johnson on the 7, Olivia Mason on the 5, 3, 6, Freddie Jacklin on the 15, Charlie Cargill on the 317, Jasper Davis on the 28, Joey Clapson on the treble 5, Jimmy Briggs on the 75, and Caden Waldock on the 29. That's what we had on our list heading into the day, and we'll see what will happen as we head to lights out for our next class. We are ready to go racing for what will be the next race of the day, the final one in terms of the balance bikes on race number 5. And then we'll head to race number 6 later on in the day. We're getting ready to get going for the 18 to 20 inch, 9 to 14-year-old classes, the most varied of all of the classes in terms of the ages and probably in terms of the difference between the bikes as well, because they are just they're allowed to 3 different inch measurements at 18 to 20. So they can have 18-inch bikes, 19-inch bikes, 20-inch bikes, whatever works for them. So they can really tailor it to their unique needs or their unique wants, really. So it's all very up in the air. And, well, we will see what these riders will be able to do in just a couple of moments' time as they get to green flag racing. And Jack is in the middle. He's ready to get our action underway. And let's go now. Let's go racing. Who's going to get the whole shot down towards the first corner? We're going to watch and wait. And I think it's going to be one of the riders on the outside line who is going to be able to make their way through. We continue to watch on with them. It's not going to be Colby Fletcher. He tucks in to second place. Our leader in this class as we exit the first couple of corners is going to really start to build up that gap. And it looks as though we're going to have go. It is Jimmy Briggs leading the way on the 75 in first place. There was a lot of duking it out for second and 4 positions in behind. It is Colby Fletcher who follows through in second. Really, really good push from Caden Waldock on the outside there to try to gain a bit more time, gain a few more positions. And we watch Lamaya Murphy as she heads down the hill for the first time, side by side, just ahead of all of these riders as they continue towards the end of this first lap. They are rapid, are these bikes, and well, they continue to be rapid for now.
Yeah, they certainly do. They get a really good run down the hill on the power, and they need to do a really good job of getting hard on the brakes. There's, a big moment there on the rear for one of the riders, 531, just having a bit of a moment on the front, and then the rear came round as well. Well saved, though, by her as they now come on to the second lap of racing here. That I believe that was Olivia Mason, the number 536, just having that moment. Now back on it, back in the fight for the top 5 alongside Caden Waldock. But getting away at the front is Jimmy Briggs, ahead of Colby Fletcher. We said to watch out for Jimmy Briggs. He could be the one to challenge Colby Fletcher, and he's done exactly that. He leads this race 2 seconds ahead of Fletcher, and now we're looking at Charlie Hubble in third. Oh, someone's gone down there at the hairpin, and people just having to stop up to make sure they don't get collected, but thankfully everyone okay and everyone able to get straight back up and racing. So they get going again. The number 15 remounting there as well. That is Freddie Jacqueline, who was just in ninth before that fall. But yeah, it's good to see everyone all right. A slow crash, an easy one to remount after. Just got to be careful with the traffic behind you. But anyway, Jimmy Briggs really putting the pace in, and actually looking like the first person who has the pace for Colby Fletcher in a class that he's been quite dominant in.
Really does at the moment, looking very, very quick at the moment is Jimmy Briggs, and I said that he was going to be able to challenge in race 1, and we saw also that Jack Fairies was able to keep up with the pace, so it was always promising that in race 2 of the day. So that was race 4, and now race 5, he was always going to give him a challenge, and Jimmy Briggs is certainly doing so with the fastest lap, 2 seconds quicker than Colby Fletcher. So there's going to have to be another gear found by the 29 here, and there is the number 29 having a little bit of a chase, but this is the different number 29. Colby Fletcher is not this one right now. It'll be Caden Waldock ready to race with Jack Fairies, and is he going to be able to go around the outside of our number 89, our defensive maestro? Not quite yet. So Jack Fairies just holding station for now, holding the inside line as they head up towards Surrey Summit and heading down the hill once again. It will be Jack Fairies to hold on to the position. Jack Fairies remains on the podium.
And you can see Jimmy Briggs there, great little tactic from him to, oh no, sorry, that's Colby Fletcher, to try and pull the bike up and get the wheelie up the hill to try and get a better run up there. It's the number 29 on his back, and it says the number 29, of course, for Colby Fletcher on the timesheets. But again, no, that's Caden Waldock, but they share the number 29, don't they? On to the last lap. Yeah, so Caden Waldock doing a great job to pull the bike up in the air, the front wheel up the hill to try and get the best run possible, to let that rear wheel with all the power in it, get as much power out of it without the front wheel getting in its way. And you could see that clearly worked there as he was attempting to pass Jack Fairies going up the hill and got a great run for it. But getting a great run of form at this point in time is Jimmy Briggs, coming to the line in a few moments as he makes his way up the Surrey Summit. Not as aggressive on the way up as Caden Waldock was, but that's all fine because he's 5 seconds in the lead of Colby Fletcher. He doesn't have to worry about anything aggressive or too over the top for now. He's not pushing on the limit. He's taking it in because he is the only one to have beaten Colby Fletcher in these classes that he's been so dominant in. Jimmy Briggs brings the domination to a close and skids across the line. A brilliant ride by him to take the win. The number 75 wins ahead of Colby Fletcher, who comes home in second place. He'll be disappointed with that, I can tell you that for sure. And then third place going with Jack Fairies after a really close finish between himself and Caden Waldock, and even Reagan Pearson was there in the battle as well. So a big train of riders behind in that top 5. So that was a great battle that we didn't get to see at the end. It's a good. At least we got to see the run to the line, though. That ended in the favour of Jack Fairies. Behind him, it was, as I said, Caden Waldock, Reagan Pearson, Seth Johnson in 6th, then followed by Joshua James Bones, Olivia Mason, Charlie Hubble, Charlie Cargill, Jasper Davis, Lamia Murphy, and then Freddie Jacqueline in 13th. Not the most eventful of races, but certainly an interesting battle there at the end between the podium riders.
Certainly so. We head on to our E2 classes now. Of course, we've just done our balance bikes for the penultimate time here this weekend, and now we head on to our E2s. We now have, of course, everything brought to you today by PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, and TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motorverde, Spooks, SJs, Tom Johnson and Sons, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Motor 25, Surrey, and Revy as well. The number 10, quite keen to get going, it seems, and well, Jack just helping them get back up, and a little bit confused as to why George Chapadza has gone a little bit early, but that's all okay because he's back up on his bike and ready to get going. I think it's just a little bit of a slip right there as He's one of our riders in this class, of course. Chester Ram in the 101 also. Rowan Turner in the 198. Ralph Sager in the 5. Hunter Houghton in the 4. Albie Clark in the 113. AJ Garwood on the 26. Maddox Jackson on the 29. Riley Hickenbottom in the 158. Olivia Greener on the 20. And Alfie Lovett in the 75. Those are our riders for this class. And we'll see what they are able to do. It's very, very interesting indeed in race number 4 of the day to see these riders duking it out. And it was Albie Clark that took the victory. AJ Garwood in second place. And we'll see what these riders are going to be capable of as they head to this race. Race 5 of the day. Riley Hickenbottom has been very good this weekend, but he was held back by AJ Garwood, who in himself was very, very good defensively. And then Riley Hickenbottom wasn't quite able to get himself over the line. Alfie Lovett, another contender for this top spot. So plenty. This is a really, really open group of riders.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to see some amazing battles. The smaller the bikes, the more overtaking opportunities and the more open the track for them to make those moves. We're going to see some great racing here as we get to the proper dirt bikes away from the balance bikes in this second of 3 thirds here at Mallor-E Park. Sunday's action. Still plenty more to come as we're about halfway through now, but we get to turn 1 for this race, and we're going to see maybe Riley Hickenbottom not getting the start that he's been getting so far this weekend. Albie Clark not getting away too greatly either. He's there in third. It's a great start, but maybe not the one he would have wanted. So this class already within one corner has gone completely upside down from what we were expecting.
Riley with a fantastic start in race 1, 2 and 3, but 4 and 5 so far have not been the greatest. Alfie Lovett is going to lead the way in the 75. In second place will be the 101 of Chester Ram. So really, really big change for these riders. Really big change for the class. It's a fantastic watch for them as they continue their way through. The 29 a little bit slow into that corner. Maddox Jackson not quite having the pace to keep up with the rest of the field, but he will manage to work his way in. He's right in behind George Japadza at the moment, but as we exit towards the end of our first lap, we're going to be seeing these riders duking it out. 5 and 4, and Hunter Houghton and Ralph Sager really giving each other a go right now. Is it going to be the number 5 of Ralph Sager around the outside? Yes, it will, and he is going to go up. What a move that is from Ralph Sager to take that position and head up a spot to P5 as we get our order at the end of the first lap. Hickenbottom has recovered a little bit from his slower start, but it's Lovett, then Ram, then Clark, then Hickenbottom.
Yeah, exactly that. Hickenbottom down there in 4th, having a few issues at this stage, and it's really surprising to see. The lap times he was putting in yesterday was sublime, and maybe, as I said earlier, just a bit tired from watching that England game last night. If he stayed up, there's a lot of people who stayed up last night to watch that one, and it went on a bit longer than it should have because there's motocross for these kids to race. We should have got someone from the paddock to fly over there to Miami and tell them, guys, you've got to wrap it up because these kids have got a race tomorrow. Because to me, it's a bit more exciting than football, but it's your choice, whatever you want. But for me, we're seeing some amazing talent come through the ranks in these motocross classes, and we're seeing the number 5 currently under pressure from the number 26 as I look down the timings to identify those riders. Ralph Sagan was followed by AJ Garwood, who has unfortunately gone down, straight back up though and back on the bike. That's the way it's done from AJ Garwood. Now is going to try and get back into the top 5, but now challenging for the lead, I think of second place, is Albie Clark, who's now made his way through on Chester Ram into second place and has got some work to do to catch Alfie Lovett. But if his pace from earlier was anything to go by, it's certainly doable.
It is certainly doable. Alfie Lovett, very quick. Chester Ram has surprised me this race, but he's also been very quick. And Albie Clark in third place as well, not too far off the back, only 4/10 off the back of Chester Ram as they cross the line. Riley Hickenbottom about 10 seconds back, so hasn't quite been able to keep up with this group. AJ Garwood's lost a couple of places on the previous lap as well to Hunter Houghton and Olivia Greener in the 4 and the 20 respectively, so they're going to be hoping to keep up with those riders further up in the order. But Lovett, with the fastest lap last time around, is going to lead the way onto what will be most likely the next lap as this is further down in the order. This is Albie Clark and the 101 of Chester Ram. So I say further down, not too far further down. Clark through on Ram and into the lead of that little group, but it will be Alfie Lovett to lead the way onto what will be the next lap of racing. 3.3, the difference between our leader and second place.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a 107.4 on that last lap, which is automatically bettered. It was Albie Lovett Alfie Lovett, sorry, who set that lap time 1 lap ago. And it, as I said that, as I was reading that fastest lap, it is bettered by 0.3 of a second from Albie Clark. He is pushing on now to catch Alfie Lovett. You can hear his parents screaming and cheering him on to try and help him through to catch and close that gap, but it's a bit too big of a gap, you have to feel, on this last lap for Albie Clark to close. But Alfie Lovett got to the front once again, taking advantage of the start that we know is so very vital here at Mallor-E Park. The 75 around the final corner towards the whoops. Keep it clean, make it good, because this race has been perfect all the way through. The checker flag waves for the number 75. Alfie Lovett wins the second race of the day for this class, with Albie Clark coming home in second place with a 107.1, closing that gap down to 2.8 seconds on the last lap. And you definitely feel like had the pace for victory, but again, needing that start.
Yeah, it was all about that start. And, well, you'll see what will happen with those riders later on, of course, because there is still plenty of action to come. We move on to E2, 4 to 6-year-old class. And, well, we move on to that class with the number 528 Archer Safe, the 4 of Lando Love, the 275 Eddie Hempstock, the 121 of Tommy Brown, the 25 Grayson Knight, the 21 of Leo Dugmore, and the 23 of Harrison Thomas as well. All of our racing today brought to you by our wonderful partners, and quite a few of which are racing related, or at least car adjacent. So we've got lots of passionate motor fans to go. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV. Then we've also got Motorverde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons. And then you've got Moto 25 and Surin and Revy as well. And in terms of those who are not motor racing related, we have TARS, we've got Fletcher Scaffolding, we've got Whittam Grange Glamping, TLB Projects, Hampton Electrical as well. They've all helped us bring the racing to life and to your screens, so that, I mean, in 10 years' time, you can watch this back. It will be amazing to see the progress of some of these riders in that 10-year gap between what they're doing now and what potentially they could be doing in the 18 to 20 inch. So think about it. The likes of those 3-year-olds who are just about getting started, they could be right up to the top. And we will see what these drivers, or what these riders even, are able to do as they get themselves ready to go for race 5.
Yeah, perhaps one day we could see that. You could see this footage, me and Joe commentating over this in the future, when one of these kids is MXGP champion or Supercross champion, whichever the sort. They probably won't mind, to be honest, unless they've grown up watching one specific. For me personally, it'll be MXGP, just because I prefer outdoor racing, and that's exactly what we've got going on here. Outdoor motocross coming your way in this race that's about to get underway. Not as many people in this class as the one previous, but that's perfectly fine, because it's good to have a difference between the two classes, because sometimes you can have too many riders that it ends up being an easily stretched out battle, because the race leader can get away while everyone fights behind. But let's see who will take the lead down into turn 1, the lead that is so important to get in this race and in all the races we've seen so far here at Mallor-E Park. This side by side, the first and second place going into turn 2, trying to battle for that first place, and that Motorverde Whole Shot Award doesn't quite make it on that occasion. Does the man in second, trying to challenge the Gas rider, the 121 that has been so strong all weekend long, doing such a good job he is to carry that speed through every single corner and never make a mistake.
Yeah, Tommy Brown doing a great job right now. That's the 121 at the top of the field, who will just continue to try to hold his way up and try to make this a perfect weekend for himself, as all of the riders continue to try to chase him. And he's really the benchmark for this E2 4 to 6 class, and even, think about it, the E2 3 to 4 class as well, because they're on the same bike. So it's all about that learning experience. And they'll be watching on with these E2 riders at the moment. And, well, they'll all be learning off of the 121, who's been fantastic so far in this campaign. We've got the 275 alongside, and has been nice and cleanly overtaken. Lando Love with a good move, and may well get the number 21 as well into the first corner. Not quite yet on the back of Leo Dugmore, and they just get very close.
Yeah, that was a brilliant dive bomb there from Lando Love to push the number 21 of Leo Dugmore out wide, and then allow himself to get a little bit of a gap heading up to turn 1. But it's quickly responded with some challenge by Leo Dugmore, who hasn't quite given up the position just yet. The exit goes the advantage of Lando Love, who got some great... Leo Dugmore is trying to get the best advantage he can, just like he has been doing in the other class where he's been dominating so much. He goes down the hill now of the Mallor-E mountain to try and close the gap. Lando Love, though, is something we've learned so far this weekend, is that he is no easy rider to pass.
Yeah, not easy at all. We've seen these riders do defensive moves, and Lando Love at the moment 7/10 ahead of Eddie Hempstocker, who was at the end of the last lap. Lando Love 4/10 of a second behind Leo Dugmore as well at the end of the last lap. So it is very, very close racing in this group at this point in time. The 271 back of the 21 now ready to race, ready to make the move on to Dugmore. So the situation has changed, of course, out there for these riders, as I say, than the previous lap, and we will see what these riders are going to be capable of heading towards the first corner. There was potentially a move for Leo Dugmore on the front of Eddie Hempstock, but no, Hempstock had to stay in behind at the end, and he wasn't able to make his way through. Lando Love leading the way in this pack now, and he's managed to build that gap up as Tommy Brown is going to be our race leader.
Yes, he is. Certainly a big gap to his name as well. 4.2 ahead of Archer Safe on that last lap. 109.6 was his best lap, and it is the fastest lap by a large margin here. His gas clearly in pair with him, like the best of duos that we've seen here at Mallor-E Park. He knows that bike so well, and I think that might just be because so many different riders ride in so many different classes, and the amount of differences, the amount of track time you're having on different bikes can take time away from each other and sort of separate that connection. As we see Tommy Brown on his gas, his electric gas, it's the only bike he rides, so you can see that connection and that faith in the bike and the faith in himself that he can push it to the limit without making a mistake.
Yeah, certainly so. And one rider that I've been really impressed with is Archer Safe in second place. There's been a lot of improvement for him throughout the course of the weekend. Did take a podium in race one, but it wasn't one of those podiums where you felt as though they were really solid on there. But Archer Safe, a fantastic improvement, just gradually gotten better and better and better across the course of the weekend. And now the 528 is going to be in second place and looking strong to get that second place and get a very good podium as well. Lando Love, third place, 7 seconds off of the back of Archer Safe, and so he's looking comfortable for the number 4 to be in third place, but Tommy Brown looking even more comfortable at the top of this field. And it's all that, as you say, the understanding of the bike, and it's very good indeed. Brown will eventually step up to the bigger bikes, but for now he is very much enjoying these E2s, and he's doing a fantastic job as we head on to the checkered flag, and it will be the victory for Tommy Brown. What a ride from the 121. Archer Safe will come home in a very, very well-earned second place. Lando Love will come home in P3, and then it'll be Dugmore and Hempstock, likely in that order, but who quite knows? There is Lando Love around the final corner in the number 4, and then we've got 2 more riders as well. There is the 21, and there is the 275. It will be Dugmore just ahead of Hempstock. Now, our next riders to come up will be our E3s. So we're going to step a little bit up, and we will just have our race that will be brought to you by TARS, of course. For all of your aggregating needs, you can go to TARS for that. And they will be helping us, and they are the majority of the riders that have helped us with that so far, and they are our title partners of this championship of the E3 4 to 5 year old class, which involves William LeConte in the 44, Archie Leacock in the 28, Joey Plass in the 22, Freddie Hamilton in the 31, Owen Everall in the 36, Miles Powell in the 14, Noah Wewall in the 903, Finley Gibbons in the 19, Reggie Doyle in the 4, Henry Chamley in the 294, then George Milligan in the 421, Jensen Summers in the 227, Adonis Martin in the 19, and Zach Kay in the 47.
This E3 class, it's delivered some amazing action across the weekend, and it promises to bring some more as we get ready for this race. Only a few left in this second part of the day, and then we move on to the finale. The final races for each class coming up in a few minutes, in about an hour's time, where it will be gloves off, everyone looking to take the spoils in the last point of the day. And this one certainly won't be any different. Everyone looking to take as many wins as possible as well, as many podiums as possible. Everyone's worked so hard across this weekend, dealing with the heat, of course, staying up late to watch the football and doing all sorts of things like getting the bike ready and traveling, depending on how far they live from Mallor-E Park. Usually you'll find that most of these riders will live locally, but right now looking to become, whether they're local heroes or away soldiers, they're looking to take home the '1 plate and taking the top step of the podium. Let's just see who will be able to do that in this E3 4 to 5 year old class. It's really incredible to see the ages of 4 to 5 years old be so competitive on such fast bikes as well. I mean, riding trials at my age of 5 years old, it was a bit of a different story, and seeing the speed that they've got is really incredible, and it's admirable. But now we're going to see more incredible action as they head down to turn 1. Such a large field as they all pack their way into turn 1, condensing into one little group as many riders have a few issues off the first corner. It's usual, it happens all the time here at Mallor-E Park. It's just one of those corners where you have to be really careful going into it, especially with that large pack. Thankfully, no one went down in that first corner, and everyone got through nice and safely, but a few people making some mistakes. But making no mistake so far is the race leader. He's been challenging for the race lead in many situations all weekend long, and now looks to take victory in this one. We're looking at the rest of the field coming through the Mallor-E Mountain, but it is Joey Plass leading this race on his Husqvarna, the number 22, doing all he can to take a victory this weekend. He's been all up and down the results of top 4 in this class across the weekend, battling with the likes of Jensen Summers and a few other riders to name, after, of course, that eventful first race where him and Jensen Summers collided. But at the moment, he's got another rival to contend with, in the form of Reggie Doyle on what is the number 4 on the bike, but the number 14 on the timing. We're waiting to see how Joey Plass can respond, and if Jensen Summers can try and get involved in that battle for the race lead. At this, it remains Joey Plass leading this race, as again we're seeing more riders chunk up at the back of the field and become a massive pack of riders duking it out for top 10, top 5 positions, even as Jensen Summers tries to send a dive bomb around the outside of the number 22, but the 227 behind him, it just can't quite work. Here's Gas doing all it can with him on board to try and deliver yet another race victory here this weekend. But already we're seeing Reggie Doyle pull away at the front. There's a lot of riders who have turned a new leaf here on Sunday, found some more pace, found some more race, and riders that have been so quick yesterday might just be struggling a little bit more. Names come to mind, like in the other classes, we're seeing Riley Hickenbottom was struggling a lot with the start today, which was in fact his incredible strength yesterday. So that just shows you how quickly things can change as the conditions change, the track conditions change, and the riders progress through the day. We might just see riders getting stronger throughout the day, and I'll tell you what, getting stronger throughout the race is Reggie Doyle out in front at the moment. We're waiting to see, though, can anyone respond to his lap times? We can't quite see it happening because these two, Joey Plass and Jensen Summers, are going for it for that second place. These two have been in Husqvarna owned by KTM, Gas, formerly owned by KTM. As it looks like someone's ran into an issue, it's Reggie Doyle, the race leader, has gone down at the whoops. A moment where so many people have been caught out. That is unbelievable. What a shame for Reggie Doyle. Just as I was singing his praise for him and his KTM doing a great job out there in the lead. But now it becomes the two rivals we've seen all weekend battling for the top step on the podium. Will we get a moment of deja vu here in this corner when the front was dropped on the banking by Plas, and then following along was Summers going into the back of him and flipping over, and unfortunately ending their chances at a race win. But they did get back up. They did try and fight back to the podium places, but it was a little bit difficult because it was on the last lap. But now, with a few laps to go, what can Jensen Summers do about Joey Plas in front of him? He's running out of time, he's running out of space, and Joey Plas is pulling out the gap. He probably can't believe that they're fighting for the win after how strong Reggie Doyle was. But now, with one lap to go, it's between these two yet again. Reggie Doyle, unfortunately, out of the picture for the race win. He got back up, and we'll have to wait and see whether he's able to compete for the podium. But it's all about these two, Gas versus Husqvarna. Gas, former company owned by KTM, and then Husqvarna, pretty much the company owned by KTM. So a bit of a rivalry going on there in terms of machinery. But as much as these kids may go on to levels of this caliber one day, I don't quite think they're factory riders as of yet. And I emphasize on the word yet, because look how hard they're pushing going up the Suron summit. Jensen Summers is getting close. You can hear his parents willing him on to find a way through on Joey Plas. There can't possibly be a way through from this far back. It's so hard to pass here at Mallor-E Park, but only the best of the best riders can learn and find out the ways to do it. But the way to the victory is for Joey Plas. Wow, what a ride by the man on Husqvarna. A really good performance from him to take a victory, defending from Jensen Summers all the way through from start to finish, despite Reggie Doyle going down in front of them. It is unbelievable to see that. It's unfortunate for Reggie, who may be able to come back onto the podium. So I'm trying to get the standings back around to me to figure out how that one ended up. A brilliant ride from Joey Plas to end up with the race win ahead of Jensen Summers, who you feel is desperate for a race win after getting so close yet so far so many times. But still, one more race yet to come for this E3 4 to 5 class, and there's plenty more action where that came from. But now we stay on the E3s and we move to the E3 5 to 7 class, as I'm now going to try and pull up the standings elsewhere and figure out how that race ended, because we need to know who finished on the podium in that one right there. And it did end up, of course, going to Joey Plas in first place. Jensen Summers came home in second place with a 102.283 fastest lap, 2/10 faster than his rival in first. Behind them, Reggie Doyle did manage to get back onto the podium in third, and then quite a ways behind him, fourth round, because he was in a really close battle briefly with the riders behind him, but then brought out a brilliant gap of nearly 10 seconds to George Milligan in fifth. Then behind George, we had Noah Weeble, Finley Gibbons, Owen Everall, Miles Powell, Adonis Martin, Archie Leacock, Henry Chamley, Zach Kay, William LeConte, and Jensen James in 15th. And now we move on to the older riders. Same bikes, but older riders, more experience, more speed, and better overtakes. We're going to see some amazing action once again here, and we thank all of the sponsors that make sure this racing can happen, so we can have all the classes in full force here at Mallor-E Park and showcasing these kids' talents worldwide. And speaking of showcasing the talent worldwide, make sure you share the links of this broadcast, be it whether you're watching on Motorsport Radio or the Mallor-E Park YouTube channel. Send it around and show your friends whether they're interested in racing or not. It's irrelevant. They need to see the next generation of talent that is coming through in the motocross scene here in Great Britain. But right now, here in Great Britain, in Leicestershire, at Mallor-E Park, the E3 5 to 7 race is about to get underway and deliver us some full force action as they get ready to go. You can't hear the bikes revving because they're electric. There is no clutch. It is all just drop the gate and get a handful of throttle. And they need to be careful with these bikes, because when you get to the higher power bikes, they are really aggressive on the throttle, almost like two strokes, but you haven't got the issues of bogging down or anything like that, or quite easily stalling for such inexperienced riders at their age. So in this situation, the electric bikes are perfect to get off the line. You look at electric cars, they get away really well. But we now focus on 2 wheels rather than 4 as they're about to get going now. Look at the locked in poses you can see across the field as the grid gets underway. The hand goes up for Jack, and the foot goes down as the riders go down into turn one, and all side by side, 3 riders wide down into turn one, and once again it looks to me like Carter Anderson had got us into the lead and looking to take a commanding gap already, which he already has done, stretching that gap to what looks like about half a second at this point already, heading over up the tabletop. He is showing that pace we've seen all weekend, so consistent, so fast, but needs to make sure that no mistakes come his way. There was quite a few crashes for him yesterday, despite his pace, which still resulted in his victory. But if he wants to climb to higher levels, if he wants to climb to the bigger classes and even further on in his career, those mistakes need to be ironed out. And his pace needs to be controlled, and controlling he will be at the moment in the race lead. We're now watching a battle, I believe, for 5th and 6th between the number 110 and what looks to be the number 62. As we wait for them to come to line, it will then identify the riders who are doing their best to battle for those positions. As they make their way to line, it should be Carter Anderson still in the lead, but we'll have to wait and see as they come over the whoops. It will be Carter Anderson still in the lead, ahead of Isaac Colcutt in second, Billy Carroll in third, Reggie Herring making his way up into fourth. That battle then for 5th place being between Ruben Scrivens and Boyce Clements, followed closely by Eddie Hemstock in 7th place. I say closely, 4 seconds, but definitely a smaller gap than we see elsewhere on the grid. But at the moment, that was one rider running extremely wide, and we're watching the battle between Isaac Colcutt and Billy Carroll. That was Billy Carroll running really out wide and getting the run along the banking, and this time getting the exit, trying to force his way through, again taking the wider line to make a better exit down the hill. And look, he's loving those wider lines, getting the better exit and going straight from banking to banking. It's like going curb to curb on a circuit, but this time you get the banking to help you carry more speed around the corner. You can turn tighter with more speed, more throttle at your wrist, and this time he goes for the dive bomb on the inside rather than the outside, and it doesn't prove worthy, because back up the inside is Isaac Colcutt, who has dived straight back through on the number 4 behind him and has made Billy all that work to do once again. We wait to see how that can be responded to with a few laps to go. They can't really respond to Carter Anderson out in the lead. The gap grows to 4 seconds between him and this duel for second place. But right now, we're seeing the strategy being planned out for the last few laps. We're seeing moments of focus and realization for Isaac trying to find the better line to get ahead of Billy. As you can hear Billy's parents willing him on, pushing him to that second place ahead of Isaac Colcutt. But right now, Isaac is really struggling to keep up. He keeps going for those wide lines, and I think it's losing him a little bit as he starts to lose a little bit of grip on the outside. Those bankings have been used at a large amount all throughout the day, and I think we're starting to see some ruts maybe form in the bankings, but we're not quite sure how that can happen at the moment. Well, we're not sure how this battle can end up even, because Billy Carroll can decide at any point what line to take, and that can make an effect on this race when he tries to catch Isaac Colcutt.
Yeah, it is all about now for Carter Anderson trying to hold on to this lead. Colcutt's very, very close in that fight for what will be second place, of course, right now. The gap between them last time around was 0.6 of a second. And, well, we'll see where they end up being this time. Carter Anderson on the edge as we head to the verge of the final part of the race. We're on to the final lap, and it will be Carter Anderson to lead us onto it. He's done such a fantastic job this race and this weekend as well, to just keep himself going again and again and again. And the gap between himself and Carroll is now 7.7, as Colcutt is 1.5 off the back of the number 4.
Yeah, exactly that. We're seeing this gap being stretched out every single lap for Carter Anderson. So confident, so fast, so wild, as we were told by his granddad, at which you would have seen that interview in this morning's pre-show. Of course, when the racing gets done, you can go back and watch it. We interviewed multiple riders and multiple of the sponsors that help keep this racing going, which we all thank for. But Carter Anderson, a great job from him to iron out those mistakes that he made yesterday, and proving that he can adapt and adjust and keep that pace going at an extreme rate. This time running a 101.2, his fastest lap, as he comes across the line to take yet another win to his name and that number 20. But Billy Carroll will look like he's not going to take home the second place, because it looks like the wider line finally pays dividends for Isaac Colcutt, who shoots around the outside. Well, I got them mixed up there, thanks to the numbers being 3 and 4, so quite close together. But it was Billy Carroll who got that second place at the end of the day, taking the wide line, going around the outside of Isaac Colcutt and getting the run to line over the whoops. And I'm sure Isaac will be a bit devastated with that one, but nonetheless, it was a great effort from them both to have what was such an amazing battle for second.
And we've got one more race of the day for them to show what they can do in that class. And, well, that'll be coming up later on in the day. And, well, now the next up race that we're going to go from the E3s to the E5, so a little bit more powerful. We got in the E5 class, we've got the 5 to 6s up first, and in that class there'll be the 313 of Theo Hancock, finally able to get it over the line this time around. He was able to beat George Breeze in the 46, Theo Hancock in the 313. That was a gap of 2.4 seconds. Then Arthur Brailsford in the 33. We spoke to him yesterday, and he was happy with his podium finishes, and he was hoping for more today. Dexter Mellor-Hallworth with the 22, Olivia Templeman with the 10, Ralphie Matthews and Freddie Oakes both with the 67s, and Reggie Herring on the 32, and he's going to have to get very quickly through. He's one of 2 riders who competes in multiple classes back to back. That will be, the other one would be even Ethan Rudd, who would be looking at doing just that. But it's going to be a fantastic race, I think. And, well, we would never know what would happen in these races if it wasn't for our partners. Well, we are very, very thankful for Motor Verde, Whittam Grange Glamping, Spooks, TLB Projects, SJs, Hampton Electrical, Tom Johnson and Sons, Majestic RV, Fletcher Scaffolding, Mayflower Travel and their mini cabs, and then TARS, PJ's Garage, Moto 25, Surren and Revy as well. We've got plenty of partners for our E5 race ready to come up in the 5 to 6 year old category, and we are ready to go racing. Who's going to get the whole shot? It will be Theo Hancock by a distance at the top of the field. The 22 and the 10 side by side. Hunter Feely ready to go, fighting for it slightly further back. Actually, that's going to be the 22 of Dexter Mellor-Hallworth, fighting with Freddie Oakes for that second place. But at the end of it, the most important part, the P1, is Theo Hancock.
Yeah, and it looks like there was just something going on there at the start of the race. They're getting stopped, and Theo Hancock would be devastated about that, because he got such a great launch. That was one thing that he didn't get so perfect on that occasion. We didn't have a starter in that race, someone not being able to get off the line. So I think that's just why we're going back round to start once again. As you said earlier on during the first section of races, Joe, that we're quite ahead of schedule, so we might just have a bit of time to get these kids back out onto the grid and back out for some more racing.
Yeah, they will be having one more race later on. Some of the riders will be going out for a few more races, and we will see what will happen with this group. Yellow flags out there, but not red flags just yet. So all of the riders having to slow down, but not stop just yet as they continue on, and they will continue on in formation in this top group, because they are just going to head through the yellow flag sections of the track, and they will just keep in formation for now, doing a good job at the moment to slow down that pace, because it can be tricky when these bikes don't have any form of slow down built into them to keep that going. And in fact, it looks like we're going to go for a straight restart.
Yeah, the only form of slowdown built into them is the brakes, and obviously it must have been difficult for Theo Hancock going up onto the tabletop, going up the hill. You don't want to grab a whole lot of brake there. He had to make sure he got right on top of it before grabbing some brakes, because that can go pretty wrong, especially on the little bikes. But thankfully, these more of the bigger bikes, the E5, some real power to them, as we saw there in perfect fashion with that amazing start from Theo Hancock. As the green flag waves, green means go, and that's exactly what they're about to do down into turn 1 in a few moments' time. Everybody just getting positioned back on the grid again as we get ready to have yet another scene of action down into turn 1. Let's see if Theo Hancock can replicate that performance.
He'll be disappointed if he doesn't, I think, because he got such a good start that it almost feels as though he'd be missing out if he didn't do just that, and if he didn't do such a fantastic start. We'll wait for Jack to get on the pedal, and then he's going to get himself underway, and here we go. He's having a look to make sure that everybody is ready. He's going to put the thumb up, and he's going to put the pedal down, and the gate is gone. A great start for the 22, and a great start for George Breeze as well. Not so flashy from Theo Hancock. It will be Breeze to lead into the first corner, and it will be Dexter Mellor-Hallworth to follow him through. So a good start for those two riders, and well, Theo Hancock, bit more work to do than on the first start.
Yeah, exactly. George Breeze got a little bit lucky there, I think, because he got a much better start this time round. He was in the middle of the pack, fighting amongst the 5th and 6th positions on the first time round, and Theo Hancock got the advantage, got away, and was ready to get the lap times in.
Oh, the 67 getting very close there to the upper line, which was being taken at that time by Olivia Templeman. So a little bit of a defensive manoeuvre thrown up from Ralphie Matthews at the moment. And well, he's going to try to fight it. That will be either Ralphie Matthews or Freddie Oakes, of course, because they both run the same number. We're going to exit the first lap then, and it will be George Breeze in the lead, but a good bit of momentum from Theo Hancock is going to get him closer, and he's going to go try around the outside of turn 1. Not quite yet, but he's getting close.
He really is, and we saw this yesterday. I think we're in for a really good battle here, Joe, because Theo and George went at it yesterday in the earlier races, and we saw some brilliant battles between the two. And earlier on today in race 1, we saw Theo get quite a poor start, having to fight through the field, but eventually caught George in the last couple of laps and made the move work, and it was really impressive. Now he's got that opportunity to wait for a little bit longer behind him and plan out the move a little bit better, and that he did really well in the previous race today. Is that he planned out that move in a matter of a lap, which is not something very easy to do after only a lap of following the person in front of you, because he did it on the very last lap, sending it up the inside and getting on through. But this time it looks like he's struggling to manage this early pace that George Breeze is putting down.
Yeah, definitely at the moment it does seem to be that he's struggling to keep up with George Breeze at the moment. The last time around their laps, 58.0 for George Breeze and a 59.2 from Theo Hancock. That's a ridiculous lap, I'm pretty sure, from George Breeze. Haven't quite got the laps from the last race in front of me, but I will get those up and we'll compare the two, because that feels ridiculous in terms of the difference between those two riders at the very start. So last race in the 5.6s, the fastest lap was a 56.7, and that was an unbelievable lap time from Theo Hancock at the end. The rest of it was mid 58s to low 57s. So the fact that George Breeze has managed to get himself going straight away and jump in with a 58.0 is amazing.
It really is. It shows that skill. We're seeing so many different riders displaying different skills, and one of them for George is that he can get out there and bang on the amazing lap times straight away. It takes Theo Hancock maybe just a little bit of time to get into the race rhythm, and now we're seeing it come to the floor because he's taken a wide and aggressive line on the banking to get the better exit onto the whoops, and look how much that has gained him going on to this lap. He's a lot closer now, and he's gained himself some time to think about a move. There's a bit of a moment there on the exit as George Breeze got on the throttle that will allow Theo Hancock to get all the closer as they tighten up once again. That got close as there as well. Theo Hancock nearly going into his George Breeze's back wheel, managing to stay on in fine fashion. And this time, again, taking those wider lines to try and get the run down the hill, see where he can gain time, and late on the brakes as well, trying to square off these corners and find exits to gain him a way through. And oh wow, well, look at that, the rear squirming for George Breeze. He made his way down the Suron summit, and clearly being pushed on is that bike as he comes around the last corner to start the very last lap. It's all to do for Theo Hancock. The ball is in his court to make the move and get it done, but you feel like it's a bridge too far unless a mistake comes the way of George Breeze.
The ball is in his court, but it's by the net, and he is right at the back of the court. So he's going to have to really work hard to get to this lead. He's going to have to really find somewhere where he can make his way through on George Breeze, and he can make his way up to the lead. Otherwise, Breeze is just going to breeze his way to a victory on the inside of the 67, trying to go through a lap. He's lost a bit of time on Freddie Oakes, but it looks all good for Theo Hancock. That's a positive sign for the 313 that he might be able to make his way through late on. We're just watching them as they head up Suron Summit for the final time in race number 5. And as they head back down, George Breeze, I think, just about has the edge in this fight. Hancock over a second off the back at the final lap as they started it. And there goes Theo Hancock. So George Breeze has managed to stave off the pressure and will take the win here in race 5. A very good race indeed from George Breeze, and Theo Hancock not quite able to keep up in the E5 5 to 6s. Next up will be the E5 6 to 8s as our third place Dexter Mellor-Hallworth will come to the line. In the 5 to 8 class it will be, in the 6 to 8 class in the E5s it will be Noah Comstock in the 296, will be Colby Fletcher in the 29, Richard Mason in the 537, Hunter Feely in the 22, Freddie Brooksbanks in the 46, Stan Grimshaw in the 177, and then it will also be Blake Coates in the 719. And earlier on that race saw some fantastic. And Fletcher, of course, is going to be the name on everyone's lips in terms of this race. But, we've got plenty of partners who are helping us bring the racing to us today. Just a reminder that we have Surren, PJ's Garage, Moto 25, Mayflower Travel, TARS, Majestic RV, Fletcher Scaffolding, Hampton Electrical, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, TLB Projects, SJs, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde Spooks, and Revy. And we'll be seeing on the riders what they will do for this race. Of course, coming up now is going to be the E5 6 to 8.
Yeah, these bikes they get off the line so aggressively, and that allows for some big drama with some amazing dive bombs being shown down into turn 1. It's such a technical hairpin to get right as you go so hard on the brakes and so aggressively up the inside as well. And maybe not a massive class in terms of the grid size, but as I've said so many times this weekend, allowing for closer battles if they all get in a group together. Now, I think they're just waiting on a few riders to get ready. It looks like everyone's ready to go. The pedal about to be pressed as the throttle was about to be opened for every rider on the grid here. We get underway for the final E5 race in this second section of the day, and they go shooting down into turn 1, and someone going down there in the middle part. That's Colby Fletcher going down at turn 1. Can you believe that? Now let's see. We've seen his incredible pace all weekend long. Now it's time to see his racecraft already proving amazing as he makes his way through on 2 riders already.
Yeah, and Blake Coates is going to try to take that opportunity. He's come close to Colby Fletcher a couple of times this weekend, and he holds that first place for now as we're watching the 177 right now just head down the hill for the first time and want to fight his way in. That's Grimshaw just keeping his momentum up and keeping himself in. This is Colby Fletcher, the 29, replaced by the slow down sign, who's keeping his way through and fighting up there. Where is he going to stack up as we exit the first lap of this race? Well, it looks like he's fought his way all the way back to P2.
That was quick. He only took him less than a lap, and that just shows his incredible speed as he gets an amazing exit, darts to the inside of Blake Coates and gets the move done. Colby Fletcher went down at turn 1 lap ago, and then came straight back from last to first in a matter of 1 lap. Truly amazing from Colby Fletcher, as now with this pace clearly has what it takes to go and lap the whole grid. Let's see if it is possible. He looks behind him to check how far behind Blake Coates is. Quite far behind already, as he already gets a great run down the hill.
Yeah, he doesn't get too bad of a run down the hill indeed, as he just tries to ward off the pressure at the moment from behind. There is not that much pressure on the circuit just yet, but he knows that eventually there will be some pressure coming in, and he's going to have to hold on to it, and he's going to have to make sure that bike is planted in all the right places as they exit towards the end of the second lap of this race. And it will be our leader, of course, taking us onto it, and it will be just a very, very good start to this race from Colby Fletcher. An amazing fight back to lead this race now. Blake Coates, there's only so much he can do in P2.
Yeah, it'll be defending for the next position as the next race gets gridded up. Everyone trying to get the bikes ready to go for their next race. But at the moment, we still have another race yet to come. Colby Fletcher still leading this one with a 55.0 fastest lap on that last lap, miles quicker than the rest of the field at this point in time. Noah Comstock is in third, trying to add to the amount of podiums he's got this weekend. He's been a real consistent finisher. I've been quite impressed with his rides. He's not come off once in any of his performances, and he's kept going. He's kept consistent and kept strong, and it's a good showing from Noah to show that there is a progression going as the weekend goes along.
And we've also watched Stan Grimshaw and Hunter Feely swap around on that previous lap. So that was 5th and 6th place. Grimshaw gaining 5th off of the 22 of Hunter Feely, who we can see these two on our screens now making that pass. And it was Grimshaw that was 2.5 seconds quicker than Feely on the previous lap. So made his way up and up a position into what will be, 5th place by the time this race ends. But Colby Fletcher will take us on to the next lap, and Blake Coates will be 9.6 behind. So Colby Fletcher, incredible lap times indeed as we head on to the final lap. And I mean, I know he had transponder problems earlier. Surely they can't be reoccurring. Surely they can't be showing that he's 5 seconds quicker than Blake Coates and 10 quicker than Comstock.
Yeah, especially after crashing on the first corner of the first lap. That is extreme pace being shown from Colby Fletcher, but it's something that I can't really doubt, to be honest, as he makes his way to the last couple laps in the lead of this race, or so we're being told by his unfaithful transponder that we've had to deal with across the weekend. But it looks to me like that is the case. It probably is the case because of how fast he's been over the weekend, but at the moment Blake Coates is in second place. He's just put in a 101.3 on that last lap. So at the moment, as you can expect, given up on his opportunity for first place, but doing a really good job to hold on to that second. He's miles ahead of Noah Comstock. In fact, over 10 seconds ahead of Noah Comstock in third place. So clearly making some improvements is Blake Coates as the weekend goes along, and is slowly getting to that stage of catching Colby Fletcher.
He is, and Colby Fletcher with a big wheelie down Surrey Summit will come around the final corner, and he will take yet another victory in the series. What a win for the 29, and he will take that one home in the E5 6 to 8 year old class. And that was very, very quick indeed from the 29 to take the win. Blake Coates had an opportunity but couldn't quite keep up with Fletcher. He will come home in P2. And third place, well, that looks like it's going to go to the ever-consistent Comstock in P3, who was setting 105s. So just found himself in the middle between Coates and Mason. And if anyone has a problem in the races later on, he could be one of the first riders to give himself really a go. Side by side between these riders further down. Grimshaw defending from Feely, who looks to the inside but can't quite make the move just yet. Stan Grimshaw is running out of corners to have to defend. Hunter Feely's running out of corners to try to attack. He looks around the outside. He can't quite make his way through. He stays waiting in behind. And I think as they head down Surrey Summit for the final time, Grimshaw's just about got enough of a buffer to lead Feely home.
Yeah, unfortunately, Feely just had a bit of a moment going up the Surrey Summit, lost the rear and unfortunately lost the drive. And that is probably the worst place to lose drive when following someone. Oh, that was close there. Hunter Feely getting it all a little bit moving around on the rear over the whoops. But yeah, as I said, that is probably one of the worst places to lose the drive when you're going up that hill. The Surrey Summit so steep that the younger riders don't even go for it. So that proving unfortunate for him.
The Surrey Hyper-B Cup ready to come up now, and we've got racing action ready to go with all of these riders out there on this motocross track here at Mallor-E Park. Blake Ford in the 3, Ethan Rudd in the 25, Tommy Cotter on the 148, Jace Tragust on the 5, Archie Harper on the 917, Ruben Scrivens on the 110, Madison Parsons on the 28, Alano Parsons on the 29, as we get ourselves going on the 92, even as we get ourselves going, and we're going to get side by side between the top two into the first corner. But we do have a very, very clear leader as the dust was kicked up and they didn't quite get the exit. What did P2 for the time being? So our race leader in this pack is heading up. Wow, what a jump that was further down in the order. But our race leader, Tommy Cotter.
Yep, of course, the one, the only, who has been dominating so many races he's competed in. The closest rival he's had so far is Ethan Rudd, who is sat there in second place, who is now going to try and challenge for this race lead. Tommy Cotter has been really one of the riders of the meeting, considering how dominant he's been. But we're waiting to see who can challenge him for that race lead, as we're now watching number 5 there struggle his way up to the Suron summit and back down again. Clearly struggling to get the drive on the smaller wheel bikes, but not to worry, the pace will improve as the race goes along. But I'll tell you what, the pace not needing to be improved, because it's already good enough for Tommy Cotter as he pulls the gap out to 3 seconds. Ethan Rudd, we did say he'd improved from yesterday afternoon, but it looks like it's just not enough to beat Tommy Cotter, at least for now.
Not quite yet, at least. 3 seconds, the gap between those riders at the first lap, and Blake Ford is going to be just under a second behind Ethan Rudd, so he might be able to keep up with these riders later on in this race. Alfie Brown, 4th place as well in the 19, not doing too badly in position, 10 seconds off the back of the leader, 6 seconds off the back of Blake Ford, and just 3 ahead of Archie Harper. So the 917 is going to want every opportunity. There's good fighting between Ruben Scrivens and Lando Parsons, who well, there is a good fight between these 2 riders indeed, and it will be Archie Harper just ahead of Scrivens. So they've lost Lando Parsons, and now Scrivens has been able to make his way through on Harper and up a position, up into 5th. Parsons wants to stay within range, but he's going to have some hard work to do with the hard-charging Scrivens moving up side by side between these 2 riders further down in the order. The 110 has a little bit of breathing room now, does Ruben Scrivens, as Tommy Cotter has opened up that gap to Ethan Rudd, 5.2 seconds.
Yeah, what a brilliant move from Ruben Scrivens. He made that work, got it done, and made a big gap for it afterwards. So the riders behind him struggling to tag along, really, and he's got away perfectly, laying his pace down. Look at the gap that he's already pulled out. But speaking of gaps, quite a small gap compared to the one to the leader between Ethan Rudd and Blake Ford. That stands at about a second between them, which can automatically disappear at one moment. And there it is. It does disappear slightly as closer to the rider in front gets Blake Ford, and that is definitely under a second now, the gap. Blake Ford, one of the riders who went down earlier, clearly not affecting him. Straight back up in that race and straight back out there for this one and challenging for the podium. Not the best exit there, but still in contention for second with Ethan Rudd.
He's shown some fantastic performances throughout the course of this weekend. Very, very improved. There's a mistake, though, from Blake Ford, unfortunately, as well, now that he's got this newfound pace that he's picked up, especially towards the latter stages of yesterday and today. He has he's got to deal with it, and he's got to learn some of the new lines and new moments where he has to get that traction down. So there's a couple of problems for him, but he will keep himself going, and he'll try to catch back up to Blake Ford. The gap last time out was 1.3 seconds. I'd say it's probably about 2.5 now between Rudd and Ford, and these 2 are going to be duking it out for the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, maybe so, unless Ethan Rudd can keep that gap where it is at this point in time. He might relax on the last couple of laps and think he's got a good enough gap to maintain that second place, or he'll push on and set some faster laps as Tommy Cotter makes his way through some lap traffic, setting lap after lap quicker than the rest of the field. It was a 58.6 on that last lap, 1.6 seconds off the fastest lap he did at the start of the race, but still miles quicker than everyone else. And that pace is so consistent. The 58s, the 57s, they're never ending, and that's just showing how we could be seeing him in the big wheel Suron class in the very near future.
We could do. The older they get, the harder they work at jumping up the field and jumping up in the bikes, and Tommy Cotter is certainly one to keep an eye out on in terms of the future of motocross racing. He's been fantastic so far this weekend. He's been fantastic so far this championship, and now he tries to go through and lap the 917. Just has a little bit of a moment of a kick, but he can go the long way around. He's got the confidence on the bike to do just that, and he heads around the final corner, and this will be a very, very strong race victory for Tommy Cotter, who will come to the line. He won't have any feet on his pedals. He doesn't need them. He takes the victory.
Yeah, another dominant ride. He just can't be stopped, can he? And then Ethan Rudd will come home for second place. I'll tell you what, though, Blake Ford, a great effort to close the gap back down to Ethan Rudd after that extreme moment he had coming out of that first corner after the whoops. But he did it. He pulled that back in under a second. It was across the line, 1.5 even across the line. My apologies, but nonetheless a great ride from both him and Ethan. Then following them in fourth place, it should be Alfie Brown as the last few riders make their way to the line. We've still got five or six to come across the line. Let's have a look then. Let's see how this top 5 battle ended up, because we saw Ruben Scrivens getting in a few battles earlier on in the race, where he ends up in 5th behind Alfie Brown. And then it looks like we're going to see Lando Parsons, Archie Harper, Madison Parsons and Jace Traeger coming along after them. We'll have to wait and see how that ends up, because I'm pretty sure we saw Lando Parsons and Archie Harper still knotted quite closely together as the flag comes out and the rest of the riders finish. Lovely claps all around for every rider who tries their best in these classes. Certainly no lack of trying for any of these ones, as we now move to the big wheel class where the things get juicy.
They certainly do. And, well, we've got 2 very quick riders in the Surrey Hyper-B Cup here for the big wheel races. Now, coming up for this race, it will be the number 29 of Colby Fletcher, the number 75 of Jimmy Briggs, the 17 of Jack Whitehouse, the 291 of Caden Waldock, the 89 of Jack Ferries, the 175 of Frankie Hargreaves, and the 18 of Brax Johnson. They'll be competing it out, and I'm sure this is going to be Fletcher versus Briggs for the front of the field. This will be one to watch, certainly into the latter stages of this race, and we'll see what they can do as we're going to get ourselves ready to go racing. Of course, we're still waiting for the final few finishers in that last class. So maybe, an issue for a couple of them, or maybe they just came across the line just as Cotter was taking the checkered flag, so it gave them a little bit of time that they had to work with. The riders then getting ready in position and ready stationed in their grid spots. There is 16 grid spots out there. They can pick which they're in randomized ones, so it's not going to go exactly like there is, for example, in this class. There is a total of 7 riders. There's not going to be 7 in a row. They could just be in different ones. But Jack's going to get himself ready for the next race to begin. He's going to stand behind the pedal, take a sip of water. It's a hard job out there in the heat, and he's going to put his thumb up, and the action will get underway now. Who's going to lead into the whole shot? It will be the 29. It looks like a Colby Fletcher, as Jimmy Briggs is going to get squeezed in by Jack Whitehouse. Around the outside then goes Caden Waldock to try to stay within this fight. All 4 of those riders are going to be the favourites for the race win today. But at the moment, our favourite is our race leader, and in that position it will be Colby Fletcher.
Of course, who else would it be? But so aggressive into turn 1 was Jimmy Briggs and Jack Whitehouse, completely sideways. In some aspects, you think they're racing speedway, not motocross, as they got on the brakes into the first corner. Of course, that being the defining factor that they're not racing speedway. They have a front brake lever, whereas speedway doesn't. Heading down the hill, we have Jimmy Briggs there in second, followed closely by Jack Whitehouse. And many riders trying to get involved in the battle as well. As they come to line, it's going to be Colby Fletcher leading the way, but coming through into second place is going to be one of the riders darting through. That was Jimmy Briggs. That was Caden Waldock, who was in second originally. Very similar suits and bike liveries for them, so easy to get confused between them, but nonetheless, don't get confused that move was nothing short of legendary, as we saw Jack Whitehouse run it out slightly wide and push Caden Waldock out onto the banking on the outside as well with him, and that allowed Jimmy Briggs to slide up the inside, get the run through the whoops, and take them both at the same time.
Yeah, it's great racing, and here comes Jack Ferries on the back of Frankie Hargreaves, hoping to continue the streak of very good racing in this class. Where is he going to be able to find the opportunity to make his way through? The answer is not up at the top of Surrey Summit, as these two scrap it out as well. Briggs and Whitehouse have sort of turned into the fight for this weekend. Colby Fletcher has managed to find that little bit of an edge on these riders. That is unbelievable.
That was a big moment there for Jack Whitehouse on the whoops. He did a great job to stay on it. That was really surprising, to be honest. That seemed to be one of his stronger points. It is those whoops, and I suppose he's that strong on them that he managed not to crash. And that is a big load of kudos, because that is a very hard thing to say when the rear comes out like that and you get all crossed up and you panic so much. And I can imagine Jack Whitehouse, my goodness, he was panicking in that moment. But at the moment, he is in that podium battle and still in it thanks to that save. But I think he will be under pressure soon from Caden Waldock once he regroups and gets back involved.
Fairies and Hargreaves even have put on a fantastic show so far for those lower positions. 5th and 6th is what they're fighting for, and this podium battle looks as though Jimmy Briggs has managed to get the edge just that little bit more on Jack Whitehouse, who is just on the limit of his racing. It is sensational to watch between these two riders what they're able to do, and the 75 is going to lead into the first corner, close between his rear tyre and Jack Whitehouse's front, but they will stay within the battle. They will both stay alive, and that's what it's all about. Jimmy Briggs trying to turn very sharply into the corner. Huge jumps over the curve. They are pushing themselves to the very limit of these motorbikes, and it is great to watch.
Yeah, both of them using the outside banking to get the best exit possible, the tightest run, the widest run through the corner while maintaining the most amount of speed. That banking helps them turn tighter and keep the throttle on wider. So we're going to see Jack Whitehouse continuing to use those wider lines that he loves so much to try and find his way through, because he's going to switch back to the inside because of his amazing exit from the previous lap. It's not quite enough, but this time he's got the outside run into the next corner. We've seen this move a few times as we watch Colby Fletcher out in the lead, just cruising once again, but right now we're wondering whether Jack Whitehouse actually made it work going down into the hairpin. We'll have to wait and see who flashes up first. It's Jimmy Briggs who maintains that second spot, but Jack Whitehouse, he's not done yet.
He's not. There was 0.5 of a difference between them last time around, and Jimmy Briggs was slower than Whitehouse by 0.3 of a second, so the 17 could find his way in. He's going to try to find his way in. Where is he going to be able to find his way in? The number 17, a fantastic job so far. He keeps trying it on the outside of Surrey Summit and trying to get the run down the hill. Here he goes then over all of the crests, finding as much time as he possibly can. He's experimenting out there, knowing that he is on pace with Jimmy Briggs, but he's not quite quicker just yet, as this is our race leader, Colby Fletcher. A fantastic job done by him today, and he will just continue this racing on later on in the day. Of course, he's got one more race to go in each of the classes he competes in, and I'm sure he will be one of the favourites for it. Jimmy Briggs in second at the moment. Jack Whitehouse trying to chase behind, but I don't quite think he's close enough.
No, I think he's been broken a little bit by Jimmy Briggs in front of him, and now Jimmy Briggs has really put the pace down on this last lap to break his spirits, get that second place down, and now he just has to keep it clean to make sure he brings that second place to the line. But about to bring the first place to the line is Colby Fletcher, who kicks the dust out on the banking, using all of it that he can while doing his usual showboating and enjoying of his, what you'd say, parade laps as he comes to the line to win the final of the second race segment here at Mallor-E Park on Sunday, followed by Jimmy Briggs and Jack Whitehouse in second and third. But I'll have to say, while they didn't beat Colby Fletcher this time round, every single race the gap shrinks to Colby Fletcher in the lead.
It does at the moment, and Colby Fletcher is going to be just so very happy with that one, although on the last lap Jimmy Briggs did close that in, as you said. We are at the end of race number 2s now, or race number 5s for the weekend, and now we head on to our final races of the day. Race 6 is the final race of the weekend in all of the classes, and we've got our first class back here for the final time, 12-inch 3-year-old class, and we will see what these riders are capable of. It will be Archie Pitt on the 89, Lamel Goodison on the 31, River Moulton on the 146, Micah Hofmeister on the 99, Albie Murphy on the 9, and then Oakley Hancock on the 313. Sadie Jenkins and Maya Cunningham both with the 2 on their bikes, and then Santiago Baker with the 28. Jesse Ellis with the 24, Colton Wood with the 1, and Madison Pilgrim with the 42, as we've got 12 riders out there ready to go racing for the final time.
Yeah, the last hurrah for the smallest class in the Mallor-E Park series. Let's see who can take the final pleasures in the smallest class, the rookie, what you'd effectively call the rookies class, as they debut in their motocross careers. We're waiting to see who can get the lead down into turn 1. All of them so small that it's a lot easier to make the passes than it is on the bigger bikes. There's more space to go through and the lines aren't as refined, so you can find your way through if a space is available.
You certainly can. And these riders, although we do have a few 3-year-old classes, this is the least powerful bike of the lot as we get ourselves underway. And it's going to feel like an age for these riders before they get down to the whole shot. So it's going to be a race, basically, all the way down there, as opposed to what it regularly would be, which is just a sprint down to turn 1. And it looks as though we've got our first race leader, but have we lost the whole shot once again? Oakley Hancock, a fantastic start for him, but I think for the second time he's managed to get the whole shot and struggled in the first corner. So he's going to try to make up for that across the next 2 rounds of this season. Of course, we've still got 2 more to go in the year. 6 race calendar for us, or 6 weekend calendar for us even here for our Mallor-E Park action. And we have our race leader currently in position. It will be Archie Pitt in P1. Who will come through in P2? It will be, I believe that to be Goodison. Yes, it will be, but not for very much longer, because through goes Micah Hofmeister.
Yeah, straight through into second, taking the tighter line over the mountain. But this time, Lamel Goodison not getting off to the amazing start that he displayed in the previous races, struggling to get the pace down in the early stages, and we might just see a comeback for him in the later laps. But there's not many laps for these kids, but they are long laps certainly, so strength can come and go at the click of a button. But we'll wait and see what happens as the race progresses, as one kid just trying to make their way over the little bump after the downhill from the Mallor-E mountain. But out in front is Archie Pitt, doing a great job as he sets a 1:19.0 to start the race off. Behind him, Micah Hofmeister, who makes their way up into second place. This group here is now starting to trundle off from all the riders behind there, a little bit closer to each other than most others. But Lamel Goodison, you feel like, again, usually what we've seen today is that the dominant rider that we saw on Saturday isn't the same situation.
And Archie Pitt today has done a very fantastic job in what he's done so far. Of course, Lamel Goodison took race 4 of the weekend, but then since then it's all been about Archie Pitt, because of course Lamel unfortunately had an incident later on in race number 5. But now we head over to race 6 and the final race of the day for these riders. And, well, Archie Pitt did win that last one by 14 seconds ahead of Lamel Goodison in second place. Both those riders setting 1:28. Pretty consistently, 1:27 was the best lap time from Archie Pitt with a 1:27.787. River Moulton and Michael Hofmeister were 3rd and 4th, and they've been pretty consistently holding there all weekend. And this is very good pace from Oakley Hancock as well, who's taken the jump start every time. And, well, he's just not quite been able to hook it up, but he has been very, very quick indeed. And, well, to be fair, 5th place from where he was at turn 1, where it felt as though he was just going to lose time because he was struggling to get the bike actually going, is going to be a very good achievement.
Yeah, exactly that. Getting it back up and going again is the achievement that these kids are looking for. The parents are looking for their kids to just find that love for the sport, find the dedication for the sport as well, rather than, you know, saying, I want to go home, I'm done with that, I don't want to do it anymore, which is definitely something that will happen. I can guarantee you the likes of Jeremy McGrath, a motocross legend, even had moments in his younger days, very young days, where he would say, I don't want to do it anymore. And then look what he went on to achieve in the American Championships. And then you're going to see that all the time. So the best thing to do when you're raising a kid in motocross, especially motocross, because the crashes usually can be a little bit more disheartening for the riders. You just got to ignore them really if they're that, because that's a crash there for someone who was fighting in the top 5, I believe, trying to figure out who that is, but they'll get back up straight away and back on, ready to go again. And that is almost a perfect example of what I was saying, as we're seeing a battle between 2 riders. We're trying to get a look at the numbers on those tiny little number plates at the front. That is the number 28 of Santiago Baker and I believe Oakley Hancock fighting it out for the final spot in the top 5.
Yeah, they are at the moment. Baker's made his way through on Sadie Jenkins, as is River Moulton. So that's up to 6th place for Baker, up to 7th for River Moulton, and Sadie Jenkins dropping 2 on the previous lap time. We'll see where they all stack up on this lap, as Archie Pitt has set a fastest lap of a 1:28.1, but overall his pace has been pretty similar to Lamel Goodison's, as there goes Archie Pitt past one of the bikes that he's just lapping. And it's amazing to see the fact that they're able to extract so much pace out of these bikes that seem so small, seem so difficult to find any real differences, but they are able to do this. I was on the track having the pleasure to just walk around the track, try to help set up earlier on, and there was one of these riders who was just having a look around the circuit, and they were having a chat about the way to race with their per engineer. And well, there was a couple of amusing moments where he'd go, "You need to be right here," and stand on the apex, and the kid would run up the hill and then back down again. And that is just a demonstration of these riders, which they are so young. You forget this sometimes because they race with such maturity, but they are so very young. And well, they will keep racing onwards, and hopefully when they become, let's say 13, let's say 14, the oldest of the balance bikes, they will become very, very good indeed, because they've developed that maturity in their racing early on. We've got the final lap flag out there and waved for the 24, but it's the checkered flag for Archie Pitt, who takes the win in this moto. Somebody should tell him that he's taken the win. He's done a very good job indeed to take it, and there goes the number 2, who doesn't really know it as well, and that's close to running over the marshal, because she looks over to go, hang on, I don't know who's on the right side. There's nobody there. Did I win the race? And then in the meantime, almost runs over our marshal with the red flag. So very interesting moment there. Then next to the line will be Lamel Goodison, and I believe that's going to be just behind Goodison. That's going to be, I think, the other number 2 coming to the line as well. We've got all of the riders coming to a close for their day's action, for their weekend's action as well, and we hope to see them all back for the next round. But our race victor, Archie Pitt, didn't even see the checkered flag. He was going so fast that he didn't have the time to process it, and he did so with the fastest lap on the previous time around. There's Jesse Ellis coming to the line. Somebody else has gone off right behind them, so hopefully we are going to be seeing them come to the end of the race. We saw one of our very hard-working marshals walking across the track, or running across the track even, to pick them up, and then we'll be done for our racing, as everybody is ready to come to a close. We're still waiting on a couple of them, and there is River Moulton coming through in 6th place, 1 lap down on our race victor, Santiago Baker, not too far off as well. Then you've got right behind, you've got, actually that is Sadie Jenkins, and there goes Archie Pitt. Now he can appreciate that he's won the race.
Yeah, might have just been having a bit too much fun out there and just gone for another one, just enjoying his time and getting an extra lap than what his parents paid for, because he doesn't want to go home, and I completely get that. I mean, every kid out there enjoying their time on their motorbikes, especially if you're winning in such fine form like Archie Pitt is.
Yeah, he's had a great day, hasn't he? And he's had a great weekend, really, so he can be very happy with that one. As through goes Jesse Ellis to the line. So I think it may well have been a different rider to actually come through, and I misidentified them as Jesse Ellis, which will be a theme across the weekend. But either way, that is going to be it for that class. That is going to be it for our 12-inch 3-year-old classes. All the bikes now are a little bit more powerful. The next one up, the 12-inch 4 to 5-year-olds, up to 250 watts worth of power. And in that grid, well, we are just watching them get ready. We can see them start to park up, and we've got Jack Haynes in the 74, Jensen James in the 10, Roman Gay in the 12, Thatchel Coley in the 81, Rome Knight in the 13, and Teddy Bo Cooper in the 202, our 6th bike class. Jack's getting ready, and hopefully we'll be able to get through. Just one more thank for all of everybody helping us out here today to make sure that we can get all the racing action going. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons, Fletcher Scaffolding Tars, Moto 25 Surren, and Revy as well. Of course, the first few joining us for the first time this weekend. We hope they've had a fantastic time, and we will see what will happen with later on in the race in mind, but or later on in the weekend in mind. But we're on to race 6 for these riders. We're on to our down and races to go now as the goes up, and the get underway. Who's going to get the whole shot towards the first corner? It feels like an age in these smaller bikes, but at the moment, it looks as though Jensen James is going to have it. Jax Haynes trying to use his bike and use his feet and use everything to catch back up to James, but it will be in the end him ahead as one of our riders further back in the order is going to go down. Axel Coley has that second place, or third place even. Jensen James has that whole shot.
Yep, once again, Jensen James has got away well, but quickly responded to by Jax Haynes, really going for it now. He's had enough of playing second fiddle. Despite having one win so far this weekend, he's been behind Jensen James for most of the races across the many laps that they have to do around the circuit. So he wants to get out there and be the dominant force on this occasion. Will he be able to do it then? Down the Mallor-E Park mountain as we see Axel Coley in the bright green and yellow lineup and going down the hill in third place. A good job from him to get up to the podium after what looked to be in about sixth position going into turn one. But we wait for the camera to change as we anticipate the battle between these two at the front of this race.
Yeah, we do. These two very quick at the front of the field, and it will be Jensen James leading us on to the second lap of this race. He's got a gap of about 0.8 of a second to Jax Haynes, which in these bikes is absolutely nothing. It's about a bike length and a half between them as James leads Haynes now onto turn number one. Who's going to come through in third place then? These two, very much the class of the field. There's Coley in P3, 14 seconds off the back of our race leaders and ahead of fourth place by a decent margin. Fourth place will be our rider on at the 12th of Roman Gay, who's going to be just ahead of Teddy Bo Cooper by just over a second. And then we'll have Rome Knight, who's on this field as well and was clearly the rider that went down at the first corner. So we hope they're all okay and hope they're able to keep going out there. Can't see them on the live timer, but I'm sure they'll come to the line some point soon because the attitudes of these riders is so very resilient. They are able to just get themselves back up and going once again. And there we go. Rome Knight is back out on the circuit. So it's really, really good to see indeed. Gay leads Cooper in this little fight down here. Haynes needs to catch up to James.
Yes, he does. That battle just starting to spread out a little bit now between those two. Haynes, as I said, doesn't want to keep playing second fiddle anymore to Jensen James, and now it is the last chance to do it. Everyone out there is going to get as much track time as they can. If they fall, they are not going back crying to the pit lane. They're going straight back on and enjoying the rest of their time because we've got a while until the next round. So they've got to enjoy it while it lasts in this fantastic weather because you never know how many rounds could be rained out. With motocross, it's quite difficult to keep the track in good condition when rain does hit. But for now, the track's dry, the conditions are great, and the battle on our hands is fantastic. It's been all weekend between these two, and we might just be able to see one last duel here on Sunday in their last race.
Yeah, one last duel for these riders. And, well, as you say, we've got two more rounds. We've got a couple of weeks before August the 8th and 9th, and then we've got September the 12th to 13th. You want to be involved, you can, because you just need to find us on Facebook or on Instagram. You just search up Mallor-E Park with an E, and we'll be able to come up then. You can send us a message. Jack replies the same day, apparently. It's what I've heard. Jack Haynes then 0.8 off the back of Jensen James wanting this victory and actually basically matching him on pace. But I think at this point, because of the fact that Jensen James does have that little bit of a gap, that's going to be so very useful going on to this late stage of this race. And I think we're about to see the last lap flag get waved for the number 10, and then the number 74 will be chasing in behind, and we'll be watching to take that position as well. Are we going to be seeing the last lap flag? Indeed we will. James is going to take us on to the final lap. Haynes, what's the difference going to be between himself and our leader? I'm going to have a go at 1.2 seconds. It's 1.8.
Yeah, this has to be the lap of to take this really good exit out of turn one, but unfortunately round wide. That's something he keeps seeming to do as he goes to the outside, loses the front in the dusty section and manages to stay on. A good job from him to stay on two wheels, but pushing as hard as he can to catch Jensen James. A real shame for Jax Haynes, as you could see there going into turn one. He just got a little bit too greedy on the brakes to turn it in and close the gap to Jensen James. And you saw on the outside there, it's like a mountain of dust almost. And when you hit it, it's almost like crashing into a hay bale. But thankfully, he managed to stay on two wheels and keep going. He's still got an opportunity here as they approach lap traffic. But you feel that because these bikes are so small, the lap traffic doesn't make too much of a difference. But I'll tell you what, down the hill, look at this. He's closed so much time on Jensen James ahead of him. And now they're right side by side to the line. I don't think it's going to end in the favour of Jack Sains, unfortunately, because of that lap traffic. But nonetheless, what a comeback in a matter of only a couple corners to close that gap. But it is Jensen James who goes to the top step once again in this class. Jack Sains, despite that amazing comeback in the second half of the lap, comes home for second place. A tight gap between them for that race lead. A duel for the ages, which can continue on for the rest of the season. And Axel Coley might be able to take home a podium for this final race if he's able to get there now. We're waiting to see that flashy green and yellow lineup of suit and helmet combo to come to line and see whether he was able to beat Roman Gay to that final spot.
You've got to commit to one. Is it green or is it yellow?
Oh, no, the suit's green and the helmet's yellow. It's easy to remember because this is a bit of an odd reference, but Axel Bassani, World Superbike rider, when he was with the Kawasaki team, had a green suit, yellow helmet, and Axel Coley, green suit, yellow helmet, and the same name. So it's quite easy to remember. So there you go.
You know your motorbike history a lot more than I do. We'll wait for Axel Coley with his very distinctive helmet and overalls ready to come to the line as well. There he is, and yeah, I mean, the green suit, I'm guaranteeing it's green. I'm not gonna doubt that. The helmet, I'm not sure. It's like tennis ball color, which doesn't really have a color. But either way, I mean, it's the same color as all the marshals, so we'll ask them what they ordered. But either way, that's going to be the end of our 12 inches class for today. And next up will be our 16 inch. So we're going to get a little bit bigger out there on this motocross circuit. We've got 16 inch 3 to 4 year olds now up to 250 watts of power, so the same amount. And we've got Louis Gosney in the 17, on the 17 even, Alfie Lovett on the 75, Lawrence Gackel on the 13, Maddox Jackson on the 29, William LeConte on the 4, Shelby Coates on the 176, and Leo Dugmore on the 21. But of course, don't forget that if you're on the live timing, then it will be Blake Coates on that timing. If you're keeping a track of that on My Laps, you can just search up MEP round 4, and you'll be getting your action and you'll be getting your racing, as well as it looks like we might have a different person taking us to the green flag. Indeed we will, and we are going to get ready to get going, and the action's underway now. It's going to be a good start down for the 21, Leo Dugmore, who almost used his body too much and unsettled that bike. So into the first corner, it looks as though Maddox Jackson is going to take that lead, and Dugmore will just slot in behind. But actually, as they head towards the next couple of corners, is that going to be a new race leader out there on the road? We'll watch as they head up towards Mallor-E Mountain for the first time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's up that mountain that they get a little bit difficult to keep on pushing along. They'll keep rolling along and trying to give all the throttle they possibly can to maintain their leads ahead of the riders behind them. Sometimes they'll have to push it with their feet, but as the bikes and the power increases, wow, that got close there between two riders battling for the podium, front wheel to rear wheel, and thankfully everyone okay and still on the bikes and still in that fight for the podium, but they can't let the rider out in front keep that advantage. They have to close it down and end it, because these races, as you may have seen if you've watched all the coverage, I think that's Leo Dugmore who has gone down. Oh no, the one who has been so dominant all day long came along after battling for podium positions and top fives yesterday. So strong this morning and this afternoon, has unfortunately in this third race not been able to replicate that, and probably got a bit frustrated with the start. And now we watch Maddox Jackson leading the race ahead of Alfie Lovett and Leo Dugmore, who's now third. That's not Leo Dugmore who went down. A similar suit for those two. As you can see there, I believe, is Leo Dugmore in the blue. As we watch the number 75, Alfie Lovett in second place. We're trying to wait for a battle to commence and see the action that is about to break out for this class. Of course, thank you to all the sponsors that help out and help fund these amazing events. As we watch number 21, this is Leo Dugmore. We unfortunately made that mistake because the rider that went down earlier, I believe to be Lawrence Gackel, also has a completely blue suit and helmet. We were on the topic of suits and helmets earlier, and it's quite easy to get confused between the two. But nonetheless, Doug Moore in third, close behind Alfie Lovett, but closer then is Alfie Lovett to Maddox Jackson. Maddox Jackson looking to take first win of the weekend. Will he be able to do it on this occasion?
Congratulations to Maddox Jackson for winning that first Moto Verde hole shot. They win them in race number 6. And, well, they will be just taking those cleaning solutions home, which is great to see for those riders. So whilst Maddox might not be happy with that, the Jackson family will be over the moon about that one, I think, as I believe at least he was the one with that hole shot. Alfie Lovett, though, does lead the way, and Leo Dugmore is in that second place. Maddox has dropped to third. Blake, or even Shelby Coates, is in fourth, and LeConte is in fifth, with Louis Gosney, who was collected after that incident with Lawrence Gackle earlier on. They are down in sixth and seventh place, but they're all okay, and Louis Gosney actually didn't really need any assistance. I think the marshals focused more on Gackle because they saw that Gosney quite quickly could just get Lovett, who has that pace, 2.5 ahead of Dugmore.
Yeah, that gap came out of nowhere. It was at one point he was in second place with quite a gap to Maddox Jackson in front of him, about half a second. He got past, or either Maddox Jackson had an issue, but I don't think that's the case because it's Leo Dugmore as well, who is now 2.6 behind him. That might increase as they come across the line for the final lap, for the final time for this class. Let's see what Alfie Lovett can do. Will he pull that gap out, or will it be shortened? Can Leo Dugmore take yet another victory today? But I don't think it's possible at this stage. The last lap and a gap that is a bit too big to close unless something happens to Alfie Lovett's race lead.
Let's hope not. Well, let's hope that nothing happens to Alfie Lovett, but let's hope that Leo Dugmore's able to find that extra level to catch up. Alfie Lovett with the fastest lap of a 1:11.5. Leo Dugmore with the fastest lap of a 1:12.4. So he's got about a second that he would be able to catch if he was able to catch up with the pace of Alfie Lovett earlier on. But the 75 has just been so good this race, and he will just be climbing his way through the order right now. And Alfie Lovett, a fantastic performance from the 75 just to hold his place. Maddox Jackson will round out that podium. Shelby Coates with a well-earned fourth place, and William LeConte in fifth. Gosney and Gackle sixth and seventh for now, but it will be our race leader, the number 75, Alfie Lovett, who comes around the final couple of corners. Leo Dugmore did challenge, but he wasn't quite able to reach that extra level that Alfie Lovett had, and it will be onto the checkered flag. It will be the end of the race for the number 75. What a win for him, holding on ahead of Leo Dugmore, and the gap between those two riders at the end of the race, 1.5. I said Dugmore had to find an extra level, and oh my goodness, did he. A 1:10.3 right at the very end of the race. And so he found not just 2 seconds on himself, he found another second on Alfie Lovett.
Yeah, that is an incredible lap. He clearly has got our commentary as in some earphones in his helmet or something like that, a little radio system going on, because he's taken the advice of Joe. He's found that extra level, and he's found another level after that. He's gone 2 steps ahead on that lap, of 1:10.3 for him, which was 1.2 seconds quicker than Alfie Lovett's best time, and that was on the last lap alone. So he gained a significant margin of 2 seconds on Alfie Lovett. Give it one more lap, and that could have been the win there for Leo Dugmore, because that was truly amazing. But amazing was the performance from Alfie Lovett to get out in front, pull out that gap, and stay calm enough to not make any mistakes and take home the victory. Maddox Jackson, you feel bad, led most of that race in the first maybe 2 laps, you say, but unfortunately just couldn't quite make it work. A mistake perhaps riddling that great challenge for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It curtailed that chance for a victory. And well, next up on this schedule is going to be the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-olds. We're going to get up to 350 watts of power out there on the circuit. And last time out, it was Ethan Rudd to take the victory in this class, just ahead of Blake Coates. Albert Reeves in third place. That is the 25, the 719, and the 27, all on the podium, with Miles Powell in fourth place on the 14. Boyce Clement with the 4 in fifth, and Henry Bedford with the 21 in sixth place. Archie Harper on the 917 in seventh, then Finley Gibbons on the 19, Jace Tragus on the 5, and Luke Lucas on the 119 to round out our 10 bike field for this race. And just a reminder for you then, as we're going to get ourselves underway, we're going to get going for this race. Who's going to lead down towards the whole shot? There's a lot of leg action going on. There's a bike down in the background. They're going to get back up and they're going to get back going. Yellow flags out there on the circuit because of that, but that will not stop these riders from duking it out for position, because of course that happened at the start of the lap. They are right down in the middle sector, so they are still duking it out, especially right down at the bottom of the order, but it will be the 25 leading the 719.
Yes, Ethan Rudd in the lead of this race now and trying to control it. This is one of those races that he's been really strong in all weekend long and looking to end on a high after a little bit of a downward spiral, to be honest. At the end of the day, sort of lost the confidence is what we said, and then found it again this morning. Really did a good job and has put the work in to lead this race and all the others before that. So let's see if he's able to replicate those performances we saw earlier on in the day. Keep your eye on that group in front of Ethan Rudd in the grey and yellow and Blake Coates in the red and white. These two were battling quite hard at the front in the second race earlier, well, the fifth race, but the second of Sunday for this class earlier on today. And I think we're going to see a replica of that very battle, because it looks like Blake Coates is getting held up behind Ethan Rudd and has got a move to make.
He certainly has got an opportunity and a move to make right now if he so desires to make that move. And the 719 is getting very close to the back of Ethan Rudd at the moment. Is he going to be able to go down the hill, down Mallor-E Mountain and get through? Not quite yet. And so he's going to wait to find that move, wait to find that opportunity and try to climb up the order for now, but hasn't quite had the opportunity to do it just yet. Where is he going to find that opportunity? Where is he going to find that time? Because he's just still trying to scrap it out on the circuit. They want to get that win. They both want that victory. And so it's going to be down to these two as to whether they're going to be able to pick it up. But it will be continuing with Ethan Rudd in our race lead. This is further down in the order. Who is this going to be in this battle? They are side by side, that's for sure, as they exit the first lap. And, well, we're going to have a watch as this will be Henry Bedford, Archie Harper and Miles Powell in a fight. And it'll be Harper and Powell who went side by side at the end of the previous lap, but couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, we're seeing this battle tighten up even more here as we take a look at the timings to see how the battles continue on in the lower parts of the grid. Blake Coates and Ethan Rudd still really close together, half a second split them, and then you've got Albert Reeves in third, a further 4.6 behind, and Henry Bedford about 16 seconds behind Albert Reeves as well, but he's quite close with Archie Harper at the moment, so keep an eye on that battle. As you did mention, Joe, those two actually have been battling quite a lot this weekend, as we're seeing a battle on screen here and we're trying to identify who these are. I'll tell you what, one thing that I've learned commentating on my first weekend here at Mallor-E Park is that with the balance bikes, these such small tiny little things, it's very hard to identify who's who because the number plates are very, very small.
They are indeed, and some of them are reflective, like Ethan Rudd's is beautiful and shiny, and I walked past it earlier, but it is difficult to identify sometimes who they are. Blake Coates with the fastest lap last time around. We are on the final lap of the race, and Coates has the best opportunities he's had to fight with Ethan Rudd. Looking to the inside, so very close between these two riders, and Blake Coates is really pushing Ethan Rudd on here. He set the fastest lap last time around. He was a tenth and a half quicker. They head out of the final corner. Who's going to get that victory? It will be Ethan Rudd, only just ahead of Blake Coates. Unbelievable fight between those two throughout the course of that race. 2/10 the difference between them at the end. A personal best for Rudd, showing he was pushed on. A fastest lap once again for Coates to show that he was pushing on, and that was a great way to end their day.
Yeah, the tension built all the way through that race, and then Blake Coates finally put the work in to try that move on the last lap, take Ethan Rudd by surprise and leave him no time at all to respond. When you get that move done on the last lap, it takes a while for the rider you've just passed to get back into their rhythm and get back into contention. So in that case, when you pass on the last lap, especially at a track like this, it makes it very hard for them to respond. And that's exactly what Blake Coates had planned. He put the hammer down and got the lap down on that last lap. It just wasn't quite enough, as some amazing defence was being put on by Ethan Rudd to close off all the lines possible, but it still didn't prevent the run to the line.
No, it didn't, because you can't prevent that run to the line. If Coates gets a good enough exit out of the final corner, then he will be in a world of good to be up right ahead. That'll be it in terms of the fight for the 16-inch 5 to 7-year-old class. And now we head on to what will be our 18-inch bikes. And, well, we will get ourselves started in that group. And we will get ourselves started with what will be the 148 of Tommy Cotter, the 18 of Isla Ray Rowland. We've got the 536 of Cooper Mathers, the 421 of George Milligan, the 27 of Ben Ferries, and then the 25 of Ethan Rudd, Mason Pilgrim in the 24, Olivia Colquitt in the 8, Franklin Cherniak in the 9, Louis Gilbert in the 28, Harry Haig in the 15, Spencer Ram in the 10, Mabel Breeze in the 21, Kanan Wright in the 67, and Milo Cooper in the 10 to round out that order. We've got plenty of racing left to go, and this is one of the biggest classes. We will see then them get to go racing in just a couple of moments' time, as well, Jack is going to get on that pedal. He's changed hats throughout the course of the day, so we don't quite know whether that actually is him because of the distance we've got to that group of riders at the front, which means that we can get all of our many riders out there on the circuit in the same shot at one time. So it's going to be good to see them go racing, and then we'll see them filter themselves out. But this is as even as they're going to get as they get ready to head down towards the first corner, towards Cotter's Curve, and we will see these riders challenging each other all the way throughout the race, but in particular in turn number 1. Just waiting for our final couple of riders to get themselves prepared then for this race, and we are heading towards the end of it with our action underway now, and this is a very, very good start for some of those riders in the middle, including Tommy Cotter in the 148, who's going to lead into the first corner. Just watching the rest of these riders as they tangle over each other in Cotter's corner. It is difficult to see who came out on top there, but we will see them very, very soon indeed, and they are really scrapping it out for position right now. And our race leader, though, is going to be quite easily Tommy Cotter, who had a fantastic race and really kept himself going with the 18 of Isla Ray Rowland in second place, trying to stay within range and stay within our within the opportunity of taking the race win. She's done so well today and so well yesterday as well, but hasn't been able to get it over the line. Is now her chance to make this one stick. She's getting very close to our leader, and in fact she is now under pressure from the 25 right in behind. Of course, that's Ethan Rudd, who ran over to get into the bike and is now on the bike and really hot on her heels.
Yeah, it's all about the battles on these early laps. It's finding those places and taking advantage of the craziness that at the opening of races. In the opening 2 laps, you'll find many dive bombs being thrown as the pack is so close together, many riders going through. It's where races are made or lost. It's an easy thing to do, to send a dive up the inside, and then end up finding 3 more coming up your inside because you've ran that yourself and the other person wide. But Tommy Cotter do any overtaking because he's got through perfectly into the lead and got away with the 2-second gap he's currently got over Isla Ray Rowland, who's also another person who's been getting off the line really well, as she now sits in second ahead of Ethan Rudd.
She does, and she is just, it throws her more in contention than you would think, because when you do have that whole shot, when you are maybe not even in that first place in that whole shot, and by the way, if they get the whole shot in race number 6, they get the opportunity to have some cleaning supplies for themselves, as there is a rider down. And who is that going to be as they get back up on the bike? Is the number 3 of Blake Ford, unfortunately down and back up on the bike and ready to get going again, just helped by our wonderful marshals out there on the road that help us get ourselves going, or not the road, the motocross track. Either way, they are back up and back going again. Is Blake Ford, who has had a very quick weekend all in and of itself, and he hopes to keep himself within the fight to stay going on throughout the course of the rest of this race. Tommy Cotter and Isla Ray Rowland still leading the way. Ethan Rudd only 6/10 off of the back of Isla Ray Rowland. We'll see where Blake Ford ends up, because we know that there's going to be a late charge from the number 3.
Yeah, a late charge on its way, I think. Agreeing with you there, Joe, because I think in the later stages, these riders just getting a new boost of energy to get that result on the board, especially with the last race for each class coming along and going now. But it's been a great weekend for so many of these riders, so many showing such amazing pace. And I'll tell you what, is that Tommy Cotter? He must have made a mistake because Isla Ray Rowland is right on the back. We might have seen the first mistake we've seen all weekend from Tommy Cotter, who now only leads by a small margin onto the last lap. Can Isla Ray Rowland take advantage of that mistake, put the pressure on and force him into another one?
She's going to want to, and she set the lap last time out that was very close to the fastest lap. In fact, it was the fastest lap. It wasn't a mistake from Cotter. Isla Ray Rowland found some different level, and the gap between their pace, 1.3 seconds last time around, 1.2 between Tommy Cotter's fastest lap and Isla Ray Rowland. Where has she dragged that 1:08 lap time from? Either way, Ethan Rudd set the same one, and now the number 18 really trying to chase for this race win. It's going to get very close between those two riders as they head to the end of it. Tommy Cotter has been able to build up a little bit more of a gap at the top of the field than he had at the start of this lap, so the 1:48 wasn't quite coasting to the line, but is now managing that gap. Isla Ray Rowland, I'd say, is about 1.5 seconds back, with Ethan Rudd ready to go racing on the back of her as well. So maybe that's the battle for P2's not quite over yet, but one thing for sure, Tommy Cotter has been able to manage this race perfectly, will come around the final couple of corners, and he has managed this weekend impeccably. One of the rising stars of motocross racing, Tommy Cotter found something on that last lap to take the win. Isla Ray Rowland in second place, not quite able to get close enough. Ethan Rudd will round out that very hotly contested podium.
Yeah, hotly contested with a capital H. That was so intense on that last lap. I don't even think it was a mistake either, as I previously considered for Tommy Cotter, because looking at his lap times, it was, at the time, his best time was a 1:09.5, and on the previous lap, on the penultimate lap, he set a 1:08.4, so it had been his best lap of the race. 1:09.4 on the penultimate lap of the race, and Isla Ray Rowland went a whole way quicker with a 1:08.1, and unfortunately wasn't quite able to replicate as dominant of a lap time, because Tommy Cotter clearly just trying to control that race, and when realizing how close Ethan Rudd and Isla Ray Rowland was behind him, he put the pace down and got out there and set the lap time that he'd been hiding under his pocket for all race long, a 1:08.3 on that last lap, with the response to Isla Ray Rowland's charge. So a really impressive ride from him to take yet another victory.
We certainly will be seeing some more fantastic racing, and now heading up to the grid and getting ready to go racing once again is going to be the last race of the day for our 18 to 20 inch 9 to 14-year-olds. Number 20 Peyton Lascelles, number 82 Joshua James Bones, number 8 Lamaya Murphy, number 89 Jack Ferries, number 94 Regan Pearson, number 87 Charlie Hubble, number 29 Colby Fletcher, number 7 Seth Johnson, number 536 Olivia Mason, then the number 15 of Freddie Jacklin, the number 317 of Charlie Cargill, the number 28 of Jasper Davidson, or Jasper Davis even, the number 555 of Joey Clapson, the number 75 of Jimmy Briggs, and the number 29 of Caden Waldock will be fighting it out in this race. And well, we've got plenty of fantastic people helping us to go racing. So a special thanks to PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel Minicabs, Surrey even, that sponsor our Surrey Summit, and also our Hyper-B Cup. Revy, Moto25, TARS, Fletcher Scaffolding, Tom Johnson and Sons, SJ, Spooks, Motoverde, Whittam Grange Glamping, and then TLB Projects and Hampton Electrical, as well as Majestic RV, if I didn't say that one already. But they are all helping us get to go racing, and we are ready to go racing for the final time on our balance bikes.
Yes, we are one more time, as you just said, Joe, and it's been a great round for the balance bikes. There's been some really good racing, like the one we just saw, and I think we're looking to see a replica of exactly that, as we see some riders waving each other across the grid, just taking it in for one last time here before the next round comes along in August. Hopefully you'll be able to come along to that, whoever's watching, if you've got kids of the right age to come along and enjoy this racing and have got motocross experience. Well, unless they're going to the smallest of classes, then get them out there and enjoy a nice family weekend. But right now, enjoy the weekend, enjoy the Sunday that we have prepared for you. Still plenty of racing to come at this point, with one more balance bike race on the track. And they're about to get going now, as the pedal will soon be pressed and the throttles will soon be opened.
Yeah, they certainly will. And there goes Jack getting ready to go racing and getting ready to get us racing. And, well, he will just drop the gate in just a couple of moments' time as we get our per engineers making their final preparations for our riders. Jack is going to get us underway with the pedal. The thumb goes up and the action almost gets ready to go, but a couple of the riders have jumped a little bit, got a bit too excited to get their final race of the day underway. There goes the thumb, and now the gate doesn't drop because the riders are expecting it, and they think that it's going to go exactly when Jack drops that thumb, and I think he's trying to catch them off guard. There we go. Here we go for the final race of the day in the 18 to 20 inch class, and there is massive pushes from Caden Waldock and a crash in behind, and a crash for Waldock, in fact. Contact between himself and Jimmy Briggs means that he goes down, back up on the bike and back down again. Just a little bit of frustration for Caden Waldock, and you can see it as, well, he tried to get going. He tried to go nice and quick, but unfortunately couldn't quite do so. The whole shot then is going to be taken by Jimmy Briggs, who leads the way.
Oh, Waldock will be devastated with that one. He was looking forward to a really good race to end proceedings here in the Sunday afternoon races, but he'll be getting back up, trying to fight back as quickly as he can. If you can see him there, going down the Mallor-E Mountain and then back up the Surin Summit. We don't know whether he'll be able to fight back, to be honest. He's got a really big gap to close, but the pace we've seen from him shows that he can definitely get some places. As we're also seeing Colby Fletcher, one of the people with the best pace out there in all of the classes, trying to make his way through into second place. Can't quite find the space on the inside of Charlie Hubble at the moment. And of course, the timing's not telling us that he's there in third, but I'm pretty sure he is. That is definitely Colby Fletcher as he forces his way through into the hairpin and now sets his sights on Jimmy Briggs ahead.
Yeah, certainly does. There he goes. And all of the riders are just going to keep competing it out there on the circuit. Who are these two going to be scrapping it out? Well, it's going to be, of course, as yellow flags are waved actually in the background, it's going to be Charlie Cargill just ahead of, oh no, that's Olivia Mason even just ahead of Freddie Jacklin. Joshua James Bones looking to try and make a move on Jacklin and trying to go around the outside. Can't quite get the overspeed to do so, and just looks at the inside, but isn't quite able to do so. It will be the exit where they're going to have that look. Joshua James Bones trying to go around the outside, but no room up there. And so down Surin Summit they are going to go, and still waiting in behind, still surely feeling frustrated, waiting in there to the inside line once again. Very close between these riders, and the 15 in the end has been squeezed out. Side by side for the 15, and Seth Johnson now in behind as Joshua James Bones has made that move, and we'll be having another look at the rider up in front of Olivia Mason. They are completely locked. That was a great shot of those riders as they headed down towards turn one, and they're still in battle. Olivia Mason has just about squeezed out Joshua James Bones.
What amazing battles we're seeing here between these lot. There is a lot of dive bombs being thrown in there. As with these slightly larger balance bikes, you can very easily send it up the inside and slide it sideways to cover off the return from the rider that you've just overtaken. As we see that trying to be put into effect here as the battle continues on for the final spot in the top six, led by Olivia Mason, as they're actually catching up to Jack Ferry's ahead as they go up the Surin Summit, back down again, hard on the throttle to get the best run down the hill, and then hard on the brakes to go into the right-hander, sticking their legs out like circuit racers on entry, rather than trying to pivot on them on exit like you see professional motocross riders do, just trying to get the extra feeling of stability and confidence on their way into the corner, and it's certainly allowing and giving that confidence based on the moves we've seen.
It certainly is. They feel so very confident on those bikes right now, and they are just demonstrating that to full effect. Jimmy Briggs with the fastest lap, and he's going to build up that gap ahead of Colby Fletcher that at the moment is 4.2 seconds. Then there's about 0.5 of a second between Fletcher and Hubble for second and third place. Then a 1.4 between Hubble and Pearson, as we've got a side-by-side. And that is Charlie Hubble down, and Regan Pearson is just waiting in behind him, as Colby Fletcher is the one that was down. Very unfortunate.
Wow, a big moment of contact there between those two going up the hill. Of course, it's not our call to decide whose fault that was. We didn't get the best angle of it to decide who's at fault. We did get the best angle to witness the action and witness the battling going up the hill, as we're now seeing Colby Fletcher under pressure from, I believe, Reagan Pearson, who now looks to take advantage of that and get in the podium fight. But who doesn't even know that all the drama that's gone on behind is Jimmy Briggs, who puts down another amazing race and sets the fastest lap of a 104.6. Jimmy Briggs, he's having a brilliant end to the weekend, and that's just the way he would have wanted to end proceedings here.
Yeah, certainly is right now. That is exactly what he would have wanted, Jimmy Briggs. That is exactly what he would have wanted indeed. And, well, those riders are going to come to the end of that race. And next up is going to be, well, we're going to have a watch of the next group, as that's going to be the number 28 of, that's going to be the number 28 of Davis, just walking off of the circuit. We hope all is okay for him right there. And then, of course, that's Jasper Davis trying to go off of the circuit and hoping that everything is okay for him there. We are done for our balance bike action. We head over now to our E2s. So the 3 to 4 year old riders for the final time in this group on the E2s are ready to go racing. Just a reminder of the grid then. We've got Alfie Lovett on the 75, Olivia Greener on the 20, Riley Hickenbottom on the 158, Maddox Jackson on the 29, then the 26 of AJ Garwood, 113 of Albie Clark, the number 4 of Hunter Houghton, the number 5 of Ralph Sagar, then the 198 of Rowan Turner, the 10 of George Chapadza, and Chester Ram on the 101 will be ready to go racing for our group of riders. Then just a reminder for everybody who wasn't already aware, hopefully we are by now, but just still, just a push for all of these fantastic companies that whenever you need these things, these are the people to go to. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Project, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, Surren, and Revy, who are all important people in terms of the in terms of what we are watching on with. And they make sure that this racing is going to happen. If you want to join that group of wonderful people and make sure that this racing continues on our screens and also on the Mallor-E Park circuit as well, you can get in contact with Jack by finding our Facebook or Instagram pages, and he responds the same day, I've heard, as we're going to get ready for our final race of the day in the E2 3 to 4 class.
Yes, as I said earlier, one last race for every single class, one last hurrah, one last chance for a good result. And there is no race more than this one that they would love to take victory in, because they'd love to go home with a smile on their face and a win to boot. But unfortunately, not everyone can win the race in one situation. And that's what's the best thing about motorsport. I mean, okay, they say taking part's amazing and winning is second best. But when you take a win after what has been a difficult weekend for quite a few riders, it is certainly a great feeling, isn't it? And after all, we're here to race.
Oh, yeah, we absolutely are here to race. And it is fantastic to see this racing action. And, well, it will be great to watch the rest of this action throughout the season. I'll certainly be keeping my eye on a few of these riders, not just for this season, but also for the future as well. It's been fantastic to watch them, and we're just waiting for our final E2 3 to 4 action of the day as well. We're going to watch them out there on the circuit, and we will be having a lot of fun watching them later on in here today. But I mean, once we are done with race number 6, they are done and dusted for this race, and we will see them once again in the middle or just the start of August, the second weekend of of the month. And yeah, as I say, I'll certainly be keeping my eye on it, even if I'm not there with everybody watching on with the racing. Having a look then at the previous results of the E2 3 to 4 year old class, Alfie Lovett has taken the win. Albie Clark is in second, Chester Ram in third, Riley Hickenbottom fourth. And, well, those top three had very good pace. Lovett and Albie Clark especially. They were pushing each other so very close to the end of the race. Hunter Houghton, Ralph Sagar, AJ Garwood, all fighting each other very, very hard for 5th, 6th and 7th as well. So really, really good class we're about to see come up here.
Yeah, exactly that. This class has been a brilliant show all weekend long. And Riley Hickenbottom, was the star of the show yesterday, but not to be here on Sunday. Can he rejuvenate himself and take victory in this one and regain the confidence that was so clearly present in yesterday's races? He was so strong off the line, so strong on the first laps, and on the exit of corners, that the way he applied the throttle was so smooth and so elegant that the rear wasn't kicking out so much, and he got the perfect exit every single time. But today has been a story really of Albie Clark, who has got away well, or when he hasn't got away well, fought through the field and made some really impressive moves. And now I think we're going to see them come to blows between the two of them. Some battling between Albie Clark and Riley Hickenbottom would be amazing to end the weekend.
It would. It really would be great to end the weekend for those riders, and it would be a full circle moment between Clark and Hickenbottom if they were able to fight it out there. But of course, Albie Lovett did take a win last time around, so I wouldn't be surprised if the 75 is involved as well. And Chester Ram, of course, on the podium, so he's had a great improvement throughout the course of the weekend, and he might be somebody to keep an eye out for as we head to green flag and we head to the gate going and we get ready to go. Jack is going to make his way back to the gate, and he's going to get himself underway, trying not to fly one of the riders in the face as he goes, and he's just going to stand there waiting for all of the riders to just get ready to go. He's encouraging them to get ready, thumb up, and gate gone for these riders. Let's go racing here in the E2s. One of the riders down in the further back pack. The 198 gets a good start, but it will be an even better start for Riley Hickenbottom, who gets the lead, but not for very long because he has been usurped. We have a new race leader who has just gone through on Riley Hickenbottom and has taken that position, and what a start that will be for that rider out in front who's managed to build up a gap. And of course, it's race 5 winner, Alfie Lovett.
Yeah, Alfie Lovett getting back out there and continuing on that amazing form he demonstrated in the previous race. So impressive to see him getting away so well. And while Riley Hickenbottom did get the best start, like we've been seeing across the weekend, he ran it wide into the first corner and quickly taking advantage of Alfie Lovett in fine fashion. And now he looks to pull out the gap and make life hard for Riley Hickenbottom and Albie Clark. The top 3, you have to feel, from the weekend are now top 3 in this race. And if they all close together, we could see an absolute barnstormer.
We could be seeing these 3 having a go, but Riley Hickenbottom a little bit of a wobble over the whoops, and he's under pressure from Albie Clark. The gap between them was about 0.7 of a second last time around. Alfie Lovett 1.3 ahead of Hickenbottom, so has a good opportunity to hold that position for now. And, well, this will be a very fascinating one to watch indeed, as, well, they are going to really keep having a look at fighting it out and duking it out for position. AJ Garwood and Chester Ram split by just over a second, and Rowan Turner and Ralph Sagar split by 7/10. We've got some great battles brewing out there.
Yeah, we certainly have, and this one right here is definitely the one to look out for. We're watching the number 5 at the moment. He is listed as the 05. Yeah, of course, that's Ralph Sagar in 7th. Currently 9 seconds off the race league. That's a shame for Ralph Sagar. He's been really strong so far. As there's a rider down there, number 26. That's AJ Garwood, who has had an unfortunate run of races. Crashed, I believe, in the previous race as well. Clearly just trying to put that pace as best to work as he can. Unfortunately, going down in the early stages. But you want to go down, if you do go down, in the early laps. So you've got points, and that's exactly what he's done, and now he'll be looking to find some more places. He's now sat up behind the number 198 of Rowan Turner, so he hasn't really lost much time. Actually, he's still in P7.
He is at the moment, and well, that'll be for AJ Garwood, somewhere where he's going to want to regain from. Maddox Jackson as well, further down in the order. He's somebody who's quick in another class, so as soon as he can adapt to this one, I'm sure he'll be right up the very top of the field, and he'll be challenging with Lovett and Hickenbottom and Clark and all these people. Chester Ram with a good weekend as well in the 101, and he's going to hope that this is a weekend that will inspire things going on for the 4th and 5th round of the season as well. But it's Alfie Lovett who leads the way, 1:08.734 for the 75 at the top of the order. Riley Hickenbottom in second place, 0.6 off the back, and then Albie Clark this time around, who was quicker. So he's closing on the 158.
Yeah, something missing here, though, for Riley Hickenbottom. He was doing 107s yesterday, and now he's trapped in the 109s, trying to get into the 108s. And now Alfie Lovett has made his way into the 107s, going into this last lap. So clearly something missing for Riley Hickenbottom. Perhaps while they were playing football last night, sustained an injury maybe. But, you know, I don't want to I don't want to try and find out if it's something that isn't really our problem. It might just be a situation where he's lost confidence, you know, and for some reason or other, maybe a crash in the practice session, that could happen as well. Maybe hurting just a little bit because, well, we were down here setting up during the practice session, so we wouldn't have known. But I'm sure we'll find out in due time. But finding out whether Alfie Lovett is going to take the win will be us in a few moments' time. We're waiting to see if he can get to line now, coming down the Suron summit with Riley Hickenbottom following along behind. 3.9 seconds is the gap, and I'm sure that's going to be opened on this lap.
Probably the most improved rider across the course of this weekend is going to be Alfie Lovett, who comes around the final few corners now and will come to the line with a victory. What a win then for the 75. Very, very controlled, ahead of Riley Hickenbottom in second place in the 158. Chester Ram won't come home in third place. Actually, he may well do, because that's Rowan Turner, in fact. And, well, in fourth place is going to be it'll be Albie Clark, who comes home in that spot after Chester takes the podium on the final lap. Ralph Sagar in fifth place then, and actually it's going to be quite close in the end between Albie Clark and I believe that to be Ralph Sagar waiting just in behind him as well. As yeah, indeed it was. There was a gap of 1.7 seconds between the two. Maddox Jackson ahead of Hunter Houghton, and this could be a fight all the way to the line for the 29 and the 4 as well. And then George Chapadza and Rowan Turner 10th and 11th. Olivia Greener as well, and AJ Garwood 7th and 6th respectively. So it's been a good race from all of these riders to round out their day, and they can now pack up and go home. Just as you said, we were setting up this morning whilst, of course, they were having their practice sessions. You were trying to speculate what's happened to Riley Hickenbottom. I wonder if he's had a haircut. But, yeah, well, we will see these riders bring their race to a close, come to a close for this weekend. And, well, that will be our penultimate E2 action for the weekend. Our final E2 race is almost underway. We've got our 4 to 6 year old riders. The number 528 of Archer Safe, the number 4 of Lando Love, the number 275 of Eddie Hempstock, the number 121 of Tommy Brown, the 25 of Grayson Knight, the 21 of Leo Dugmore, and the 23 of Harrison Thomas as well in our E2 4 to 6 year old class. I'm sure that later on in the season, and maybe heading into the next, they will be challenging with those that we have just seen. But for now, they are going to be a smaller grid, but still one that will be very, very competitive indeed. Jack steps over the rope and he gets ready to send us off for this race, and just having a final couple of chats with the per engineers that we see out there. Very, very useful before he's going to make his step across. And just a reminder for you that we have lots and lots of people to thank for our racing here today. But before we do that, we are just going to watch Jack get himself ready. We're going to get the thumb up in just a couple of moments' time, and then the action will get underway. And there we go. It is green flag racing here at Mallor-E Park for the final E2 action of the weekend. The 121 on the outside line is going to take the lead ahead of the 21, Tommy Brown, with a very good start indeed. But that is very, very wide for the 275. That's going to be the Eddie Hempstock, who's going to have a problem all the way around the outside. And the inevitable number 121 is in P1 right now.
Yep, who would have thought? It's a sentence that has been said many a time so far this weekend. The 121 on the gas in the lead. Who, of course, could that be? It's Tommy Brown leading this race for the final time, looking to make it all for all here at Mallor-E Park on Sunday. As we wait for them to come across the line, the timing will come through and we can deep dive into all the stories behind this race, how the starts went for different people on the grid and how it's going to play out for the rest of the race. We'll speculate what the podium battles can turn into and what the battles outside of the podiums are becoming as well. So they can now come through this fast section as they won't use the bankings, these smaller bikes, as much as you would see the larger bikes use them, but they now come through to the second lap of this race. It's Tommy Brown in the lead, then ahead of Leo Dugmore. Then behind Dugmore is Archer Safe in that yellow and grey helmet. Brilliant looking design that is, as Lando Love not got the start he would have wanted, Lando, so he'll be closing in due time to this group ahead of him. I think that's a bit of a shame, to be honest. He was really strong across the weekend, but now looking like he's struggling to keep up with this podium battle, which he's been in all weekend, as I briefly mentioned.
Yeah, he has been in the battle all weekend, and Leo Dugmore is just going to be ahead at the moment of Archer Safe. Lando Love waiting in behind, and that's a rider that has been very quick across the course of the weekend, so will be looking to get himself into contention. But an issue down at the bottom of Mallor-E Mountain will not help him with that, especially in these short, sharp races where one mistake can cost you an entire race. We keep watching on with these riders as they keep duking it out for position. And there we go. There's the move for Archer Safe that he was waiting for. Leo Dugmore drops to P3.
Yes, he does. He made a little bit of a mistake, ran it in a bit wide into the corner after the downhill section of the Suron Summit. And now taking the defensive line on the inside is Archer Safe, trying to take the safe line, I guess you could say, to defend that position. And it does work. It doesn't allow Lando Love to get Leo Dugmore to get the exit that he would have wanted. But speaking of Lando Love, he is now going to try and close into Leo Dugmore ahead and take advantage of that little battle that they had going on and get back in this podium fight, because Archer Safe going through on Leo Dugmore has put down a 1:11.1 to try and catch Tommy Brown. It's a bit of a bridge too far with a lap that was only hundredths faster than Tommy Brown ahead of him, but nonetheless trying to pull away and open a gap.
Yeah, at the moment, trying to pull away and open a gap right now. It's Tommy Brown 5.6 ahead, but Archer Safe with the fastest lap last time around. 300ths, though, isn't going to be enough to catch up to Tommy Brown. So Safe might be trying to put this P2 in, guess what, a Safe, as he tries to build up that gap to Leo Dugmore. It was about 7/10 last time around, but it's going to be a little bit bigger this time around, although not with that move at the bottom of Mallor-E Mountain, which allows the opportunity. Hang on, is that Tommy Brown in this pack? Yes, indeed it is. Tommy Brown has lost a lot of time.
That's unbelievable. We must have made a mistake going into the last lap. I don't believe it. We were just saying how sure we were that he would take victory today, but the lap time put down from Archer Safe has been incredible. 1:10.1. While there may have been a mistake from Tommy Brown, you can't doubt the pace that Archer Safe has found in this final half of the race. It's incredible from him to go almost 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. It's admirable, really. As we said, he couldn't really catch the gap, close the gap ahead. Maybe not. He needed a bit of a mistake from Tommy Brown, and that's what we've seen. But the pace, it definitely was there. And if he had a few more laps, he could have done it. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to. He's in the lead of the race now. 3 seconds ahead of Leo Dugmore and Tommy Brown in second and third. Let's see if Tommy can regain that second place and make the best of what has had a bad situation to end his weekend. Well, a bad situation for him, at least, would be a second place, considering how much he's dominated. But killing that domination will be taking the win in the final race of the weekend for this class is Archer Safe, putting down the lap of his life and in turn taking a win ahead of Tommy Brown, who comes back to second place and will be devastated to have missed out.
Archer Safe, that was an incredible comeback. Tommy Brown with the pace at the end. You think as though 1-2 more laps, something like that, would have given him the opportunity to jump back up, but unfortunately not. And well, Tommy Brown just ran out of laps, and we saw the usually impenetrable lead of Tommy Brown crack on the penultimate lap, which meant that Archer Safe took the win. Tommy Brown in P2, Leo Dugmore in P3, and Lando Love just behind in P4. That is it for our E2 action here today. And now we have our TARS E3 4-5 class. William LeConte in the 44, or on the 44 even. Archie Leacock on the 28. Joey Plass on the 22. Freddie Hamilton on the 31. Owen Everall on the 36. Miles Powell on the 14. Noah Wewall on the 903. Then Finley Gibbons on the 19. Reggie Doyle on the 4. Henry Chamley on the 294. George Milligan even on the 421. Jensen Summers on the 227. Adonis Martin on the 19. And Zach Kay on the 47 bike as well. We've not got many races to go left in the day, so we're going to savour every single one of them. And next up in our racing action, we are going to be seeing one of our biggest grids left. And so I think it's only about right that we say thank you to all of the people that help us go racing. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, and of course Motor 25, Soren and Revy as well. But this is the TARS E3 4 to 5 class. They're ready. We're just waiting for Jack. And then we will get our racing underway. And, well, it'll be very, very interesting indeed to watch this group of riders who have been fantastic today. They have been a great watch. And yesterday as well, let's not forget that this is race number 2, or day number 2 even, of the day. And, well, in this class last time around, we ended up watching plenty of action. Joey Plass taking the victory by just 5/10, or just under 5/10 ahead of Jensen Summers. Reggie Doyle in there as well, so this could be a great battle.
It really can be. Those three are the big trio in the E3 class. One of my favourites, actually, is this E3 4 to 5-year-old class here at the Mallor-E Park Motocross Youth Championship. And those three, they were so much quicker than everyone else. Reggie Doyle led most of that race and then eventually crashed out of the lead while Joey Plass and Jensen Summers battled hard for that second place. And then eventually Joey Plass came to line to take victory. But let's see if he can do it again as he gets a great launch heading down into turn 1. But this time it's Reggie Doyle who's going to take the whole shot. Coming out of that first corner, he'll be taking the Moto Verde whole shot. But who will be taking the win?
Well, we will see, and it will certainly be a very good start indeed. Some cleaning supplies already won for his team and for his parents as well, and per engineers, and he'll be hoping that he can take it home in the racing action as well. And, well, he has gotten off to a very, very good start indeed. He's going to be chased behind by a number of riders who feel as though they are deserving of a win this weekend, and, of course, they all are really, in terms of those in that a higher-up fight at least, as it gets very, very tetchy for a couple of the riders further back as they head over Mallor-E Mountain for the first time. But it will be the leader who will take us on to the second lap. And of course our leader right now is going to be the bike in the lead of the race, which is going to end up being Reggie Doyle, of course, heading on to lap number 2 of this race. And the number 4, with the big number 4 on the front of his bike, is over a second ahead of Jensen Summers.
Yeah, Jensen Summers just seems to me like in the past few races, he's struggled to get the best of starts, the best pace locked down in the beginning, and then eventually comes into it. So considering he's now second behind and sat in second place, I wouldn't call that the worst start in the world, to be honest. He's had worse starts and come through to still fight for the win. Admittedly, has had crashes in front of him, involving him in some cases, to get a pretty nice battle for the win, because Reggie Doyle will have that in the back of his mind. That mistake he made in the race earlier in the middle part of the day when he dropped the bike with only 2 laps to go out of the lead, which it was quite a commanding lead at that. So I think Jensen Summers and Joey Plass have got that advantage over the race leader at this point.
Yeah, at the moment they certainly feel as though they will do, but Reggie Doyle, of course, taking a win yesterday, is going to hope that he can do just the same thing this time around, and he continues to lead this race onto the third lap of it. And Jensen Summers is going to be chasing right in behind and set the fastest lap last time around, 3/10 even quicker than Reggie Doyle. So that is a big margin to have managed to gain, and he looks a lot more set over those whoops, especially on this segment of the track and of this segment of this race. Reggie Doyle needs to stay ahead. He needs to stay confident. Otherwise, he can find himself faltering and falling back. But for Doyle, this is going to be the perfect opportunity to win his perfect plaudits. This is going to be a great chance for him to win this race. Jensen Summers not too far off the back, but it feels as though we've already filtered it to just these two.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be just Jensen Summers and Reggie Doyle. And Jensen Summers, fresh off the fastest lap with a 1:03.1. I think he's on the move now, proving that he comes stronger in the later stages now as they come towards the last few laps. What can Jensen Summers do? It's really hard to overtake as the bikes get bigger, and these are one of the bigger bikes in the Mallor-E Park Youth Motocross Championships. So it's going to be the strategy that comes to play here. How can Jensen Summers find his way through? That was something that he struggled to manage, actually, trying to pass Joey Plass, who's not quite showing the pace that we saw from him earlier on today. Currently running down in third, 4 seconds off this duo. But it was here at this corner where it all went wrong for Joey Plass and Jensen Summers in yesterday's race. But now we're seeing Jensen Summers starting to stabilise a little bit. His charge has almost ended, and I think he's starting to get consistent now to just sit behind Reggie Doyle and find a way through. But Reggie Doyle is responding with some really strong lap times.
The last lap, it was a 100th between their lap times, so will be very interesting to see what it is again. I think it's going to be a little bit in the way of Jensen Summers in terms of the improvements, and he's heading on to the final lap to be able to make that move. This is going to be his final opportunity, and out of turn number 1, Reggie Doyle gets a much better exit. Jensen Summers, though, goes later onto the brakes into Cotter's Curve, but he can't get through just yet. Is it turn 2 where he will gain even more time and maybe even pull alongside? Not quite yet. So it's all about the mounds then. It's all about Mallor-E Mountain. It's all about Surren Summit as to whether he's going to be able to make his way through. The number 4 at the moment looking very confident, but the fastest lap last time around for Jensen Summers, meaning that he's confident too. This will get very, very close indeed. We said that this has been one of the most hotly contested groups of riders in this championship, especially so far this weekend. We were absolutely right, and these two are going to duke it out right to the end. Mallor-E Mountain and Surren Summit have been and gone for these two riders. Reggie Doyle looks like he may well be able to hold on. Jensen Summers not going to be able to get close enough out of the final corner. Then this is the final chance for Summers, but no, it heads the way of Reggie Doyle, who takes the win in race 6 of the weekend. What a win there for the number 4, just holding on to it and staying ahead of Jensen Summers, who set another lap quicker than Doyle right at the end. The pressure was huge, but he was able to hold him off.
Wow, speaking of huge, that was a huge moment for George Milligan coming across the line, finishing in 4th place, just about finishing, let alone finishing in 4th place. My goodness, what a save. And he managed to get that done in fine fashion ahead of Freddie Hamilton beat him to the line. That's a shame. So it ended up in 5th due to that mistake. But yeah, really good run from Freddie Hamilton to go around the outside banking and get the perfect exit, which earned him ultimately that 4th place alongside George Milligan. But yeah, still, George Milligan, are we happy with that 5th place? Better that than crashing and ending up down in 12th or something. But anyway, your results for that race. The race that was ultimately built on tension, waiting for Jensen Summers to make the move. And in that race, the results were Reggie Doyle winning ahead of Jensen Summers and Joey Plass, followed in 4th by Freddie Hamilton, George Milligan, Noah Weevil, Owen Everall, Miles Powell, Adonis Martin, Finley Gibbons, Henry Chamley, Archie Leacock, William LeConte, and Zach Kay in 14th. And I think, yeah, another race where it was completely built on tension, as I previously alluded to. It really is just because of how hard it is to overtake on the bigger bikes. And so it makes for some really interesting strategic racing, and it helps the riders mature quite fast because they don't want to rush into it, because they can send a dive bomb, easily take not only themselves out, but the rider in front out as well, which can end in a lot of drama for their championships and their race weekend. So the bigger bikes that always command more expertise, more precision, and more maturity from these riders. So it's nice to see that learning curve being taken on by the likes of Jensen Summers, who bided his time and waited for a move to come to him, rather than sending a dive which could have ended both of Reggie Doyle and Jensen Summers' opportunities to take a win or 2nd place. So it ended up, in fact, him not winning. But as I said, a sensible move to take it on the chin and end this weekend with a podium. But now, coming up, we have only a couple of races left, and now we get underway for one of the final few races on track. We have the E3 5 to 7-year-olds going for it down into turn 1, off of lap 1, out of the gates. There's so many riders pushing hard already, and on that double after that 2nd corner, my goodness, that got a bit crossed up for some of the riders. Quite a few of them having moments over the double before you go to the tabletop, and somehow managing to stay on. But now we're looking at Carter Anderson, the man who's won so many of these races, despite crashes here and there, and now being chased down by Ethan Rudd, I believe.
Yeah, Carter Anderson at the moment with a big gap that he's hoping to build up at the top of this order, watching a few more of the riders come through and see what they can do. But it will be the 03 leading the 32 at the moment in this little battle right now. Another one of our reflective friends out there with the 32 on the front of their bike. And we are going to be seeing, of course, Reggie Herring with that reflective number 32 try to chase. But at the end of the first lap, it's Carter Anderson, 2.4 ahead of Billy Carroll.
Yeah, Billy Carroll, of course, getting confused there. I did with Ethan Rudd, but that's just because they have such similar gear on, the yellow and grey. It's hard to mistake and hard to not see because it's such a standout colour scheme compared to the rest. But I tell you what, a standout performance from Carter Anderson already, putting in a 2.4 second lead in the first lap. But we're going to see a battle continue maybe between Isaac Colcott and Billy Carroll, who went bar to bar, shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee in the previous race for the podium spots. But this time, Billy Carroll looks like he's got a bit of a bigger advantage on Isaac.
He certainly does at the moment, and he's going to look around the outside. Is it going to be a move on here for the number 7? Just an attempt for Boyce Clements to try and get past Ruben Scrivens, but no dice just yet. No chance just yet for the number 7 to get through on the 110, and there will be continuous opportunities for these two riders if they so desire them. Carter Anderson, by the way, the gap between himself and Billy Carroll now 2.7 as he sets the fastest lap.
Yep, the fastest lap, and a fast one at that, much faster than the rest of the field. This time, not as much faster as we would have seen in the earlier races. Oh, that's a moment there for the number 7, Boyce Clements, folding the front at turn 1 and thankfully getting back going again as they go through the hairpin and trying to catch back up to Ruben Scrivens in 5th place, getting into that top 5. Ruben Scrivens has been fighting so many different people across the weekend. He's been the centerpiece of every battle for a top 5 place.
He really has. There has been some great fighting for him. I think he's had one of the most fun weekends of all because at the end of the day, yes, they are racing, yes, they want to win, but the most important part for a lot of the riders is that they have a lot of fun as well. And, well, we will be seeing these riders continue to duke it out on the circuit for the remainder of this race. And, well, we will watch them as they compete out there. Carter Anderson now is going to lead Billy Carroll onto the next lap, and the gap 3.4 seconds as Carter Anderson once again with the personal best, with the fastest lap. Billy Carroll with the personal best as well, but it's not quite enough to get close.
No, not just yet. Carter Anderson putting in some more fastest lap times with another 1:01, and Billy Carroll just can't seem to keep up. It's getting difficult to replicate the pace being shown by Carter Anderson out in front. But once again, the dominant force we saw on Saturday, the gap gets closed again and again and again, and the dominance becomes less and less. If this carries on to the next round in August, we might see some serious contention for the top spots.
We really could. Carter Anderson, dubbed Wild Child yesterday, and the number 20 is doing a fantastic job at the moment of staying out there in the lead of the race as we head around now the final corner to head on to the final lap of this race. Number 20 doing a great job out there just to keep himself going with that pace advantage and a fastest lap last time around of a 1 minute flat or a 1 minute 0.2 to be more particular. So he's just doing so very well out there. Billy Carroll, who is still setting consistent lap times, isn't quite able to get close. 5.4, the gap between those two riders at the moment. Colcott and Herring, there's only 1.2 between them.
Yeah, and that's a battle for the final spot on the podium. And yeah, Reggie Herring will be desperate to get on the box after what was quite a fast weekend for him. He's been there or thereabouts fighting for the podium, but hasn't quite been able to be as consistently there as Billy Carroll or Isaac Colcott. So looking to correct that and get in front of Isaac Colcott, trying his best to close the gap and take advantage of the leading rider out in 3rd place, to be honest, because Isaac Colcott was such a big gap in front of him to Billy Carroll. He's got no one to chase in front of him, and how many times do we have to say it today? And in motorsport in general, it's easier to chase than to lead, but no one easier to lead than Carter Anderson. He took that quote and he threw it in the bin because he made it look easy leading this race with a 1 minute 0.2 fastest lap. So quick on his lap times, and he ends his weekend with yet another win to the books.
He certainly does. Carter Anderson with the win, Billy Carroll with P2, and this was the fight for 3rd and 4th place. Isaac Colcott and Reggie Herring out there, 7/10 splitting those two riders. Then Ruben Scrivens and Boyce Clements were fighting it out for 5th place, and Scrivens looks as though he may well have taken that one home. That's Eddie Hempstock coming through right now. And, well, Jensen James, of course, another lap down. So those two riders, 7th and 8th place at the moment. Then it'll be Scrivens and Clement in that order, and they'll be our final finishers here in today's race, 5th and 6th for those riders. And that will be it for our E3 classes today. And then we're going to move on to our E5 5 to 6 year old class, and where we've got a fantastic little group of riders out there for that one. We've got George Breeze in the number 46. We've got Theo Hancock in the 313. Dexter Mellor-Hallworth on the 22. Arthur Brailsford on the 33. Reggie Herring, the 32. Ralphie Matthews, the 67, as is Freddie Oakes. And then you've got Olivia Templeman in the 10, or on the 10 to be more particular, to use motorbike terminology a little bit better. But they are getting ready for our 4th to last race of the weekend. We've had 84 races, or we will have 84 races. We are on race 80.
Only 4 to go left in this championship. We are ready for the first of 2 E5 races to end the weekend's showings. It has been a weekend of pure action, dive bombs and all sorts of drama to pair in every single race so far in all of these classes, and there's more to come. 2 E5 races to come and 2 Suron races to come. But right now, 1 of 4 coming your way is the E5 5 to 6 class as they get ready on the grid for the go sign, and they will be desperate to end this one on a high.
They will, and the go sign will just simply be a thumbs up and then the gate disappearing in front of you. So it's going to be a very, very obvious one, as there goes one of our per engineers, I think, or somebody just helping out, but not in one of the high vises, which everybody else is. And that's actually one of the riders, I think, from the previous race session. Or no, that's going to be one of our riders from this one who's having to be helped onto the bike for one reason or another at the moment. So they're going to be led onto the bike. That'll be the 92 out there on the racetrack. Is it? No, it's the 32. My eyes are deceiving me. So it's going to be likely to be Reggie Herring, I think that is, on that 32 bike. But either way, we're going to get ready to get ourselves going once again. We've only got a few more races to go. The time has flown by. We've had so much fun, and we are ready to go racing. The thumb will go up in just a moment's time. He's done the step forward. He's done the thumb up. He's going to let the gate go, and the action is underway right now. Who's going to get a good start? It's going to be George Breeze heading down towards that first corner in the lead of this race, and George Breeze with a fantastic start indeed. He will be so very happy about that one, and he continues to lead out of turn 3.
Closely followed though by his rival from all weekend long. Theo Hancock is right there in contention, lost a bit of time out of that hairpin going up to the tabletop, but has to regain his composure and get back out there as he takes the tighter line through the Mallor-E mountain. Has to take advantage of George Breeze at this point, because George Breeze is really strong in the early race, and then Theo Hancock really strong in the late race. So has to manage that. Can't let the gap get too big before he gets into his rhythm. Has to stay within a second, you feel, to keep his hopes of a race win alive. While a second is a lot easier closable in motocross terms, especially when it comes to youth motocross. It's easy to close the time, but the hardest part is finding the move.
It certainly is. These riders are going to find it difficult once they have caught up to make it past and to make that move up. George Breeze 1.3 seconds ahead of Theo Hancock at the end of the first lap. Arthur Brailsford in P3 and Dexter Mellor-Hallworth in 4th, with Ralphie Matthews in 5th and Reggie Herring in 6th place, who's going to be 3 seconds off the back of Ralphie Matthews. So he's not quite picked up this pace in this race so far. Olivia Templeman in 7th as well. So there may well have been an issue for the number 10 on the opening lap, which meant that she was going to be 12 seconds off the back of Reggie Herring for P6. But then George Breeze and Theo Hancock 1.3 separating those two riders, and I mean that's basically been the tale of the whole weekend now, so very close to each other. Dexter Mellor-Hallworth under pressure from Ralphie Matthews as they head up towards Surrey Summit.
Yeah, these two locked in battle once again. We've seen this a few times so far this weekend, the 67 versus the 22 of Dexter Mellor-Hallworth versus Ralphie Matthews, and now they've got enough of a gap in front, they've got enough of a gap behind, because they've got no one to disturb them behind them. They've got no one to catch up to in front, really, unless something happens to a rider in front of them. A mistake is made. So I think those two are going to go right to the flag for that final spot in the top 4. Yeah, they are at the moment, as we've got yellow flags out there on the road. Not quite sure who that is going to be for, but we do know that there was a couple of issues earlier on. So hopefully everybody is all A-OK and we're ready to
keep ourselves going. It looks like we are still green flag racing out there on the circuit, and indeed we are. And this is going to be right now just coming to the line, and she's going to be a little bit further off Reggie Herring than she would have liked to be. 13 seconds at the moment is what she has, and it's definitely not a pace thing because she is pretty quick, especially considering the differences between herself and those riders who are up and further up in the order. So we'll keep on watching, and we'll keep on trying to work out what is going on with all of these riders in the field. But with 8, even though it is a smaller grid, it is hard to keep a track of. So typically the leaders are the ones that we have the best eye on, and George Breeze, well, he has done fantastically so far.
Yeah, Theo Hancock's pace has really dropped off a cliff. I don't really know what's happened to him. He was so fast this morning, then really quick as well in the midday race, but he's really lost it. Maybe a bit of a lack of confidence, getting held up by some lap riders, maybe just seeing that gap getting over maybe 2 seconds to George Breeze, and almost gave up a bit. But I think it might have been a mistake for Theo Hancock, considering how the gap stretched out from 2 seconds all the way to 11.
Yeah, and the lap times last time around were not great in terms of for Theo Hancock. It was 10 seconds slower for the 313 last time around. The 46 taking that lead and holding on to it for now. Theo Hancock having an issue, which meant that he went further down in the orders. With the yellow and black flag is waved, we're on to our final lap.
We very much are. One last lap for the E5 5 to 6 class. Only 5 or 6 years old, some of these riders, and it's really incredible to see the talent that they already have at this age. It's so impressive, and it's really good to see them developing such amazing skills at such a young age, as we see George Breeze getting some airtime over the tabletop up to the Mallor-E Mountain for one last time, carrying the Valentina Rossi style number 46 to the flag. If he can just stay on it now and take the win home. He's got a massive gap to Theo Hancock behind him. The fastest lap to his name of a 58.1. Only 0.04 of a second quicker than Theo Hancock's best lap. So clearly Theo Hancock must have made a mistake earlier on in the race. But no mistakes, no errors, and no drops in pace at all. For George Breeze, the race winner once again, the 46 takes to the flag in first. And then we'll see Theo Hancock follow along in second, and we'll have to try and figure out whether he did make a mistake or not, because I can't see someone's pace dropping off that severely.
Yeah, no, I really can't either. George Breeze taking that victory, and Theo Hancock just having an issue on one lap, which meant that he ended up further down. And, well, in the end of the day, it will be very, very close, in fact, between these 4 riders out there on the circuit, side by side, 2 by 2 as they come to the line, and they end off their racing. It'll be Arthur Brailsford leading, Dexter Mellor-Hallworth leading, Ralphie Matthews and leading Reggie Herring as well. Then Olivia Templeman and Freddie Oakes will be our final finishers. I think actually Freddie Oakes has already come to the line and finished off his race. But that'll be it for the E5 5 to 6 year old class for now, and we're heading on to our E5 6 to 8 year olds. So we are doing our final racing action before our Surrey small and big wheel races for the day, and we've got our E5 6 to 8 year olds ready to go racing. The 296 of Noah Comstock, the 29 of Colby Fletcher, the 537 of Richard Mason, the 22 of Hunter Feely, the 46 of Freddie Brooksbanks, the 177 of Stan Grimshaw, and the 719 of Blake Coates ready to go racing out there to see who's going to get, first off, the Motorverde whole shot, which means they get the opportunity to have some cleaning supplies for their bikes, which will be fantastic for them out there. And, well, it's very generous of them to offer that prize to those who get to get to the black flag and get down to that first corner first. So we'll see those riders out there in just a couple of moments' time, duking it out for that. I think it was George Breeze in the previous lap in the previous race to get just that. But we are going to get ready to go racing. We are going to get the pedal on the metal, and we are going racing for this race, and it will be down towards the first corner, side by side. Colby Fletcher on the inside, and he's down. Colby Fletcher down, but back up on his bike straight away, and somebody right behind also going down at turn 1. So a couple of riders having issues.
The quickest remount I've ever seen from Colby Fletcher. That was like incredible how quick he got back on. And someone else has gone down and now to the lead, I believe. He's already back in the lead of the race from what I can see. We'll have to wait until the timings come when they cross the line on the first lap. But I can't even tell who got the whole shot award there at the black flag, because Colby Fletcher was down before it, but at the same time he could have crossed it. He remounted so quickly. I can't tell you who got that one.
He certainly is, and we certainly couldn't really tell who it was out there, but a fantastic job nonetheless for them to be right up there at the top of that group. Looking at a couple of the riders further down in the order, the 5-3-7 is going to try and go for a fight with the 22, so that's going to be a continuation of the fight really between Richard Mason and Hunter Feely on this first lap, but it is Colby Fletcher who, I mean, absolutely unbelievable remount to get back into the lead. 7.5 is the gap, and I think it was Blake Coates, the other rider, who went down because they ended up in second place. Hunter Feely and Richard Mason third and fourth. So it's been a very dramatic start to this one.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we'll just have to leave that one with you regarding the Moto Verde whole shot award, because we have no idea who got that one. There was at least 3 wide coming out of turn 1 and then going past the whole shot point, but nonetheless less about the whole shot, more about the race itself, because Colby Fletcher once again proving his pace, is so dominant and continuing on that dominance. It's a 7-second gap to Blake Coates in second, and then Hunter Feely making his way onto the podium. That'll be a great result for Hunter Feely to end his weekend.
Oh, it really would. It would be a fantastic result for Feely to be on the podium, but Richard Mason looking to challenge for that one as well. And I think actually Feely is ready to go racing for that position up ahead, which is now that third place. Mason has taken it and will be running in that podium spot. So Feely dropping down a little bit, wanting to get back through. Colby Fletcher at 56.508 will be the fastest lap of his race. Then Blake Coates with a 102.469 or will be that second spot. Hunter Feely has dropped, I think, another position. I think that's Noah Comstock making his way through, as we've only got 5 riders in this one, according to the timing screens. Fletcher to Coates to Mason to Comstock to Feely, and as they head through turn 1, there is more fighting out there on the circuit. Comstock trying to go for that third place and trying to gain that position off of Noah Comstock as they head over the whoops and down towards Mallor-E Mountain, which is of course up afterwards. And we'll see these riders continue to go racing. The 22 of Hunter Feely has gone down. That's a shame.
Yeah, real shame. What a shame. Oh, he was riding so well in third place and unfortunately has gone down, getting a bit too excited in that podium battle perhaps, and unfortunately making a mistake as yet another rider has gone down, and screams of anger as he tries to get the bike back up, clearly furious about that mistake. I'm trying to identify who that rider is as they get back on their Husqvarna to try and get back in the fight here. It's the 296 of Noah Comstock, who was fighting for the podium at that point in time, so he'll be devastated as he now rejoins Hunter Feely down in the battle for 4th place. Didn't lose too many positions, only to Hunter Feely, but will be devastated to miss out on a chance at fighting for that podium.
Yeah, it would really be a shame for the 296, who was in contention with Richard Mason for third place, to not get that third place anymore, simply enough. So that is a big shame, and he'll be hoping to fight back throughout the rest of this race as, well, this is Colby Fletcher leading the way, and it will be a 58.9 last time around for himself as he's come through and lapped a couple of riders. Stan Grimshaw, thankfully, has joined us out on the circuit in the 177 just to get a little bit of track time before we head out to the next couple of rounds, and so he can be registered as finishing in every single race, which is important. Colby Fletcher then with that slow down on the front of his bike, doing not that, and he's done a little bit of a trick as he headed over the crest, and the 29 not been showboaty here today, but still has been very, very disciplined in making those moves done and making those victories stick.
Yeah, unlike yesterday, he was so dominant yesterday. Today he's been involved in many different battles, many different collisions that have come as a result of those battles, and it's been really interesting to see how he managed that. But with 1 lap to go, so the last lap coming out for some riders being lapped, but the checkered flag coming out, and only out for Colby Fletcher, who has lapped the entire field. He wins this race by a quarter mile once again, lapping the entire field. Blake Coates should come home in second place as long as he finishes this one. Hunter Feely, you have to feel for him, to be honest. He ends up in 5th place out of Stan Grimshaw. Despite his best efforts to fight for the podium, he ends up down in 5th place behind Noah Comstock. But there's Blake Coates making his way into second place, and then we'll eventually see Richard Mason come home for the final spot on the podium for the final race on the E5s.
Yeah, we have our races over with for the E5s, and now we head to the Surrey Cup. We've got, first up, the Surrey Cup Small Wheel bikes out there ready to go on this circuit in just a couple of moments' time, and then we will see what they can do as we're just waiting for the last few of our bikes to make it to the line. I think it's Mason and Comstock who have not done so just yet, and here comes one of our riders to the line, and this will be the finisher who is going to come across the line for a very well-earned podium as Colby Fletcher went for a victory lap out there. Richard Mason out there as well. They're going to be in third place, and then Comstock and Feely have finished their races. And now it is time for the Surrey Hyper-B Cup. And we're going to get started with our small wheel action. Sorry, the Surrey UK official Hyper-B Cup. And this is going to be great to watch out there on the circuit. The riders that we have for this class are going to be as follows. It's going to be Blake Ford on the 3, Ethan Rudd on the 25, Tommy Cotter on the 148, Jay Stragust on the 5, Archie Harper on the 917, Ruben Scrivens on the 110, Madison Parsons on the 28, and Lando Parsons on the 92 as well. So a very good grid for our penultimate race of the day.
Yep, a penultimate race which promises plenty of action. This was another category that offered loads of battles, be it for the podium or for the win. It's usually for the podium because Tommy Cotter's in the class. And you know, when you see that name, you're probably just waiting to see the podium battles. But we will see. It's the last race of the day. Everyone's tired, but they're still ready and raring to make a good result to end their weekend. Will Tommy Cotter be as dominant, or will someone be able to stop him? Look out for who gets the whole shot as we get racing for the penultimate time here at Mallor-E Park here in July, as Tommy Cotter does indeed get the whole shot, unstoppable off the line. Now, who can catch up and stop him? As someone's gone down in the middle there, I believe that's Ethan Rudd, who has been hit by another rider or just come into contact with someone else as the yellow flag comes out. That is unfortunate for Ethan Rudd and so the other rider who was involved in that incident. But they carry on now with Tommy Cotter in the lead and many riders trying to follow along in similar pace.
Yeah, of course, they'll all be aiming to get to the top of that order at the moment as we watch on with everybody coming through. And hopefully this is going to be all of the riders that started this race coming to the end of lap number 1. All A-OK. Of course, we saw one of the riders having an issue, but hopefully they should be all good. And there we go. There they are, side by side for this position. This is going to be the number 19 who is going to lead this battle onwards. This is going to be, in fact, Tommy Cotter leading the way. And second place in this order is going to be, I believe that to be Alfie Brown to take to the circuit. Yes, indeed, it is the number 19 of Alfie Brown in second place. Then third will head the way of Lando Parsons as this next group comes through. Parsons, then Ford, then Harper, then Scrivens, all out there on the road right now, all ready to challenge for position, and they're going to keep just scrapping it out every single race across the course of the weekend. And, well, we are seeing them scrap out across the course of the weekend. But race 6, it is the final chance for them to stamp their authority.
Yeah, it looks like everyone else has been able to get back out there and get racing again, which is really good to see everyone finishing their races on their bikes to end the weekend. It'll be nice to see everyone just come home nice and safe. We've not had any severe injuries this weekend, which is great to see. It's you can see that all the riders enjoying their time out there. Safe and fast is the motto, I suppose, for motorsport. And I'll tell you what, fast for sure is bringing out the gap once again over the team. Alfie Brown is there in second place with the number 19 machine, and then you've got behind him Blake Ford trying to get another podium to the tally to end his weekend. But Lando Parsons, he's been knocking on the door of a podium all weekend long and hasn't quite made it. So let's see if he's able to do it this time round.
Yeah, let's definitely see if he's going to be able to get that chance and just try to really get involved in that action as well. At the moment, Tommy Cotter with the fastest lap of the race, 58.512. That's going to be a lap time that's going to be 5 seconds even quicker than Alfie Brown's and 2 quicker than Blake Ford's in that second quickest spike at the moment. But this is still the fight for that second. Alfie Brown holding on to it for now as here goes one of the riders further down in the order, the number 25 of Ethan Rudd, who is thankfully all A-OK and ready to get racing again, chasing down on Archie Harper, the next rider, up for position. And at the moment, a 1:01.9 last time around meant that they were able to, I think, catch up to Archie Harper and potentially overtake that rider at the moment. And yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed to watch these riders throughout this race. The 148 then is going to lead the way and went even faster the last time around, the 57.875.
Yeah, miles quicker than the rest of the field at this point in time. 6 seconds quicker than Alfie Brown on that last lap, who's done a 103. That seems to be the consistent lap times being shown. Blake Ford, though, just did a 1 minute flat, 1 minute point one even. So good laps coming in from Blake Ford as well. So he's doing a really good job to get involved in this podium battle. He's been there or thereabouts, fighting for the podium as we get onto the final lap, but he just hasn't been quite there to challenge for the win. Then again, no one has apart from Tommy Cotter. So it's a great ride from Blake Ford, who now attempts to hold off Ruben Scribbins, who's made his way into 4th place. I think Lando Parsons might have run into an issue because he's dropped down 6th behind Ethan Rudd and Ruben Scribbins. So that's a shame.
It is a shame for Lando Parsons because the 92 has done very well. Tommy Cotter with the fastest lap last time around, once again with the 57.490. That's still going to be much quicker than Blake Ford, who's now jumped up into 2nd place, just hounded away at the number 19 of Alfie Brown, and was finally able to make their way through on the number 19 and jump up into 2nd place. The number 3 just doing a fantastic job up there, but Tommy Cotter doing an incredible job at the front of the field, celebrating before he's even made it to the final corner. That is the level that Tommy Cotter has over the rest of the order, and he is coasting to the line here in race 6. Just showing what a performance he's put on. He's going to try and do this without any hands on the bike. There is Tommy Cotter's dad. I'm sure you're all glad to hear that that's Tommy Cotter's dad trying to push him along as the 148 comes to the end and takes the win here in the penultimate race of the day, the Surren Small Wheels. Blake Ford will come home a very well-earned P2, and then Alfie Brown will remain to see whether he's able to hold on to P3 or whether Ethan Rudd was able to snatch it.
I'll tell you what, though, if that was an attempt to slow Tommy Cotter down, it wouldn't have done much because he was right before the line and he still had that enormous gap that he had. So, yeah, Blake Ford looks like he's got through on Alfie Brown, or Alfie Brown has hit some trouble. So, a great showing from Blake Ford to come home for 2nd place, and he'll be really happy with that to end his weekend. A bit of a disappointing final race for Ethan Rudd. Comes home in 4th. He'll be disappointed not to be on the podium, but considering how long he was on the floor because of waiting for everyone to get out of the way and just get back on his bike, he did a really good job to get back on and come back to 4th place. That's a really strong effort.
It really is, and well done to him for the weekend, because he's done a great job and he's been one of the riders to look out for in all of the classes that he's competed in, which is no mean feat, don't get me wrong. We're on to our last race of the weekend. We have our Surren Big Wheels ready to go racing, and, well, we've got fantastic racing here in the Surren Hyper-B Cup, which is going to be some great action to round out this weekend. Just having a look then at our order and just having a look at what happened last time around. Our 7 riders in the class went as thus: Colby Fletcher in the 29, Jimmy Briggs on the 75, Jack Whitehouse on the 17, and then Caden Wardock on the 291, Frankie Hargreaves on the 175, Jack Ferries on the 89, and Brax Johnson on the 18, our 7 bike field to round us out for today. And just to round us out for today as well, thank you very much to all of our partners that have helped us today. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, who of course have their Motor Verde Whole Shot Award, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, Tars, Moto 25, and Surren, as well as Revy. And I mean, there's been plenty of prizes ready, getting ready at least, to give out after this weekend of racing, and all of the riders thoroughly deserve them. And I mean, Motor Verde are, of course, giving out their Whole Shot Award, given out at the Black Flag. And then we also have a couple more prizes, like the Moto 25 Award, where they receive a voucher for Moto 25 products, which, I mean, they've had a little stand going all weekend long and all season long, which has been good to see, just for any spare parts. And then the Mallor-E Park Award receives just a completely free race entry. Don't remember who had it for the last round, but I believe I checked and they're not even here for this round. Either way, they will be, I'm sure, back later on in the season as the pedal is underway and the action will be going now. Who will take that whole shot into the first corner? It looks as though that's going to be the 29 of Colby Fletcher who leads the way. Then the 291 of Caden Waldock, as down goes Jimmy Briggs in the background. That's unfortunate there for the 75, who is an incredibly rapid rider and would have wanted to finish off this weekend on a high, but not to be. unless he can come with a great fight back throughout the course of this race. Colby Fletcher leads the way, and it's Caden Waldock following, with Jack Whitehouse in third.
A huge story to end the weekend. The final race showing that the man who won some of these races as well across the weekend, Jimmy Briggs, one of the favourites to win, one of the favourites to stop the dominance of Colby Fletcher, unfortunately goes down in the lap one craziness. And quite fittingly at this point, where it looks like we're going to see a Colby Fletcher parade laps to end the weekend. But I think it's a bit of a different story here, because Caden Waldock and Jack Whitehouse have other things to say about it. They're currently battling quite hard between each other for second place, and I don't know if they'll be able to work together to catch Colby Fletcher, but let's hope we're treated to a good battle to end the day's proceedings.
Let's certainly hope that that is going to be the case for these riders, and I'm sure we will, because they are so very well matched. Caden Waldock at the moment just ahead of Jack Whitehouse. Whitehouse, who has been the pace of this series, I think, in terms of the impressive rider that we didn't quite expect heading into Sunday. And Caden Waldock, of course, a fantastic rider in his own right, but we haven't quite seen it in this class as much as we are right now, where he's holding that second place. May well be challenging now for a place on the podium, very likely to be challenging for a place on the podium as he holds the inside. Jack Whitehouse tried to go the long way around, and we saw him pushing so very hard earlier on in this race, and in this weekend he was really trying to find the limits in race 1 and 2 of the day, race 4 and 5 of the weekend, and he's really giving it a go here to try to go to the inside of Caden Waldock. He's found that opportunity down towards Cotter's Curve, later on the brakes, swooping around, and that is an incredible move.
Oh, a textbook move at that. He swerved it right around the inside and got it in a V shape, skidding right around, and beautifully done by Jack Whitehouse. It couldn't have been done any better to go up the inside of Caden Waldock and into second place. What a ride from him so far. What a ride from both of them so far to battle this hard for the podium spaces. It's telling us on the timing that Jimmy Briggs is in second. I don't quite think that's accurate, but we'll have to wait and see how quickly Jimmy Briggs was able to remount, because we believe that this battle between Jack Whitehouse and Caden Waldock was for second place. But never mind, it is definitely the battle for second place. And Frankie Hargreaves in fourth, doing a great job at the moment, trying to hold off Jack Ferries in fifth place. They are really close together on 175 and 89, trying their best to fight for the final space in the top four. And it looks like this battle for second has started to stretch out now. That move from Jack Whitehouse has really put the pressure on Caden Waldock to respond, and it's allowed Jack Whitehouse to get down and dig deep, find some pace and break away.
Yeah, he's really trying to break away right now, and he is quicker than Caden Waldock on the previous lap. His fastest lap is a 55.2. Caden Waldock's fastest lap of 56.5, so it's a great opportunity if he wants to take it for the number 17 to build up that gap at the top of the field. Around goes one of the riders slightly further back. Here is Jimmy Briggs. Jack Ferries went for the upper line, but couldn't quite make his way through. Here comes Jimmy Briggs now around the outside, doing the same thing as we saw Jack Whitehouse do earlier, but once again it doesn't quite pay off. Look at how dusty it is out there. I mean, we talked about George Breeze earlier on. We may as well give this one a name with how much he's affecting the racing heading into the last round of the season, or the last round of the day even, and the last round of the weekend. Jimmy Briggs fighting with Ferries. Can he get close enough down towards turn 2?
Oh, thank God we're in a commentary box, Joe, because to be honest, well, I'm not sure if I want to be standing out there getting covered in thick dust at this point in time. When the track gets used so much over the day, the dust starts to kick up big time. And thankfully, this is the last race, so everyone getting caked in dust won't have to receive any more layers being thrown upon them this time around. But Colby Fletcher doing his best job to make sure that does happen, as he goes for all the wide lines he possibly can, kicking the dust up everywhere he goes and kicking up some amazing pace as he comes around the final corner, using the outside banking again to start the last lap. A fitting moment to have what was a weekend dominated completely by Colby Fletcher, ended by what is, for his sake, a parade lap by Colby Fletcher, where he's doing his wheelies, he's doing all his little tricks and things like that. But I tell you what, Jack Whitehouse has put in some amazing couple laps and has started to close in on him. It's a bit too late now, but it's a really good charge since he overtook Caden Waldock.
And it is proof in the pudding, if we needed it, that Jack Whitehouse can fight heading towards round 5 in just a couple of weeks' time, and heading towards the final couple of rounds of the season as well. So for Colby Fletcher, at the moment, he's going to run in that lead. Jack Whitehouse, though, is going to want to challenge. He's going to be able to challenge in the future. But for Colby Fletcher, I mean, he's had a fantastic weekend pace-wise, and he's going to continue on his trajectory of being one of the rising talents. One of the bikes off in the background, and, well, we are going to have a look at Colby Fletcher taking the win here in the final race of the weekend, and that is the style he likes to win in. Jack Whitehouse got closer then to Colby Fletcher than I think Fletcher would have liked at the end. The gap at the end was 3.1 seconds even. Then Caden Waldock 7.6 off the Whitehouse right in there. Frankie Hargreaves in 4th place, and I think it's going to be Jack Ferries in 5th and Jimmy Briggs in 6th, because I think it might have been Brax Johnson who had that issue later on in the race. And there goes Jack Ferries, there goes Brax Johnson. Indeed, it was Jimmy Briggs, unfortunately, at the end of the race, not Brax Johnson, as I thought. I thought he cleared the whoops there. I really thought he cleared the whoops there. He gave it a go, and fair play to Jimmy Briggs, because that would have been a sensational way to end the weekend. But not to be, but that will be it for 84 races of action. We hope you've enjoyed every single one of them, and, well, we certainly have.
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt about that. There was plenty of races that were dominated, but behind the race leaders, like this one here, we saw some incredible, titanic battles for the podium. For the ones that we did see race victory battles, there was a lot of drama involved. You think back to the battle between Jensen Summers and Joey Plass, which ended in them colliding and handing the win away on the very last lap. That was some big drama, which ended in the favour of Doyle and in that class. And then so many other classes as well, they resulted in some big drama into turn 1. There was a lot of dive bombs, riders coming off as well. But it's the fact that they were able to get back up and come back through. Some riders got back up. I think Colby Fletcher even crashed at the start of one of his races today, got straight back up and won. So there you go. It's the proof in the pudding that these kids, they're never, ever out.
They have great attitudes, don't they, out there, the kids, and well, it's a testament to the environment that we have, that all of these riders can feel as though they can do it, and they feel supported in that environment as well. But yeah, thank you very much to those marshals out there who help the riders do it as they please, and help the riders have a fantastic weekend, because we know they have fun. They always seem to. Thank you one final time to everybody who supported us this weekend. PJ's Garage, Mayflower Travel, Majestic RV, Hampton Electrical, TLB Projects, Whittam Grange Glamping, Motor Verde, Spooks, SJ's, Tom Johnson and Sons Motor Repairs, Fletcher Scaffolding, TARS, Moto 25, Surren and Revy as well. All the people that you've seen are revolving around on your screen right at the bottom throughout the entirety of the racing here today. And yeah, they really, really help us get the racing on here today, and they help us compete throughout the season and help us bring to you, whether you're at the circuit, whether you're at home, as good as a broadcast as we can. And we hope that we have been able to do that. And thank you so very much to Motorsport Radio and Motorsport Media for helping us come along, and Mallor-E Park as well for having us, because it's always a fantastic time. It's a great environment as well. From myself and Riley Davis in the commentary box, thank you very much. And until next time, it is goodbye.